Good afternoon, race fans, and welcome in to the 24 hours of Spa. That's right, my beloved Belgian track back in action. 80 teams will duel out for 24 hours. Eau Rouge and Radion could see some casualties, let's be absolutely sure on that. My name is John Wright, aka Double O Raven. It is my absolute pleasure to be leading this one off. As I say, 24 hours. We've got 80 teams, 7 commentators on this channel alone. Of course, being shown on LFM's German and Spanish Twitch channels as well. And the drivers can expect quite the ride, and so can we as the viewers. As I say, 80 cars in this one. There was a split quali session last night. Q1 saw all 80 teams take part, and 20 teams were dropped every session until, of course, Q4, when the top 20 teams had 10 minutes. There we go, to set their quali times, and it was 2:55 competition that took the top spot, closely followed by Team Nitro, the Team Nitro main car, and the B-Alien by Nitro Concepts finishing in second. SimRC Endurance got fourth, and LFM making an appearance in the top 5. Visceral there as well, in sixth position. Bear with me one moment. There we go, yes, and it was, oh no, there we go, there we go, qualifying for, sorry, my apologies, we're a bit behind, some of the bits and pieces running a bit slow today, but yeah, Visceral in 6th, Raggioli in 7th, with Dynamic Motorsports by Carlinch in 8th, LFM making a second appearance in the top 10 in 9th, and Simultech Automation rounding out the top 10. A few familiar names just outside the top 10, Jardier Community and Dynamic Motorsports by Carlinch with the second car there, PSU K Esports in 14th. Fisher Racing managing 15th position with SimRC Endurance by Barmenia in 17th place, all regular names in the LFM top splits. Alpha Racing and DXT Motorsport 19th and 20th position. And of course, outside the top 20, lots of teams, as you can see, 80 of them did set qualifying times. Not so representative time set there by the car right at the bottom of the grid. Who was that finished last, actually? But yeah, they've basically set a time to make sure that they were in. And in they certainly are. We'll get them. Yeah, we'll keep running through the quality. The drivers are all out on track. They've got 1 minute left of practice, and then it will be the warm-up lap, and away we will go. 80 cars through turn 1, although when I say through turn 1, some of the cars will still be coming through La Source, which is of course turn 1 during the race. But certainly when the race starts, there will be a big train of cars still looking to get through La Source as well. So it will be fun to see how they go on. Who do we have out on track? Oh no, Nürnberg is in the pit. Yeah, everyone is pulling back to the pits. We do have a couple of cars on track. Getting in that last minute tyre data. 30-degree track temperature as well, so it is quite a cosy one. Now certainly for the start of the race, we'll see how the tyres hold up. It'll be the usual 65-minute stint timer for the drivers as well. Again, it's going to be, I know it's a 24-hour race, but the start of this one is going to be very important. And as well as you'd expect, a whole host. Oops. Yeah, a whole host of manufacturers as well. Sorry, a couple of technical things going on. I know we had a couple of issues during quali last night. Hopefully everything's coming through okay today. Audio should be not bad. There we go. We've got calls for Team 310 to bring home the race win. Who else are we cheering on in the chat? Let us know. Which teams? When is race start? Race start will be very, very, very shortly indeed, in fact. No, sorry, we've got 5 minutes. Yep, so the drivers have got 5 minutes to get the cars prepped. As I say, we've got quite a few of them out on track. As you can see, there is... yeah, some beautiful liveries on display as well. Who is 262? Good question. Oh, there we go. 79 cars we've got, in fact. But yeah, we will get to the racing very shortly. As I say, warm-up lap, then 24 hours, 65-minute stint timer. It is going to be fun. Yeah, 255 taking the top spot in quali after the 4 sessions yesterday. Team Nitros, we can see there in second place. Then it is Bastian Richter for B Alien. So he swapped into the B Alien car for this one. Oh, you love to see it. Lucas Road out. Sorry, Sasha Wassner out for LFM. Then there is Visceral with Ragiole. Beautiful livery they've got this time out. There's LFM making, as I say, 2 appearances in the top 10. Not too bad at all in this field, that's for sure. Then there is Jardier, that distinctive livery. There's no mistake in that one, is there? Let's get that and that. ACC Italia on row 8 with Yannick Axman of Fisher Racing. We'll see if it is actually him starting the race. The mix of manufacturers spreading wildly through the field. You've got Nissans, Astons, Ferraris, all kinds of cars up in the top 20, including a Bentley. You love to see it, the DXT Motorsport Bentley, starting in 20th. The Speedstar starting in 21st, and Nikolai Polyakov just outside. Skill issue by Armamentario Software. I love some of these team names. HWR will also be out. They're going to start in 24th place with Alpha Team just behind them. H3 Racing in 26th. And then it's the home of Sim Racing Esports in 27th. Cryonics making an appearance in the top 30 with Black Sheep Racing. Another Bentley entry in 29th this time. Then it is... Rag Nation, Ben McConnell, of course, starting 30th place, 9th in the Silvers. Low Fuel Motorsport starting just ahead of Callet Racing in 32nd, with 47 Racing starting in 33rd. Not confusing at all. Callet in 34th. 79 teams we've got. Los Petos Hermanos in 35th, with Red Caps in 36th. Madcap Racing, I've got 37th place, another Bentley making an appearance, and Runakawa starting in 38th, just ahead of the Scuderia GM Racing Team. Turn 1 in 40th place with MK Racing and Eurobeat Intensifies, starting on row 21 of the grid. Racing in reverse, let's hope they don't do that. I've started in 43rd, we've got... yeah, 43rd for Racing in reverse, and 4 Wheels in 45th on row 23 with DK Racing Team. Then Slow Car Club in 47th, just ahead of the Royal Sim Sports team, 48th place for them. LM Racing Team Hungary in 49th, and rounding out the top 50 is Downforce Racing. Top Racing TV start in 51st for this one, with Apollo Motorsport starting in 52nd. Corn Racing, I've got 53rd place, with Team Tracks in 54th position. Pulse Racing will start on row 28 with TS Racing, just ahead of Zero Lift and Siska Motorsport. There might just be a little bit of lift on this one. NGU Performance starting in 59th. John Razor will be looking to wipe out a few positions ahead of him. Competier.net in 60th, just ahead of another Calit entry. They're on the same row as Strater Motorsports, 61st and 62nd respectively. Kieselbeck and Pit Speed Racing, 63rd and 64th. And on row 33, Strater Motorsport make another appearance with Ticini Power Racing Team. Strater with another car, quite the group they've got there. With No Skill, Just Luck in 68th. Cohesion of Wolves, another phenomenal. Eamon Kozubek Racing, 69th and 70th. And 71st, we've got cars starting from the pits. That's Nalhala Racing. So they are going to be out of position. That's the Grand Touring Veterans on screen. Then Fisher Racing Casual, 74th. We are getting to the back of the grid. USG Racing and Rookie Racing Motorsport on the penultimate row of the grid, with Raptor Racing Esports and Racing Rabbits. The final full row of the grid, and Quanta Racing bringing up the rear. 79 cars. Oh, this is going to be fun. Yes, yes indeed it is. Now let me see, just trying to get the live timing working. That's going to have itself some fun as well, trying to keep up with everything. We'll get a look back at the chat in a momento. Yeah, we've got a lot of cars on display. A lot of drivers per team as well. The Spotters Guide is an absolute who's who of sim racers. Some serious talent we've got. Out of course, Boothby leading the way, Gaskell, Minar and Abu Ladzi behind the wheel for them. The most drivers in a team is 5. The fewest, we do have some 2 driver teams. Red Caps Racing, I've only got 2 drivers, so the USG, as well as Ticini Power Racing. Who else have we got? We've got a few 3s in there as well. But yeah, 2 drivers for a 24-hour race, that is quite the commitment. And Grantis Karakas and Taras Junknevicius will be racing this one as well. Visceral Esports by the Lithuanian Mafia. I was looking forward to getting to that one. But yeah, only 2 of them taking part in this. Some beautiful photos on the side of the car as well. Do love some of these liveries. It's incredible the work that they put in. So we're on a warm-up lap. I'm going to quickly hydrate. We've got a lot going to happen. Here we go, this will be one of the few times we'll see them go side by side through Blanchimont, certainly early doors you would hope. I'll be here for 2 hours. We do have, I believe it is Christian that's going to be taking over. We've got Tim Loon making appearances as well. Mike Noz will be in the commentary box. Laps will be in from the Pro Series as well. But here we go. This is halfway through the grid. The incident bar could be interesting on this opening lap. Just to confirm, did we get a car starting from the pits? Yes, we did. So yeah, one car will be starting from the pits. 79 will be starting on track. 24 Hours of Spa by LFM will be starting any second now. It's going to be an absolutely almighty run up that first hill and onto the Kemmel Straight, and the Melody braking zone is going to be fun. It's foot down, it's flat out, and it's flying at the turns at number 1 and 2, and it's a change in lead already. It's Nicholas Hoban squeezing it side by side. Opel Racing Radion for the first time at Ascot, a solid battle for the lead of the race already, and what a view. Third place has got B. Haley and really putting the pressure on 255, and almost a bit of a bump draft there. It looked like, yep, cheeky bit of bump drafting going on between the teams as they try and keep up with the 255 Lexus. And he's holding inside line beautifully there. Oh, but one of the Nitro cars has gone off track. He had 4 wheels off track there as he made that overtake. He's surely going to have to redress that position as they come down out of Melody for the first time at Ascot. They're going to go 3 wide. It's going to be Nicholas Hoban that's temporarily got the lead of the race. And 255 have stuck both cars through. Boothby is behind Towser now. We've got some big changes going on. Stubenrauk is losing positions as well, but Boothby now down to 3rd place after those opening exchanges. Absolutely solid work by the Nitro team, completely cut them out there, and not only that, it's put Boothby under serious pressure from Grantis Karakas. Down through Puon we go for the first time at Ascot. We've got a couple of penalties that were cleared. I think cars slightly out of position on the start line. And we've had an absolute bare minimum number of incidents as well, which is phenomenal to see. Some positions have changed and been gained. Let's have a quick look and see. Looks like Alpha Team Racing had a bit of an off-track excursion, so too did Speedstars. They've dropped 10 positions. Absolute thick and fast traffic, and yeah, you can see they are carrying a bit of damage there, and they are certainly carrying the hopes and dreams of quite a few drivers directly behind them. That's quite the battle. It's a Lamborghini we can see out with Stavolo having a big old look up the inside. That is not turn 1, and it's not the Porsche either. It's all going off. We've got the big drop in the start. Sim RC Endurance by Barmenia. They're down 24 positions to 41st. They've just made back a spot there. Let's get some helicams so we can actually see almost what's going on. Let's go 3 wide. Oh, and there's a whole concertina. We've got a car sideways, and that is not what you like to see. Oh, we've got someone coming in the pits. So that was the damaged Lamborghini coming into the pits. It's all changed now, as you can see. Oh, we've got one poor car stationary. Oh, and that's not stationary, and that's a big contact, and that is a lap 1, an end to a lap 1. You don't particularly like to see for the drivers. They've done so well to get to the end, and the timing tower is just having a bit of a moment. It's put some of the pitted cars into the lead, but it is Nicholas Hoban for Team Nitro that are leading the way. Towser in second for Nitro with 255, down to 3rd Karakas. And there we go, that should tidy up any moment. He's in 4th position at the minute, ahead of Stubenrauk and Kevin Braun. Leonid Makovkin for Ragioli. He must have just recently signed for them. Excellent addition for them. Makovkin. Sorry, everything moving a little bit slowly at the minute. 7th place. Dynamic Motorsport got Nürnberger behind the wheel. He's still running where he started. Renault Ritchie for Simatech. Wow, a few of the drivers have changed teams there. Up to 9th, Jaroslav Honzek. Jardy is out for the Jardy community team. They've made up 2 places. And LFM down 2 at the start. Benovsky, GMR Motorsport. He is down 12 places so far. So a big tumble down the order for them. I'll tell you, let's see if we can find a cheeky little replay. In fact, no, bear with me a second, let me see. DXT Motorsport down 43 positions as well. We've got 2 cars in the pits. Eurobeats have dropped massively as well. Let's see, car AAA, I think they were involved. Oh, come on. No, that's unfortunately not registered as an incident, so I'm not sure what happened there. Oh, Boothby's now down to 9th. No, sorry, we've got some pitted cars that are showing at the front of the grid. That'll sort itself out in a moment. Boothby definitely not in 9th place. He is still running in 3rd position. Yeah, the telemetry is just having a bit of a moment there with all the cars that we've got out on track. 79 of them making an appearance. Good luck with commentary that says, yep, we're definitely going to need it with everything that's going on. The live timing not quite loading either. We'll see if I can get that fixed soon as well. I'm going to close that to try and preserve some frame rate because it is very busy. Team Nitro is still kept busy up at the front. There you can see. Technical and some hay fever issues. Let's go. We've got Grandes Querekas. He is certainly going, as we can see. Let's get some front right wheel. There we go. Through Blanchimont, where Angels fear to tread, drivers fear to go side by side at any kind of speed. Here comes Boothby and the Lexus. That thing in a straight line, very quick indeed. The Porsche doing well to fend them off, you would say. I'm sure I saw someone in the chat saying the Porsche is dead in ACC. I don't think anyone told the Team Nitro that, and they are currently in 2nd place and fending off the long-legged Lexus, it seems, in a straight line. No doubt that slipstream coming from their team car ahead. Oh, certainly helping a bit. There's a bit of a stutter there for a couple of cars, and it's a good breakaway they're getting, as we can see behind Querekas. Although it's a good breakaway, Stevenwick is definitely still keeping up with them in his Audi, Aston Martin. What a truly stunning engine though that is. Once again onto the Kemmel Straight, not the best rear wing for that one. Let's see how far back Braun is. So yeah, a little group forming just behind the top 4. Nürnberger looking to get himself back involved after a couple of spots dropped early doors. Makovkin down 1, Ritchie at 1. Honzig still holding his spot in the top 10. So much going on. Vinovskis still down 13 positions, but entrenched in an absolute battle here with Freund, who's up 6, being followed by Makes and Moritz. Now Moritz for Dynamic Motorsports by Callens, one of the cars I was looking for on the replay. They're down 14 positions, so they were inside the top 15. I think it was a pretty early accident for them. Let's have a look. Okay, so we'll have a car just having a slight connection issue there, and that led to a bit of contact. Fisher car looking for a big move up the inside. Oh, and that is clumsy. They've ended up inside one another, and that is another car stationary. Only one corner further away from where we saw the previous car stationary, so that's what happened to Dynamics to drop all those positions. And Holborn is now dropping the cars behind him, and that could be problematic for his teammate in the Porsche. Although once again, the Lexus legs outrun by the Porsche. I tell you what, that thing in the slip, 2 Porsches in fact, sorry, because it is 2 Porsches leading the way. And the slipstream that they're giving one another is keeping them ahead of a Lexus and a Ferrari. I mean, the Ferrari's one thing, but the Lexus in a straight line. We'll see what Boothby can do on this lap. It's an absolutely incredible start. But did see 255 drop down to 3rd position And almost down to 4th if Grantis Karekis had got in his way. Look how quickly they ascend. Absolutely incredible. Here comes the Lexus again. It is incredible in a straight line, as we know, but the slipstream paired up Porsches are absolutely keeping them behind. It only just gets onto the back bumper as they get into the braking zone, and the little nimble Porsche that could certainly can get itself out of Melmaday ahead of the Lexus. You can see just in the early phase of the corner exit. And apologies if we've got some artefacting on screen. Hopefully that's not coming through on your end. Certainly the drivers, no artifacts left there. The Ferrari just dropping back a bit out of Speaker's corner. He's getting himself a bit closer to the cars behind. That'll be a trend if you look at the stop. This is a fascinating battle for the lead. I really do want to have a look down the rest of the field. We have had some cars coming in and out of the pits already. The Slow Car Club have been in, so too has Wanamaker, and that is actually a driver swap for TS Racing as well. The Speed Stars down 56 places on where they started after that pit stop that they've just taken. Yeah, and it was quite a lengthy one as well. Felix Vire has been into the pits. That looked more like a drive-through. Oh, they started in the pits. That's why. Valhalla Racing, they started in the pits. They are back out and running, and 73rd, so they've made up 6 places, which is not too bad. Although they are net down on where they started, of course, or where they should have started, based on their quality position. So many battles going on. 56th place looks like a bit of a hotbed of action where Scuderia JM have got their Ferrari under all kinds of pressure and applying the pressure to the Aston Martin ahead as well. And Gillette all over the side there, and Big Val 49th. Now there's Aaron Ganter for Korn Racing. He's got the BMW. Let's see, actually get quite a good onboard rear view mirror. There we go. Beautiful scenes as we're heading out of the turn 18 chicane. Oh, Calat Racing going for it up the inside. Has he outdone himself on the brakes there? Yeah, I think that was maybe just a little bit too keen by the Calat car. Couldn't quite get the car rotated, carrying too much speed into the corner. Did go for it though. Is he going to go for it again? Oh, a slight connection issue there from one of the cars. He is indeed going to go for a big send. Don't know what's going on there. And he has made that one stick. Very nicely done by the Calat car. Aaron Ganter making up another spot. Much like the cohesion of Wolves, they've certainly been cohesive in the opening stages. 22 places they've made up on the start, so they did manage to avoid the turn 18 chicane housery, and yeah, managed to make their way past. Dominic Cyprus still down 16 positions, but it's an ill wind that blows nobody some good. The Lexus getting jumped at the start, and Four Wheels just getting jumped there as we jump on board. But they are up 13 places so far. Biggest gains up in the top 15, of course, is H3 Racing. They are up from 26th to 13th in the opening couple of laps. That is the type of progress the team will be absolutely loving to see. And he has got a nice bit of space behind him as well, and a couple of cars ahead. Can his Porsche work wonders in the slipstream like the race leaders are? The race leaders are still Team Nitro with 255, so a lot of cars to scroll through. Now with 255 still doing the chasing. Karekis, oh, here we go. Here we go when 4 become 5. Let's go front right wheel. There we go. Yeah, so steering out for LFM up to, still in 5th position. One of only 2 cars to still be running in the position they started in out of 79. 2 cars. The other one, it's the Rag Nation Endurance Team, Ben McConnell and the gang. He'll be live on Twitch, of course. Do jump over and say hello. But yeah, only 2 cars still running where they started. 6 laps into a 24-hour race. Love to see it. And a couple more cars dropping into the pits. The timing tower just erroneously updating the Aburas and Godillo and Ramon Rayner, I think, have just pulled into the pits. That's why they're showing for some reason up at the front. Let me just check. Oh no, they're not pits. Ah, blue flags. So yes, some of the pitted cars being blue flagged already. Wow, 7 laps in, we've got blue flag traffic to contend with. This is what endurance racing is all about, quite clearly. We do have some penalties coming in as well. I have lost track of those unfortunately because there was a few bits and pieces going on. Hello to everyone in the chat as well. Great Drive Car 141 from 54 to 41st, first lap. Can the commentators see the chat? Yes, hello, good evening, good afternoon, or good morning, depending on where you are. My girlfriend watching her first 24 hours of Spa ACC absolutely loves it, says these guys are nuts. Alex, your girlfriend is absolutely spot on, they are bonkers. There's a few teams that are doing this with only 2 drivers. We've got some teams, most teams have got as many as 5 drivers, but there are a few teams of 2 drivers, and one of those teams is currently in 4th position and pressing for a podium. Where is car 262? That is a very good question. I'm going to be honest, I think out of the 80 cars that might be the one that's missing. We had 80 cars set quali times, or one of them set a time just to make sure. Oh no, sorry, my apologies, There we go. The Cruel Buren Racing Team, CGR, Runakawa behind the wheel. There he is in his Porsche. Very nice paint job as well, not easy to line those paint blotches up. Okay, well that BMW is absolutely lining them up into the final chicane, though not quite close enough as the Porsche defends by going on the attack. He's got a Ferrari just ahead. Oh, and that's a good exit by the Porsche, as you would expect. The Ferrari could be in some source trouble here. Yep, he's pulled out the slipstream and he's got the car more than side by side. It is his apex to take, and that is a solid overtake from the Porsche. And it's left the Ferrari driver. Come on, cameras. Everything. There we go. Sorry, camera's running, reacting a little bit slowly at the minute. But yeah, perfect timing to ask. Caught ourselves an overtake on Stephen. As I say, the Ferrari absolutely thrown to the wolves. Is he? No, he's not. He's not quite close enough there. Yeah, apologies. Controls running just a little bit slow at the minute. It's taking a while to jump between the cars, but we will get a look at what's going on. Oh, and Boothby has taken one of the Porsches. He's taken back one of the positions. So missed that ever so slightly. But Boothby back up to 2nd place after dropping down to 3rd. That puts the Porsche at the mercy of the Ferrari and Stubenreich as well. He's been no slouch in this opening stage. The top 4 we're starting to run away with it, or starting to extend a bit of a gap, but he is reeling them all well and truly back in again. The Aston does sound absolutely mean, especially when you hear it reverberating against the wall. Oh, and the Porsche is looking very quick again. Towser absolutely hanging on to the back of Boothby for 2nd place, while Nicholas Holman absolutely running away with it now in the Porsche. You can see the gap that he's got, a completely free run up Rouge Radion and onto the Kemmel Straight, while the 4 chasing cars bunched certainly nicely from his perspective. Let's see, look at the Porsche go. That is incredible work on the setup and by the drivers to get that much speed out of that thing along the Kemmel Straight. It's pretty impressive. So yeah, any calls that the Porsche was dead in ACC, I think they might be out the window now. Someone forgot to tell Team Nitro that. Oh, and that is so close down through Bruchelle. In the speaker's corner, so much curve, a little bit of a glitch there on the screen, but they all did make it through nicely. And to tell you, Nürnberger as well, he's got himself a bit of clear air. We can see him just coming down into poo on himself. So he's going to be closely involved in this battle pretty soon as well, you would think. Still a nice bit of a gap as far as Team Nitro are concerned between Boothby and Holborn, but that does look like it is dropping. 1.7 seconds is the gap at the moment. It just stretches out to 1.8. I'm wondering how quickly that'll drop the next time you hit that Keble Straight. Two Porsches in the top three, a Ferrari, a Lexus, and then Astons. As far as the eye can see, Steinbrenner looking for a move for LFM. He's outside the top 10 after the start, looking to catch back up though, and that's blue flag. Just running a bit wide there. Oh no, it's not, it's Masood. It was Masood, sorry, my apologies. H3 Racing, they're now starting to drop back down the order after a solid start. They've lost a couple of positions, although they are still up 14 spots with Manuel Wagner for Black Sheep Racing. They've got their Bentley up to 13th, so again up from 29th position they've made it, so that is yeah, an incredibly good start from them. There's still a whole lot of racing to go, but yeah, if you can get a start like that at the start of a 24 hour, you would absolutely take it all day long as they head down the hill. Not everything just having a bit of a moment again. Yep, a lot of cars too. For the software to work through. Again, we've got three cars that appeared ahead of the leaders, but it's still Holman, Boothby and Towser that are leading the way. Towser and Kareka still as close as possible to Boothby. Stubenrick's right in there as well. I was right, Nürnberger is dropping that gap a bit as well. He's finding a couple of tens here, there and everywhere, and he's certainly going to be one to watch very soon in that Aston. He is the leader, sorry, the second Aston at the moment, of course. Stubenrick leading the Aston charged the chase, and McLaren's up to 10th. He is up to 9th for ACC Italia. Of course, what other car would ACC Italia be in other than the Ferrari? Driver's name's on the side of the reflective paint job as well. That looks very good. And Ferrari looking pretty good as well. Leonid McCovkin, the driver, behind them, and we know he is absolutely no slouch, driving for Raggioli this week. Still Towser in second. I tell you, the Lexus has got past, but he's certainly not breaking away. Let's see how he goes on the run to Blanchimont. Oh, and again, the Porsche doing just enough, I think, to keep the Ferrari behind as well. The Lexus going to break away a bit. Oh, and we've got a stationary car on track. And they all bunch up again in the braking zone. Something's got to give pretty soon. Boothby now 1.8 seconds down on the leader. And we've got a four-way battle for second place. Yeah, Holborn having a dream start. He's got the fastest lap as well. Go and have a look at an incident here. Oh, it's cohesion of wheels. They found themselves a really good start. Oh, where is the replay? There we go. Oh, just takes a bit of a tap, and then again, yeah, having to hold the brakes, a lot of shimmying and shaking. Yeah, pulls onto the grass to get going again. But yeah, cohesion of wheels, that is a big drop down the order for them. There's Kevin Braun in the Aston Martin Barmenia car, just going past Gordillo. A bit of neck, bit of a minor connection issue there for one of the cars. We seem to be a bit jumpy. No, there we go. Yeah, we're running good, we're running good. So yeah, we're only 25 minutes in, 10 laps done. It's still Nitro in first and third place with 255 competition, taking pole after the 4 quali sessions yesterday. find himself back up to second place after being down to third. And tell you what, Stubenrauch is absolutely hammering on the door of the top four now. He's effectively been given a very free pass to catch up and make it to get himself involved in this battle. And Aston going to be doing good things in a straight line along here, especially with that double slipstream. Whoa, right on the edge of the track limits. Not going to be close enough though to go for a send. Of course, the car's ahead in the slipstream as well. And it is deja vu, Groundhog Day. Through turns 18 and 19 as they exit towards the finish line and fire along towards La Source. It's going to be Hoban that once again will reach there with a clear-ish rear view mirror. Still 1.8 seconds ahead, so he's absolutely maintaining that gap, no problem at all. On board the Lexus, and that is full tilt as you would expect. A couple more driver swap positions there. Wagner looks like he's eyeing up a move on Masood, who's only just recovered from that slight mistake. Still up on where he started though. The Bentley, let's see what he can do. Again along the Kemmel Straight. And the Porsche just taking a bit of a middle line, and there we go. Moving over to the left, securing the outside line on the way in. Blue flags waving as well. So some of the pitted cars, I think we've got a couple more cars come in to the pits. Yeah, so there's a fourth car come in. Oh, it's Fisher Racing Casual. Car 193, they've come in as well. Oh, sorry, yes, there was a yellow flag recorded for them. Remember, that Ferrari looks pristine, so any damage hopefully fully repaired. No damage on Hoban so far though, but the big battle, of course, right here. Stubenrauch's still right in the hunt, and Karakas still right in the middle as well. Let's see if I can get a good, there we go, good rear view mirror, perfect, jump on the Porsche. We can see the Ferrari there, and in fact the Ferrari a bit further behind, didn't get through the campus complex as quickly as Towser did in the Porsche. The BLA and Binitro Concepts car having a very good sector 2 there, and that's given him a much easier run into the final chicane than he had on the last couple of laps, that's for sure. But here comes the Ferrari on the brakes. Look how close he manages to get. It's absolutely incredible when you see the way he can close that in the braking zone. It is amazing that the Porsche is fending him off for so many laps. But again, the corner exit, it's all down to the Lexus and the Porsche. I mean, it's really down to Porsche. Given what that car ahead of him can do in a straight line, he is hanging on absolutely magnificently, as to be said. Yep, there we go, so I'm just checking a couple of things. We've got, yes, so it's still a battle for the podium positions as Nicholas Hoban is now, or is still, sorry, 1.7 seconds ahead, so the gaps have stayed exactly the same, apart from Stubenrauch, sorry, he's just dropped back a bit. He's now 1.2 seconds down, and I did say that Nürnberger would be involved in this one sooner rather than later, and it is proven to be the case as he is now closing in on Stubenrauch. Jaroslav Honzik has made up another couple of spots, and he's up to 4th. We've got yellow flags. Giroux sort of trying to keep up there. Looks like Steinbrenner, if I can jump on these cars. Steinbrenner down to 23rd, so he's just had an incident. The 256 car, I wonder if he was taking avoiding action. So yeah, in the Melody he was looking fine. Oh no! Oh, selected himself an Aston Martin and almost a Ferrari on the way out there. The replays don't seem to be holding up very well, so we just give them a miss for the moment. There we go. Hopefully that is up and running again. Just about. Nicholas Hoban and Sergio, but again though, they got 1.8 seconds. Boothby and Towser trying their best to dispose of Visceral, a two-man team. Again, Karekas driving with only one other teammate today, Junkin Vicious. That is quite the stints to be putting in. Let's see what Towser can do. Along the Kemmel Straight again, it's the long legs of the Lexus that keeps the Boothby ahead. Almost a bit of a wiggle on the back of the car. I think they call that esports setups. The things are on an absolute knife edge. Boothby still looking to close in while Stubenrug looking to catch back up to that group ahead. Jean-Miguel Reno-Ritchie, he is catching up to the Bentley of Wagner, and Honzig's made up another place. Honzig has made up another place with one of the other cars dropping out of the top 10. An absolute solid start for the JRDA community team. Up 5 on where they started. Of course, completely outmatched by Masood and Wagner for HT and Black Sheep. 17 and 19 places respectively, and that is almost a swapping of positions there. Wagner independently really popping the back end of that thing out of Speaker's corner. The bold strategy, let's hope he doesn't try that too often for the rest of the race. It could be an early bath for the Bentley if he loses it through there. In fact, it's an early bath for anyone if you lose it through any part of this track. Let's face it, it is an absolute murderer at times. Grantis Kareka still keeping pace with the cars ahead, and now closing in once again. The Porsche going to be looking in the rear view mirror rather than looking ahead at the Lexus. Now, given what he's done on the brakes so far, is this the time? No. Oh, he's going to think about it. No, he's not. Pulls out with the slipstream just before the braking zone and pulls back in. Almost has a bit of a lock up there, or a slight lock up there, as the wheel almost fully stopped rotating. Let's see. Stubenrug 1.2 seconds down, and it is still the Ferrari of Karekas looking to break into the top 3. Top 3 which has seen some serious changes, of course. If you weren't here at the start, Boothby in the 255 car, currently in second, was handily out-teamed by Hoban and Towser. The Team Nitro and B-Alien by Nitro Concepts cars managed to get their way up to first and second. Towser lead, and it's just been absolutely synchronised, not symmetrical, synchronised driving from the drivers up the front so far. No quarter given nor asked. Oh, and that is a good run there for one of the Astons, home of Sim Racing Esports. They're going to go for a big launch before we even get to halfway along the Kemmel Straight, and that could be a move done and dusted on the inside if you can keep it neat on the brakes. Armamentario looking to fight back, not quite got the straight line that they needed this time around. And that is when 2 become 3. That is Benicia out and Moritz for Dynamics by Callens. They're down 5, so we know they've got pace. In fact, we know everyone here's got pace, let's face it. But yeah, certainly Moritz down on where they started the race. And he's got 2 Astons ahead of him. You look at that. Oh, Bortanovic in the Lexus. Bit of a yellow flag going on there. Oh, off-track moment and a slight minor contact there. We've got Gaggles of Ferraris, Gaggles of Lexi. Is that what you call the group of Lexus? McConnell's made it up too. Rag Nation started in 30th. And let me just see. And yeah, up to 8th place. I believe they started in 9th in the silver, so that's them up to 8th. Good to see progress there. We've got Red Caps who have, I believe, made progress. Oh no, sorry, they're where they started again, 36th overall. So that's back where they started. Grand Usual for DXT. They've made back a few positions, but they're still down 25 spots overall. Of course, the big drop in position so far, and the big gain again though. Gamow for the Speedstars ended up dead last, and now back to 72nd. They started the race in 21st. So a big drop there, but a long way to go. Braun is in the pits, and so is Rookie Racing. Only 35 minutes in, so yeah, these won't have been planned stops for the cars further down the order. They're still absolutely nose to tail through several parts of the track. Pulse Racing, the Pulse will be racing. Yeah, it's got a Porsche just ahead of him, looking for the overtakes there. We've got Jan Flax in the Ferrari for Sis Motorsport. Carrying a bit of damage on that front end. Through Blanchimont we go. Oh, and it's actually the battle going on just behind. As Shear coming under all kinds of pressure from the Bentley. Andre Loeffler. There we go. Absolutely hanging on at the back. Loeffler for the Racing Rabbits. Another team that have had a good start. Up 17 places. They started 78th. They have been racing their way through the field, and they're 3 wide into Lesueur's round the outside. He tries to go, but he's just opened up the inside line there. Damon, I think, is holding on to this one. Jan Ruschel, another driver for an early pit stop. Yeah, so more early pit stops in. That's Ruschel that is in. Rina Kamla was getting some cheered on in the chat. If anyone else does want to see any other cars, do give us a shout. There is a lot going on. Yeah, hello to everyone. I think there is live timer on ACC Drive. I'm not sure if the link is fully working. I couldn't quite get it to work a moment or two ago. I don't know what to say, I just joined. Good afternoon. Why on the floors? I thought it would be a popular car. Yeah, some issues with the stream yesterday. It's, we're using a different, different broadcaster and commentator today. But yeah, we will have laps back later on. Not sure. Yeah, just one of those technical gremlins crept in. They do like to do that for live broadcasts, I guess. I've had, yeah, many an experience with it myself. Stephen Rauk, he's had plenty of experience being the hunter and the hunted. At the moment, he is both with Nürnberger, looking to make more improvements in the top 10, already up to 6th place. Oh, McLaren losing a position there. Wow, outdone by the Porsche in a straight line. Masoud, what a charge! The H3 racing driver up 18 spots now to 8th position after going past McLaren as well. Wagner in the Bentley now separated from Masoud. Holbein is still 1.8 seconds ahead of Boothby, but more importantly for Boothby, Towser's 1.5 seconds down and still feeling the pressure. There we go. From the two cars behind, so we'll see how long Towser can hang on to 3rd place with Karakas and Stubenrauk. Absolutely piling it on behind. Nürnberger's 1.2 down, so he won't be long and get involved in this battle. And we've got, is that Meeks in a battle as well? Not used the Aston rear camera. Oh no, a bit of a gap there actually. That was popping up that they were quite close. There is. Yeah, so Lasse Striege and De Buono, they're going for it down in 23rd place. Let's see what the rest of the field are up to. We've got 43rd. If anyone is keeping track of all the position changes, congratulations. There has been several. There's currently... Oh, we're back to 3. 3 cars are now running where they started in the race. Towser, Stubenrauk and Bugler for Cal Racing. Everyone else is absolutely all over the place. There's Mayer just making a quick overtake there. Musterman getting a move done as well, although white flag, I think he ended up off track ever so slightly. Alexander Link with a bit of contact with the Audi ahead of him for the Competier.net sim racing team. Let's see what he can do out of Stavolo. Looks like he's got the run to Blanchimont, all's tied up, or does he? Yes, he's not going to be... Oh yeah, he's going to be looking ahead actually. The Audi's just touched that inside curve, and that's going to compromise his run. Carlet Racing could bounce here as well. Not quite close enough, but certainly close enough heading into La Source. And Carlet Racing's Rambo Ramon Rainier almost getting himself a free crack at a double overtake there. Yep, they are going to be staying close for a couple of laps, you would think. There is Yannick Ackerman. Down 2 on where they started. It was David Tepper, in fact, the GM team. They've dropped in the order a bit as well. And Niels Rademacher, 18 spots for rookie racing, so not much rookie about the start of their race, that's for sure. Solid start for them. Loeffler, the Racing Rabbits, still making moves, still involved in battles. Oh, he's run wide through the source. That is going to invite the fellow BMW driver, car 300. Oh no, that's a blue flag. My apologies, sorry, the BMW there on the inside is actually a blue flag car. That is Benovskis, the GMR car, who is just out of the pits, running at the back of the grid at the moment. And that's a full slipstream train right along the Kettle Straight, with the blue flag car at the front. Lights are flashing. You would think that would be the time to give the position up, but nope, he is absolutely hanging on in there. Much to the frustration of the drivers behind. Let's check on the race lead situation in Holborn. Now that Boothby is not battling with the cars behind, he's increasing the gap, and Tauzier is dropping like a stone. He's now down to 5th position. Let's just check and see if there's anything on the incidents. If we can get there we go. Oh, and he's coming under pressure again. He's about to lose another position as I'm looking at the incident report. Oh, and he's taking a bit of a touch on the way through the Melody complex. And that is Tauzier being overtaken by Stubenreich. Nürnberger now looking to get himself involved. Honzig not too far down actually, 9 seconds down, and considering the advances he's made so far in the battling that's going on ahead of him, he could definitely be one to watch in the coming future. We've still got, the drivers still got 23 minutes before their stint timer expires, so plenty of time to change these positions before we come into the pits. Renault Ritchie looking to get back up into the top 10 as well. Down in 11th, of course, started in 10th. He is just behind Wagner as they come down towards Puon as well. But we'll stay with this battle here between Nürnberger, Tauzier and Stubenreich. And it's Nürnberger that's looking to pile onto the Porsche's woes. Tauzier now down 2, so from ascending to 2nd, now down to 5th place. So it made his way up to 2nd, now down to 5th, and it could be 6th sooner rather than later. His Porsche driving teammate, Nicholas Tauzier though, Nicholas Hoban, sorry, is still not only maintaining that gap on Boothby, but is increasing it. And this is very much a high-speed circuit, so this is quite the performance by the Porsche driver to stay ahead of the Lexus. Mass confusion reigns in the grid. And we've got some clouds, of course, we might see some rain. We'd be absolutely jaw-droppingly amazed if we didn't before the end of the 24 hours, that's for sure. A bit of cloud form, but the temperature is up to 32 degrees on where it started. And Tauzier looking to hang on to the slipstream, and he's done so well there in fact, and has managed to drop a bit of gap back to Nürnberger, and is now keeping pace with Stubenreich. We'll see how long for. Stubenreich now trying to catch up to Karekis, who is up to 3rd place for Visceral, so another team with an absolutely solid start, starting in 6th place. The 2-driver Ferrari team now find themselves up into third. So yeah, good opening stint from Karakas. I would guesstimate he's probably going to be doing a few stints. Yeah, they'll at least do back-to-back stints. I imagine most of the drivers will be opening on a double. What are the thoughts on this? We've got Go the 499, Go Team. Flavio asking, is it live? It is very much indeed. Let's Go Tiny, says Johnny Everton. Nice, how is it done? I thought this kind of video was only possible as a replay. No, just jump in. Absolutely, the same, never complained or explained. But yeah, absolutely backed up with the hay fever there. The medication not doing any, not fully doing its job. Yeah, jump in as a spectator. You can even jump in with the car, and you can use various controls, F3, F5, F6, and it'll change the camera angle. Various tools, ACC TV, of course. The remote tool that we use. And yeah, some great camera angles in the cars. There's the world famous street dog as well on the side. Let's get back to this battle up ahead, and it is Towser who is reapplying the pressure to Stubenrijk. So Stubenrijk in the Aston again. You would think that would be the quicker car in a straight line, with the Porsche absolutely keeping pace. And we've got some blue flags ahead. That's the Raggioli car. Oh, and it looks like I got the stint timer wrong, in fact, because that is a whole mountain of cars that have just come into the pits. Oh, sorry, my apologies. It's a 48-minute stint timer today, of course. Oh, wow, so he's got 1 minute 33 left to get into the pits. You can see now. That is what you call a busy pit lane. Cars absolutely everywhere. There is the race leader though. Where is he now? Coming through Fang. They're only just coming to the campus corners now. I tell you what, they're really cutting this close for that stint timer. Just under a minute. Yeah, it should make it to the end of the lap now, you would think. A couple of yellow flags on the radar there, but that is just cars stationary in the pits. It's because there'll be a lot of cars sharing pit boxes. 30 seconds to get himself in. Now, I tell you what, the drivers behind are going to need to be quick here. Where is Towser? Honzig stayed out as well. Nürnberger came into the pit. Honzig, there he finally is on screen. Just coming through. Blanchimont now. Wow, he's really managed to maximise that stint timer. That is going to be right on the edge. But he does pull into the pits, of course. Hoban is now in. As I said, Nürnberger. He pitted on the previous lap, so let's see where he is when the rest of the cars come back out. In fact, let's see, he's in Bruxelles now. Yep, so he is coming through Fang. Boothby still heading to his pit box. Look how close Karakas now is behind them, so they've got close through there. Let's see, Nürnberger. Oops. There we go, sorry, it's taking a couple of seconds to switch the cameras over when the drivers are all in the pits. Because there is quite a few of them. But here comes the Aston. Karakas, Boothby, they're all still in the... Honzig pulling in, Stubenrijk, Towser, Nicholas Holban, race leader. Looks like he is on his way back out of the pits. Nürnberger is coming through the final chicane, so he is going to be pretty close. Holborn, the long, painful run. And he's got a couple of cars ahead of him as well, so there's blue flag cars that have come back in for another pit stop. Holborn, please give me the rear camera. There we go. So he does have some clear track to come out to. Nürnberger is... oh, that's Jardier. So Nürnberger is up and away. That almost looked like a bit of a track cut there. I think he's held on. Yes, he has. Tauser's come back out in 4th place. Kareka still in 3rd. Honzig back out. Yeah, so all these teams double stinting the drivers. It's a 48-minute stint, so yeah, very quick turnaround in the pits. Certainly during the rain or when it gets late at night, if the track temperature really drops and sits at a decent 17-18, could we see drivers double stint with tyres? It's a possibility, certainly 32 degrees. That is going to be a bold strategy to say the least if you're trying to double stint them out there. Drivers definitely out there that are definitely capable. But I'm not sure it's going to be the go-to. Sasha Wassner then. 6th position there. Oh, and Aidan Walsingham, sorry, is behind the wheel. So there has been a couple of drivers swapped. There has been driver swap, my apologies. Bastian Richter is out for the Be Alien by Nitro Concepts. They really have shaken up the driver lineups between the two cars. Wassner Walsingham is out. Masood has come back out. Offerman is now out for Black Sheep Racing. David DeMarco is out for ACC Italia. We've got Carlos Engelhardt who's out for Fisher Racing. Renault Rich is still out. Liam Walsh has come out. Maximilian Kral is out for Cryonics. Marvin Moritz was out. Beblix is driver swap. Manisha is not a driver swap. Stage breaks. Benjamin Voigt is out. I wonder if there's any of the boys' jokes we could go with there. Heumer is out. We've got Burez and Bratanovic out. Sander Sabo, quite a few driver swaps actually. There's 80 teams, of course we've seen a few driver swaps. Georgiev is out for 47 Racing. Wanamaker is still out. Timo Krobler is out for Khaled, with Swatco taking a stint for Strater. They've got quite a few cars out on track. Nico Grundler has made an appearance, so is Sasha Taubner. Rademacher was out previously. Fabian Kretzer, 41. For the Kozubek Racing team, he's just come out and taken a spot here. They're on a good start. Dora is still out. Agliati comes out to take a stint. Camacho is just out. Lucas Road is out as well in the Aston now. And Bunovskis was out. Iradzik was already out as well. So yeah, quite a few changes, but after stint number 1 it is Team Nitro in first, 255 competition in second, and Visceral Esports in 3rd place. With Aston's being so strong around here, 3 different manufacturers in the top 3, not too shabby at all. BLA by Nitro have got 4th, with Nürnberger for Dynamic Motorsport by Challenge in 5th, and it's LFM in 6th, followed by the Jardier Community in 7th. H3 in 8th, Black Sheep Racing in 9th, and ACC Italia currently holding on to the 10th spot. They've got Fisher Racing though, and Simatec Automation, Jeffrey Miguel Renault Ritchie behind the wheel of that Aston Martin. They keep to make back the places that he has lost. Cryonics on an absolute charge in the Lamborghini. 14 places they've made up, and in fact, yeah, big shout out to Black Sheep Racing. They started in 29th place. Yeah, they started in 29th, and Masood started in 26th. So these two are making up double figure. 38 positions they've made up between them to find themselves in that top 10. Karekas. Boothby had a battle on his hands to hold on to the lead. He's now got a battle on his hands to hold on to 2nd place, it seems, as Grantis Karekas for Visceral. Both of these drivers out for the double stint, and Karekas looking for another overtake if he can. Boothby now hanging on for dear life to that 2nd place. Both of them had identical pit stop times as well. In fact, Boothby was 6/10 quicker. So yeah, Karakas really has hit the ground running, and the long-legged Lexus once again trying to run away into Lacombe. This Malmedy complex really is a fun one for the drivers. You have to hook those left-hand wheels on the green part of the curve, and look how much of the track they use as well. Absolute millimetres from the track limits. We do have some penalties coming up on screen as well. I don't have full view of them at the moment, unfortunately. Minor technical hitch at my end means I can't see them, but you all will be able to. Is it just my TV without sound? Nash, this is in game. So yeah, this is just me streaming myself from a 4070 Ti. I have turned the graphics down ever so slightly because of the number of cars, but this is absolutely 100% just an in-game stream. There's no fancy bits and pieces. The stream and the game are actually both running on the same PC as well at the minute, so it's not even like we've got a separate PC that we're running for the stream at the moment. Yep, this is all 100% in-game, my man. It does look very good. It does look very good. Yeah, no point giving verbal answers if he can't hear us, but there we go. Karakas just going past the back marker there, and it's going to be absolutely solid. We've seen drivers pit at the end of lap number 1, so we are going to see an absolute solid train of back markers for the rest of the race. 79 cars now to deal with. We do still have all 79 running. Yep. And I think we're pretty much constantly going to see a car into the pits. The BMW just getting itself out of the way through Bruce Shell to let Karakas through. All this playing into the hands of Nicholas Hoban once again, like the Team Nitro need any help to win races. Spoiler alert, they don't. 3.6 seconds is now the gap, and he did take a pit stop. In fact, his pit stop time was almost identical to that of George Boothby, both of them stationary for 31.9 seconds. So yeah, that has been quite the drive, and quite the slick pit stop from both of them. There's Andy in the chat cheering on PS UK. Now where are they at the moment? Andy, sorry, who is it that's driving for PS UK? Does Liam Moss not drive for PS UK? Yes, he does. Yeah, there we go. He does have his team name. There's PS UK there. I knew the name. There is Liam, and there's Andy's name on the side of the car. Love to see it, Andy. Any chance of some spoilers? Sabitron is in the chat as well. Good evening, good afternoon, or good morning, whichever part of the world you're in. Of course, Mike Noz, he will be commentating later today in the opposite coast of America from myself, so he will be... yeah, he'll probably still be in his bed, hopefully, given the time it is there, but he'll be joining us. Sabitron will be joining us as well. A whole host of commentators for the race. As you would expect, over the 24 hours. Let's go Boothby. Waps in the chat as well. Good afternoon, good sir. Well done on getting through the qualifying stream last night. An absolute testament to your character there. Technology, apparently it's our best friend. Not sure I quite believe that, but there we go. Certainly Boothby and Holman is loving the technology under him at the minute. So too Sasha Wasner. That Porsche really is getting found out in the race at the minute. They've got a lot of blue flags to deal with, but more importantly for Richter, he has got Sasha Wasner to deal with as well. Down through Puon, they've got 3 blue flags ahead of them. And 2 of them are fighting for overall position. Love to see it! So that is going to keep all of them well and truly on their toes. Here we go, through Campus. It's a lot of slipstream as well, so the Porsche, we've seen, it's been incredible. Again, at the start of the stream, there was viewers in the chat saying that the Porsche pretty much dead on ACC. No one's told Team Nitro that. That's not a memo they have received yet, and it's one that they will probably ignore when they do get. Oh, interestingly, the cloud is gone. Oof, the cloud is gone. It's going to get very hot here. Aha, the tyres are going to get absolutely melted. See you in the booth in the next hour. Tim Loon in the chat. Back on LFM once again. Tim, it has been too long. Absolutely can't wait to get you back here in the commentary booth. It will be Tim that takes us away. I'm looking at the season 18 instead of the LFM 24 hour broadcast. There we go. So yes, it'll be Tim that's joining us. He'll be taking us through another few hours of the race, and so much action he's going to have to keep track of. That is for absolutely sure. Can confirm in my little nerdy geeky hunt for data, not a single car is running in the position they started in. Every single car has either gained or lost positions since the start of the race. So again, not one of the 79 cars has managed to maintain their starting position after the first 48-minute stint. Of course, we've even seen cars into the pits twice so far. And it is a Tone Star for Valhalla. They started from the pits. And they're actually up to 58th position, so not a bad strategy. They did have quite a long pit stop on that last one there. I think they had to get some damage repaired. But yeah, they are head and shoulders quicker, so starting from the pits, not too bad an idea. We've also got Alexander for Speed Stars, another team that had a treacherous start to the race. They've just had a pretty quick pit stop, but it is their third so far. So yeah, 3 pit stops for them so far. And that sees them down into 75th, and Riati just swapped places with Lichter as he has an off-track excursion. That's the one we're looking at there. I wanted 45th, there we go, excellent. Oh, nice solid battle going on here as well. This solid battle between the Silvers and the Pros, and that is a bit of a bump draft there for the straighter Motorsport car. Gives himself a nice big, or gets himself a nice big bump up the hill. Is it going to be for nothing? Oh, look at that BMW behind them, absolutely destroying the gap between them. It's amazing how much the slipstream helps when it is a similar car. He's gone for a big send up the inside, and he makes that one stick very nicely indeed. That is a very, very, very good move indeed. Let's see what's happening with the race leaders. They're all the way up at the top. Nicholas Hoban now 4 seconds ahead of Boothby. That is just an incredible display in the Porsche. Absolutely incredible. Let's jump on board with Fisher Racing. They're looking to take even more positions. They're up 6, although, yeah, the occasional wheels, despite dropping down, is that correct? Yes, it is. It's incorrect, sorry. It looked like they'd made a massive jump up the field, but they just caught up in some traffic. So yeah, let's get back on to ACC Italia and Fisher Racing. Both of them have made up 6 spots since the start of the race, and it looks like they've got themselves in a nice little duel at the moment down into... we're already close to 10 minutes into this stint. Again, 48 minute stint timer for the drivers to navigate. That's a lot of pit stops to take over the 24 hours. And in fact, I'll leave you with this while I have a very quick pit stop myself. Sorry, some hay fever medication maybe. Last stage in the Bentley. Another driver fully entrenched in open warfare here. He's got the Aston Martin of Manisha just ahead of him. Let's go team 420, says Cinzano as well. Welcome in. That's a big wiggle by the Bentley. That's not where he wanted to go, and that's taking him off track. He's ended up with the car on the outside of him though. Manisha still in the hunt and does get back ahead. The Armamentario team just holding on to the positions. The Bentley and they're coming under increasing pressure. That's Raggioli racing next Babin, not too far behind I believe. Yes it is. So Babin out for a stint for Raggioli, and that is an open invitation to get involved in the tussle going on ahead of him. You can see how close they are. Oh, Rouge Radion onto the Kevel straight. How was he held on to that? Nick Babin with all the steering input there. What a save that was. That really seriously could have been a hurt on there. Masood getting cheered on as well. Masood's had an incredible start. Very, very, very good start for Masood. Up several places so far. Who else got 141 Hunting P1 in class? Let's see, car 141, there we go. That's Kenneth Reyes. Oh yeah, so the AMs having an absolute battle as well. Yeah, very nicely pointed out, thank you very much. 967, you can do this. The message coming in from the chat. Hopefully that was the correct accent to apply. But Kenneth Reyes for Team Tracks. Oh look at this absolute battle going on here. Several cars, a couple of blue flags in there as well. There's 35th just in the front of the group, and it could be 34th very quickly as Reyes manages to get a position, but it's not the one he was aiming at. It is the Bentley that was 2 spots ahead that's lost traction, so the Bentley now dropping down. It's all changing there. Nathan Gray looking to go right back round the outside if he can for Los Patos Hermanos. He's not managed to make it stick. Falls back into line with Steinbrenner now for low fuel. Motorsport going past Krona. So Corner, sorry, he's been overtaken while Reyes is still chasing Georgiev and Okawa, who is running the Porsche. Another Porsche leading its class, which you'll love to see. But Reyes now in the firm hunt up to 3rd place, and Okawa will be the firm focus now. Let's see, Marcus Bebek, sorry, for low fuel. He's still chasing for position as well. So too is Sabo and Manisha up in 18th place. Let's see this one. Wow, they are still absolutely nose to tail. The team ironically called skill issue. Decide to elect for the bump draft along the along the Kemmel Straight. Catches the two Astons up to the Bentley ahead. It's Lasse Striege that is the driver. They are currently targeting for Madcap Racing. They certainly won't be too mad with the start that they've had. Up 21 positions for Striege so far, started in 37th place. It is a fluid situation to say the least in an endurance race of 79 cars. And it's a fluid situation that's seen Striege and his team, as I say, up 21 spots. But now coming under slightly more increasing pressure from Mix Manisha and Babin behind Babin for Ragioli. They're down 12, so he'll definitely be keen to stay involved in this battle and take all three of these spots back as quickly as possible as he can. And I tell you, he does look the closer of the two. After the bump draft from Armamentario, it seems to have dropped them back a bit. They're going to have a bit of work to do out of Stavolo. Really going to need to get a very, very, very good exit. Yep, the Bentley flat out and right on the edge. All five of the cars on screen there, absolutely on the edge. The Stavolo exit keeping them on their toes. Into Blanchimont we go. And yeah, it's currently looking like that Ragioli car and Nick Babin is going to be the next one making an overtake. Where is he? There he is. Oh, curse to the commentator. Just as I say that, Benjamin Voigt says, remember me, the Honda Sim Racing car. Now right on the back of this battle as well. Here we go into the source. And it's still Bentley, Aston. A whole lot of Astons down in this little group here. Still up at the front. Walsingham for the Jardier team. He's putting in some very good laps. He's got that gap back down to 9.6 seconds. Again, another team that's made good moves in the top 10. Sasha Wassner just making his way through the traffic, trying to keep up with Bastian Richter, who is now right on the back of Nürnberger once again. Using the slipstream from the other traffic very well indeed. Karakas, he's still in third. And he is keeping in touch with Boothby with a gap now 1 second, 1.3 we think Alexis again through these faster parts of the track should have the advantage. And yeah, it does stretch out, but he's not got any advantage at all over the Porsche. Holman at the minute, 2 minutes 16.455. His fastest lap of the race, not bad on a 32-degree track. And he has got that gap up to 4.4 seconds. Again, himself and Boothby had exactly the same pit stop time. But before the pits, it was only 1.7 between them. It's now up to 4.4. Babin for Ragioli, still all over the back of Manisha. Meeks has managed to make a bit of a breakaway. Where is Striege? Yes, so Striege in the Bentley for Madcap. Yeah, still being followed by Alpha, the two of them. Oh, he's going for the flash of the lights. He's going for it up the inside. The Ragioli car looking to retake the position. Very nicely done indeed. Armamentario still hanging in there. Manisha, he is going to be very close as the exit and head towards the source. There we go. Not quite close enough for a counter move, and he does have Benjamin Voigt managing to keep very, very close indeed. Yeah, more movers and shakers there, and the top 10 we've still got Engelhardt and DeMarco, Fisher Racing and ACC Italia. Which one we'll go for? Let's do on board with the Nismo. Really does sound like a full-on race car. And Bastian Richter and Nürnberger, in fact. Yeah, Richter still not quite able to find his way past in that Porsche. Karek is still keeping it to 1.2 seconds. Holman and Boothby. Oh, and that is a big wiggle. He's managed to hold on to it though, just about. Or there might be a slight bit of neck on that screen there. It seems to be flickering slightly. Out with Stavilo, away we go. Oh, and that is a bit wide there. That might be a bit of a slap on the wrist from the in-game stewards. Do not want to be picking up drive-throughs. It does seem fairly inevitable at this course, given that it is 24 hours. And the track limits are tantalisingly close to where you need to be to get the quick laps in. And of course for overtaking as well, those slight little tiptoes. Off track. Godzilla in the top 10. Godzilla. Oh, and he's gone for it there into the source. There's been traffic ahead there. Now this is going to be a whole lot of slipstream that these drivers are getting on the bonnet of the Nissan. Let's go Fisher Racing and see what they can do. There you can see the blue flags waving. Oh, and the Ferrari, and that's what I'm talking about, the track limits. The Ferrari had to go way left here. He caught up at the most inopportune of moments, and that's been massively inopportune as the Nissan is going to absolutely outgun him in a straight line. There we go, into the braking zone. Easy work then for the GTR. And that is Fisher Racing back up to 9th position. Or sorry, up to 9th position. DeMarco for ACC Italia. I'm not sure why there was some lights flashing behind. Oh, okay, sorry, yeah, DeMarco. Not DeMarco, sorry. Reno Ricci is right on the back of this battle. So he's managed to close up on this one as well. Ah, okay, the Nissan got ya. Yeah, Nissans have been doing quite well. We do have a couple of them, quite a few Bentleys as well. Good to see those back on the grid. It used to just be a Bentley show in endurance racing, but the petrol tank. Getting a bit of a nerfing. Ooh, a couple of yellow flags. Actually, I'm going to leave the replay alone. Unfortunately, with the number of cars that we've got, replays do run a little bit slow. But Rochelle involved in an incident. His Bentley then losing a couple of positions, or a couple of more positions. They're now down to 24th. Kaufman and Nathan Gray have just swapped positions as well. So that is great for Los Patos Hermanos. Down 7, so they have descended down through the ranks as Joshua Kaufman in the team find themselves up to 41st position. Not many Mercedes in this actually. Not many Mercedes. Runokawa is still leading the ARMS, the Kroll Duran Racing Porsche, currently running in 35th place. He's made up 3 positions overall as well. So great start to the race for the ARMS. It's Rays for Team Tracks in 2nd place, and Dennis Corner for DK Racing in the BMW. They have got 3rd in the silvers. I believe it is DeMarco. It is ACC Italia's David DeMarco, who's seen battling with the pro drivers. In 11th place at the moment, but leading in the silvers with the Bentley of Black Sheep Racing. Another team that's rocketed through the field. They're up to 12th overall. More importantly for them, they're currently on the podium. On the podium, 22 hours and 41 minutes to go. Let's just keep that in mind, shall we, Mr. Commentator? And Marvin Moritz for Dynamic Motorsports by College. They have dropped 2 positions overall. They did start in 13th place. They're still in 3rd though in class. So they've dropped to 3rd in class from 2nd. Offerman for Black Sheep taking the Bentley past them. So that is how it looks there. Lassus Street's not too far behind either actually. 10 seconds down in that Bentley, and he is putting in some very, very, very good laps at the moment. And of course in the pros it is Team Nitro leading the way after jumping 255 competition at the start. It is Hoban, who is now 5.8 seconds ahead in the Porsche. George Boothby now still in second place, got back to second after dropping to third halfway through lap number 1. Now back up to second. It was Richter that managed to take second temporarily, but he's now down in 5th for the B Alien car. It's Karakis for Visceral that rounds out the top 3 for the Pro class. And a great race for them. Again, another car that has ascended. They've made up 3 places. Biggest mover in the top 10, of course, H3 Racing, up 18. Yeah, I mean, genuinely, I've mentioned it a couple of times now, with a couple of people in the chat saying that the Porsche is not really competitive anymore. Again, quite a few teams not getting that memo. And managing to work absolute wonders with the machinery around here at the minute. Let's see where Zabo is for LM Racing Team Hungary. That is Manisha for Armamentari, who he's got just ahead of him. Manisha's put on a fairly stout defensive display so far. It's about to be tested once again as he is trying to catch up ahead. We love that high pitch that Lexus English. What English is this? It's Scottish, unfortunately. So there is, yes, a bit of a difference. Quite a thick accent. But welcome in. Hopefully some of it is understandable. We will have much clearer English speakers in very soon. Tim Loon, in fact, will be joining me, or taking over, in not too long. In fact, about 40 minutes time. Maybe just over that, just less than that. Somewhere around that market will be Tim Loon taking over. And I will get myself around the casting booths nice and soon. Now 24 hours of racing. We've still got 79 teams in the race. We've had quite a few pit stops so far. The Pit Speed Racing team right down at the back of the grid. A couple of trips in the pits for them. Rookie Racing as well. Sasha Fliegel for a stint for Slow Car Club. They've been in the pits 3 times so far. As has Alexander Lubozlavsky for Speedstars. 3 stops for them. The highest position car after 2 stops so far in the race. Nalhala Racing, they started in the pits and then took a pit stop at the end of the lap, the end of the stint, but they're still in 54th place. Which means they've made up considerable places so far, 17. So again, not a bad start from them at all. Masood, and it's actually Nürnberger that was trying to jump on with there. He is still pressuring, but the Porsche is holding off at the minute. I tell you, it's just a valiant effort by the Porsche drivers out there at the minute. Karakis still keeping pace with Boothby, who is just about keeping pace with Hoban. The gap's still 5.8, although in saying that, it's just jumped to 6.2. Yeah, Hoban absolutely flying. And constant traffic, as you would expect at this stage of an endurance race anyway. An hour and 23 minutes in. Who else are we cheering on in the chat? And of course, big shout out to, there's teams out there doing this with only 2 drivers. It's going to be incredible to see how they get on. Karakis at the minute, of course, at 3rd place for Visceral, and himself and Jacques Novicius will be driving this in a 2-driver team. A lot of the other 2-driver teams have actually dropped down. Keegs is 2 drivers, so is USG Racing. They're currently in the pits. And Ticini Power Racing Team, another car with only 2 drivers. That is an absolutely Herculean effort. Oh, lots of yellow flags. Yeah, so we've had a big incident there. 499, let's go. Hello everyone. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning again, whichever part of the world's around. We've got teams from all around the world taking part. Rochelle and Georgiev coming into the pit, so that's a bit earlier than planned. Kracer just having a bit of an incident on the way dog, bit of contact on the Kemmel Straight. It's all happening at the minute. Did we get car? Yeah, we did. Georgiev came into the pits. Andriati just getting the move done out with the source and getting past Rochelle, but Rochelle likely to come straight back along the Kemmel Straight here. One of the few McLarens that we've got in the race. Neil's boot. Sorry, okay, so no, sorry, those positions have swapped because drivers around the pits, Georgiev and Rochelle. Rochelle on these stands as the other car comes out. Jonas Pola for Wag Nation, so he's taken over for Wag Nation. To hell and back on the back of the car, Godillo hanging on at the spot at the moment. He's got the inside line, so that Aston is going to have a good run down the hill. No slipstream given to either driver, and that could be a mistake. Oh no, Steinbrenner is a bit down the road. Thrain with a yellow flag there just on the way onto the Kemmel Straight, so I'm not sure what's going on there. Godillo and Hakola, they're still battling away. This is for 31st and I believe for 10th in the silvers. They're battling for you. I'm not quite close enough there, so he is going to back right out of that overtake attempt there. Sabo for LMLM, he's all over the back still of Manisha for Armamentario. Engelhardt as well in 10th, so we were there 23rd and 10th. So Engelhardt still keeping pace very handily with Renault Ritchie, who's actually losing time to Masood ahead. Walsingham still holding on very well to 7th and keeping the gap again. That stayed at 9 seconds, so lapping exactly the same pace as Wassner ahead of him. Wassner for LFN in 6th. Karekis now breaching that 1 second gap to Boothby, as again they're making their way through the traffic, so that's going to be nice extra bits of slipstream going the way of Karekis and the Visceral team. It's certainly working in their favour at the moment. Oh, although saying that he's just mounted that outside curve, so we get another blue flag. But that is 255 competition directly ahead of them. Oh, yellow flag for Moritz. So I think he's just run wide ever so slightly there. Maximilian Prahl is well up the road. It's Offerman from Black Sheep just behind Moritz. That's still running for Dynamics. Now let me see. Okay, yeah, I can maybe work on that for you a bit. Sorry, there was an update on my audio software yesterday, and it has changed a couple of the volumes. Hopefully that's a bit better. But yeah, if there is any issues with the audio, do let me know and I can try and balance it out a bit. I believe... yes, so yeah, we'll give that a go. Hopefully that's a bit better. Let's see, Nicholas Holborn then, 6.4 seconds up the road. It was Engelhardt, the one I was keeping an eye on though, because he's got Renault Ritchie just ahead of him, and he really is more than just keeping pace with them at the minute. He was a couple of tenths, and yeah, Renault Ritchie has got a quicker overall, faster lap time, but Engelhardt is more consistently meeting his fastest lap of the race, with the last few all 2 minutes 17.4. A couple of tenths ahead of Ritchie. If you can finish this with a good lap here as well, you'll be well poised on the next lap. Nick Babin for Raggioli, they're looking to make back places. Perfecto. Yeah, no problems at all. Absolutely no problem at all. Yeah, we're here for the drivers. We're also here to make sure you all at home can enjoy the action. If your team, a few team managers will be in watching as well, trying to scout themselves some data. That is an hour and a half into the 24. and Raggioli into the pits. So of course a 48-minute stint timer. They may be pitted just that little bit earlier. They don't seem to be carrying any damage, but they are in. So we'll see where they come back out. It's going to be well down the order again, as you would imagine. More gratuitous on board with Godzilla. Now that I've found out that that is the nickname for the Nissan, absolutely love that name for it. So it's one I will be stealing and using as often as possible. That's for sure. And we'll see what the Nissan can do against the mighty Aston Martin. Engelhardt trying to get Fisher Racing into the top 10. Renault Ritchie has made his way back into the top 10, was down in 12th or 13th position in the early stages, and is now up to 9th after starting in 10th, so a decent start all round. A net gain in the first hour and a half. It's certainly something you wouldn't turn your nose up at the start of an endurance race. And Engelhardt, I don't think he'll be turning his nose up at any potential overtaking opportunities presented to him by the Aston ahead through the campus complex. Ooh, bit of a wiggle by the Aston just as they headed out that bottom corner there. He's going to need to absolutely nail this on through Stavolo if he's going to stay ahead into the all-important turn 18-19 braking zone. And yeah, I think that Aston's done just about enough on the exit to Stavolo there, so yeah, bit of a flutter from Renault Ritchie, but he's steadied the ship within one corner and he's got himself, yeah, nice clear rear view mirror into the braking zone. He's going to finish this lap and start the next one still in 9th place. Karakas has dropped some time then, half a second. Yeah, Karakas has dropped half a second, sorry, to Boothby. Bastian Richter still defending from Nürnberger, that's at 1.2 seconds. There's Karakas there. Yep, so he is still directly behind Boothby despite all the blue flags that they're weaving their way through. Engelhardt within 3:10, so let's watch this one and see what happens on the Kemmel Straight this time around. Renault Ritchie, as you can see, just see that Nissan badge sneak in between the bottom of the window and the rear wing. Good drive in a straight line once again by both cars, and it is the Aston that maintains position for the moment. Walsingham for Jardier, 9.6, so lost about half a second. Not too bad over that. They are still up 5 places though. Great start by Jardier behind the wheel to start the race off, and gets them up 5 spots. Walsingham comfortably holding on to that at the minute. He's got a good 2.5 seconds back to Masoud. Maximilian Prahl is looking for positions at the expense of the PS UK team. The Cryonics Lamborghini started in 28th. So another team having a very, very, very good start. And he's trying to get it done on the exit to Pooh on their side by side. The Lamborghini takes the inside line and takes the position very nicely there. Maximilian Prahl, what a move that was for Cryonics. Takes the spot from PS UK. PS UK as well have had a very solid start there. They've almost held their position. In fact, they've improved by a position now. So they started 14th, they're up to 13th place. Oh, Manisha's made it back to 22nd. Manisha. So we now once again have a car running where they started. So yeah, Beblik is now by. Oh, of course, that was saw someone coming into the pit, so that's why they've made that cheeky position without actually taking a position. There is Sabo all over the back. Oh no, sorry, that is a blue flag going past there. Sabo and Hoymer are fairly well separated at the minute. Renault Ritchie with the boys in the pits. Wow, so we're already coming to the end of the second stint. We did see the top 7 because, yeah, Jardier, he got an extra lap in on the rest of the field before they came into the pit. So yeah, this is the pit window reopening. We're going to see quite a few movers and shakers here. Holborn will have, as long as anyone was, he got 3.5 minutes left, so he's only going to get one more lap then. So he's got one more lap before he comes in to the pits. Car 992, Masood for H3, so quite a few people cheering him on in the chat, you'll love to see it. And yeah, well worthy of being cheered on. As I say, 18 spots in this field is not bad in the open an hour and a half. There are all the cars coming into the pits. There is the race leader, 6 seconds ahead of 255 competitions, George Boothby. Here we come to the end of the stint as well. Kareka still within a second. Still firmly in the in the traffic as well. And there you can see down the side all the cars coming in to the pits. There's more coming in from behind Karekas. We can cheat a bit and again have a look. We've got 2 minutes 25, so he's going to get this lap. And Walsingham and camera, sorry. Ooh, now. This could be close. Oh no, he's got 2 minutes 18. Or sorry, he basically had 2 minutes 20 when he crossed the line. So he needs to be absolutely on point. Where is Aegith? Now, that's not a team name that's jumping out with me. Do you have a car number? Aegith. We go then. Race leaders into the pits. Boothby, Karekas, that's them all following in. Here comes Walsingham as well, so they all did just make it. Dynamics, they have they taken their pit? Let's have a look. Yes. Yep, so it is once again Dynamics who have the current on-track lead theoretically, as everyone else is in the pits. So we'll see how close they get with it now through turn 15. Yeah, that's a fair chunk through the lap. So they will definitely be involved. There's Karekas pulling into his box, Boothby already stationary. Walsingham still pulling in. There is Richter and there is race leading Holborn. Also, his pit box must be in the first half of the pit boxes. Otherwise, he is in serious danger of losing the lead. But nope, that is the case. So his pit box in the first half. And he comes back out. Kreuzelberg just coming through Lesour, so I think he is going to be behind all these cars. There is, wow, how close are they? Richter and Boothby absolutely on top of one another out with the pits. Let's see if it is still Boothby and Karakas driving. Karakas again only in a two-man team, so it's only himself or Junk Novicius that will be driving. It looks like Karakas is out for a third stint, and it does look like Boothby is still out as well. Oh, he's got some blue flags who have already taken their pit stop, looking to unlap themselves right on his tail then. And it is Junk Novicius who is out. Boothby is still out. Max Frank has come out for Team Nitro. So lots of driver swaps again. Hamado Erquizai is out for H3. Cash Paw comes out for Simitech. Aidan Walsingham is back out for Jardier. Joe McLaren back out for... Oh no, it's not, sorry, it's Honzig. It is Honzig who's out. So Honzig's come back out for a second stint. Karel Neiter is out for LFM. Michael Tauser is out for Nitro Concepts. So, in fact, the only car that didn't swap in the driver in the top 10 is 255 competition. So that's Boothby out for another stint. 48 minutes though, so fairly short. Manuel Wagner for Black Sheep Racing in 13th. Tom Hank out for PS UK. We've got Cabin out for Madcap Racing, so yep, they're all driving. Lucas Stubing out for Dynamics Aston Martin. Makovkin is back out for Radziole. Brantanovic is back out. Nesmian out for a first stint. Robert Flynn for Alpha out for a first. There's Sven Mackenberg out for HWR. Bablink was already out as well. Sikaski is out for the LM Racing Team Hungary with Mike Buglia out for Kalit. Maskovsky is out for the Slow Racing Super Pro Max Esport team. That just rolls off the tongue. Dario Andrich for Alpha making an appearance. We've also got Donardo out for a goal. Lucas Tipak is out for Low Fuel Motorsport. There is Samir Foch out for the Rag Nation, chasing down the silver top fives. Fernandez Blanca is out. Keys has been out already. Mark Weinard is out for 47 Racing. Reno Kawa is still out leading the AMS. Schlama is out for the Turn 1 team. Matthew Royal making an appearance for Royal Sim Sports. Kenneth Reyes is still out. Booker is out. There we go. There's Booker there. Eurobeats intensifies. Corner was already out. Angerer, a new driver to the race as well. Ricky Lafleur making an appearance today. There's Max Bischoff as well for MK Racing. It's amazing the strength and depth some of these teams have got. Thomas Frinking is out. Adrian Pastrana has come out for Top Racing TV. So yeah, lots of driver swaps at the moment. Julian Koenig is out in 45th. David Tepper for Scuderia JM Racing. Max Verstappen having a pre-Monaco warm-up. So he's out making an appearance there. Good to see. Absolute dedication to the racing. I wonder how he manages to go from racing GT3s on Sims to racing Formula 1 cars in real life just before. I mean, I'm not saying that's actually Max Verstappen, obviously, but it has been known for him to do it. I can't go between two different cars. Never mind two completely different cars in different situations. But there we go. Tone Star and John Racer are still out. Florian Waterman making an appearance for Downforce Racing. I'm trying to get through as many of the drivers as we can here. Daniel Doer out for Kozubik Racing. Barent is out as well for Apollo. He's new to the race. Kozubik as well. Dennis Gorgie has already made an appearance. He's been racing already today. Niels Bunch new out on track, I believe. Milan Kraus has been out already, so is so unfit for zero left. Konstantin Bucci out for the rookie racing team. That's quite the surname. Ricardo Karunaniak is out. I mean, let's face it, if you're in Monaco, you're going to have decent internet, and I'm sure with Max's money he could get himself a sim rig in the back of the garage, no problem at all. No problem at all. The race isn't until tomorrow afternoon. He's got plenty of time to take part. How funny would it be if he just started setting the fastest laps and it was actually Max Verstappen? We've got Kevin Bruyne, who is out. He's already been out, of course. Oliver Biretta for Raptor Racing, new driver. Johannes Ulrich and Lenny Pico both already been out. Karsten Bischoff is out for TS Racing. Yevgeny Gamov and Konstantin Gorolik both making a debut appearance in the race. So too Leonardo Joker for Pulse Racing. Jan Flax has already put in a stint earlier. So too is Alexander Link. Jens Serwe for the Racing Rabbits is making an appearance. Franz is the one we really need to look out for. I need a slight bit of context there. Nikolai Polyakov, skill issue by Armamentario, making an appearance down in 73rd place. Camacho has been out, so has Flegel Damash, making an appearance for the other rookie racing car. So too Greg Ov out for USG, and Vimazar has already done a stint here as well today. But as highlighted there, lots of drivers, lots of teams changing drivers, and I can certainly change the lay of the land. And it is doing so at the minute because at the moment George Boothby is handily closing in on Frank, who is in the lead of the race. Oh, of course, Franz Herrmann. Yes. Now, yes, that is what the pseudonym he races under, of course. So yeah, if you see Max Verstappen, it's probably not going to be him. With Franz Herrmann, then you have to worry and look in your rear view mirrors pretty solidly. Junk Novicius could be looking in his rear view mirrors pretty solidly as well, as Taucher starting to close that gap back down to 2.3 seconds. Junk Novicius losing a bit of time to Boothby ahead of him. We do have Nesmayan in a battle with one of the silvers at the minute. It's Bratanovic, who is holding on to third place in the silvers in the Lexus. He is in a sea of Aston Martins at the moment, but he's putting in some very good lap times. Yeah, easily into the low 17s. Yeah, good lap times right through the field. Let's see what's going on. Lots of cars that are close, lots of them are blue flags. So Boucher is on the tail of Reyes. I think Reyes is actually just taking a position. He might be about to lose it though. Team Track's coming back under pressure, and yeah, Boucher does retake the position, but this is a pro versus the arms, so Reyes doing a phenomenal job. With Boucher being so far down the order. 34 so overall. I mean, 79 cars, and the lead amateur car is in 32nd. They're in the top half of the grid, which is phenomenal work. Phenomenal work. So yeah, hopefully they can continue that trend. And Reyes certainly putting a hurting on the pro car ahead of him. Boucher, oh, as I say that though, Team Track's just falling a bit behind the Ferrari on the Kemmel Straight. Lots of blue flags still waving because that is the race leader in front of them, in fact. That is indeed, I believe. Let me just check. Yes, it is. That is Max Frank for Team Nitro. Ah, okay, there we go. I wonder if that's a play on words. I wonder if that is actually someone called Max Frank driving for Team Nitro, or if that is someone going for a clever play on words with Max Verstappen using Frank Herman as a pseudonym. Anyone from Team Nitro in the chat able to shed some light on that subject? Is that someone's actual name, or have I... And I am just massively overthinking it, as I have been known to do on occasion. But yeah, the leader coming through nicely there. Boothby now 2.3 seconds is the gap there, and is still gaining time on Jump Novicius as well. Yep, attack of the Maxes. Attack of the Maxes being attack of the Porsches. They've put on an absolutely incredible display here today so far. 2 Porsches leading 2 of the classes, and in fact, remind myself, Wagner is in the Bentley. So we've got a Bentley. Wow. After the Meta McLaren era, did we ever think we'd see an endurance race 2 hours in? We've got a Porsche leading the pros in the arms and a Bentley leading the silver. Absolutely love it. This is getting out of hand. Now there's 2 of them. I do love a Star Wars reference. Love a Star Wars reference. Very well done. And with the pace that they're going, we do class some of these drivers as aliens. So they could be Sith Lords. It's perfectly plausible, I would say. Leon Crane is out for Cryonics Racing. So yeah, another driver swap there, as I mentioned. They are still up 16 positions. Manuel Wagner for Black Sheep up 18, and Hamado Akiza, after the good work by Masood in the opening stint, they're up 19 places to 7th. So it really has been, yeah, a worldy of a race for them so far. 23rd place looks like it's getting a bit lively. Yes, indeed it is. Is that Stubing just at the front? No, so he has got a bit of a breakaway then. It's, Mikulski definitely doesn't. As you can see, that Lexus badge looming large, and that's one of the Armamentario cars just behind as well. As Carlton Racing Lamborghini looks to go for the big long way round the outside. Oh, big contact. Big contact in the corner there. And the LMLM car has ended up coming a cropper there, the Lexus. Death by wrong place, wrong time. DC Racing did make it through, so did Alpha. Carlton Racing managed to survive, and so did the Slow Racing Super Pro Max A-Sport team. Another Max, and another Max allowance on the number of words in a team name there, I think, as well. That is quite the mouthful. Thankfully I have a nice, clear, concise accent. We've got 30-degree track temperature, so it's dropped too. We've got some clouds have appeared. We'll see if that does lead to any rain. All it did the last time was lead to the cloud burning off. We've got the track temperature back up. We'll see what effect that has. Nazmian is looking pretty quick as well. Bratanovic, the silver driver, still holding on for dear life at this stage to third place. Not only, well, yeah, third place in the silvers is currently looking pretty good. I got 12 seconds back to Babelix, who's got Mackenberg applying the pressure. Boothby taking the fastest lap with a 2:16.3. Yeah, Boothby is on absolute fire, although the gap is now 2.8. It says that Max Frank's just done a 16.8, but I think there must have been a track limit violation. Oh no, sorry, that was the personal best. That was Frank's personal best. And yeah, it was a valid 16.8, but Boothby half a second quicker. The gap now equilibrious, 2.9 seconds front and back for Boothby, which is a better position than he was in before the start of this stint, that's for sure. The Team Nitro car was 6 seconds ahead, and the Visceral car was only a second behind. He is now putting moves on both of those gaps. Leon and McCovkin out for Ragioli. They took a bit of an earlier pit stop as well. They're down 8 positions on where they started. They'll make some of those back. Oh no, sorry, yeah, because they took the earlier pit stop, so this has been where they've come back out. They're currently 13th in the pros, out with the 22. They've got Luca Ben, so yeah, 2 of the drivers on the podium in the silvers, currently being hunted down by pro drivers, both of those pros in Astons. And in fact, if I'm not mistaken, both of the silvers being chased. What is Brantanovic in? Oh, Ben's in the Bentley, Brantanovic in the Lexus. If memory serves, that'll pop up. Yes, he is. So we've got a Porsche leading in 2 classes, and we've got a Lexus in second in 2 of the classes. It's amazing how these little symmetries. Can appear. So here we go. I didn't even realise the time. It is, yeah, long past my retirement time. We're going to have Tim Loon jumping in very shortly. He will take over streaming and commentary duties. So yeah, we'll get him in a couple of moments and do a handover, and he'll bring you the next 2 to 3 hours. And we'll have some absolute talent across the board. So yeah, he'll be taking over in about 3.5 minutes time, and yeah, absolute best of luck to him keeping up with everything that is going on. And he's got some battles to inherit as well. The Astons in 5th and 6th. LFM versus Dynamic Motorsports. Dynamics with a very, very, very good start to the race so far. Up those 3 places, one of them certainly at the expense of Neater and the LFM team behind. In fact, we'll jump on the front wheel. There we go. Through Blanchimont we go once again. 49 laps in, with 2 hours on the clock, so it really does show you how long the laps around this course are. You don't get many for your money, even in a 24-hour race. Although, yeah, we'll see quite a few racked up before the end. Quite a few position changes racking up as well. Luca Ben has been overtaken now by McCovkin, so that puts McCovkin 14th overall, but still in 13th. Oh, and that's a bit close to the wall, but they both survived. And I tell you what, it's the LFM car that survived a bit better there. It doesn't want to get too much slipstream at this stage of the race, because all it does is pull you right up into the wall. And under the rear spoiler of the car ahead at the most inopportune of moments, as you're just kind of cresting the hill, this is where you want the slipstream to take its fullest of effect. We'll tell you, the Dynamics car gets a good run up and over the crest, and is going to manage to maintain the lead, I believe, into the braking zone quite comfortably, in fact. Very nicely done indeed. And that is an absolutely solid run. And that is all that we'll have from me. In fact, we'll get a quick hello from him. Good afternoon, Tim. How are you?
Too bad. How are you doing yourself there?
I'm very good. I'm absolutely loving the race so far. Loving the fact that we've got you back as well. It's been far too long, Tim. But yeah, it's been a cracking opening for the 24 hours so far. And Team Nitro working well to jump 255 and get themselves the lead. So yeah, incredible race still to come.
Yeah, from what I've seen, it's been a very, very close race so far, and it is amazing to see so many drivers, well, teams, still out there battling away. It's very rare that you see Spa with the track map looking quite as full as it does today. Normally it's sort of just, you know, a couple of clumps of cars spread out, but it looks like it's just a long caterpillar of cars. There's just no space at all. So
yeah, it really does.
80 cars is a lot.
It is, and it's going to stay that way for quite some time as well, which is, yeah, we're here for it. But it will be, I won't be here in the commentary box. Tim is about to take over, so we'll go silent for a couple of moments. You might need to hit a quick refresh on the browser, but do not go anywhere. The coverage will continue, but it will be in the more than capable hands of Mr. Tim Loon. Thank you to everyone that has tuned in so far. I hope you've enjoyed the opening of the race as much as I have. I'll pop that on the race leader. Do enjoy the rest of the race. I will be back in pretty much the middle of the race to take a stint, so we'll see you all then. We'll see how the teams are progressing, but until then, thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the race and enjoy Tim when he takes over in a moment. Yeah, YouTube's still running it. Yeah, we're all good. All good. Yes. Right. Cool. Yeah, sound it. Yeah. Yeah, you too, man. I know. Oh, it's been fun. Happy days. But yeah, have a good stint, mate, and I'll speak to you again in a few hours, right? Alright, man. Easy, buddy. Ciao.
Well, that is it. Switch over done. Continuing on now. 2 hours of this 24-hour race done, and still another, well, just shy of 22 hours left to go. Thank you very much there to 00 Raven. Massively appreciate the work you did. Always stressful doing the race start. No one likes to do the race start, so massive props for firing that one straight out the bag. I am Tim360 Lun. I will be doing my best to keep a little eye on the chat for you, and of course, as much as possible, keeping an eye on all the action as it continues onwards. Been a little while since I've done any ACC commentary, so it's very nice. I've been busy doing Assetto Corsa 1 commentary for a little while, so it's very nice to be back here seeing the GT3 cars. Very nice indeed, and great to see so many huge names here that I haven't read out in a little while, but great to see big names still absolutely battling it out for Assetto Corsa Competizione. Obviously the official game of the GT3 World Championship, and it is just, it's still a brilliant game. It's so fantastic. So at the moment on board with our leader Max Frank, who has got plenty of traffic all around them. This is the downside to such a giant grid. It is having the sheer number of cars all around, but they seem to be fairly on their own at the moment. So let's have a little jump back to, this is 4th place, and oh, Oh, we saw a car go firing off into the background. That was a big moment. That was for car number 36, I believe. No, 362. We'll see if we can grab that one. We should be able to hopefully try and catch it. We'll have to try and get the replay. Hopefully the replays are going to work. Can we find number 361? There it is. We're going to go back 30 seconds and see what we can spot. See what happened there. We'll go up to the heli cams. This is coming down towards Blanchimont. What? One. Ooh. Oversteer turning into Blanchimont. It's a super high commitment turn. Obviously, the back end of that car feeling a little bit unstable. Very, very unlike the Mercedes to experience oversteer. Normally, it'd be a case of understeering. The car, I say, drives similar in the wet that it does in the dry, but that's a serious impact. They have managed to get themselves going and staying off the racing line. In fact, completely off the circuit, really. Very good shout. And once the cameras catch up, they have made it back to the pits. So that's the main thing. I don't think anyone else was caught up in that incident. So what could have been an absolutely horrendous incident has managed to stay fairly clean. But right now, jumping on with car number 963 in a very, very close battle. This is Nitter versus... Well, actually, no, this is not. This is Teixeira versus Juvenekis. That car's getting out the way as they fly now through Puhon. Super high commitment left-hand turn. Very easy to get track limit infringements here. But fully committed. 0.2 of a second between them now. There's really not much there at all. And in fact, let's see if we can get on the front splitter. We can. Headphone users, rest in peace. As we look towards the back of the Ferrari in front. Car number 420. Ooh, a little bit of a dab of the brakes on the exit. Have to avoid one of the back markers. Looks like the Ferrari's got the legs though. Still pushing forward very, very nicely. Hopefully the chat is still working. I'm not sure that it is, so if I go slightly quiet, it is while I'm just trying to get the chat working again. I think during the switchover, the chat has decided to pause. So apologies if you have been speaking in the last few moments and I haven't been responding. I'll do some very quick work, but we will stay on the splitter of the Porsche as it continues to fight its way forwards. Possibly going to have a run here. Very, very close. It's going to have to be super brave on the brakes. Can it be done? You look back, and they're still side by side. Still side by side. And no, the position is not taken away. Just about managing to defend the position. Holding on to it. And now finally it is done. Porsche goes through. That is just about managing to make their way through. That was a very hard fought battle. Side by side corners is what we love to see. And more moves going on in the background. I believe that is a blue flag passing though. Jumping a little bit further back now. Back to one of the thundering Aston Martins. Bit of traffic coming into play here as well. Seeing how the traffic plays. Seems to be going through at the moment fairly well. Coming up to a very high commitment part of the circuit just a lap or so ago. Obviously we saw one of the Mercedes AMGs go absolutely firing off at Blanchimont. Can this Aston fully commit through? It has lost a little bit of ground. But Aston versus Aston, so these two should be very, very closely closely spec'd. It's all going to come down to setup and driver, possibly the condition of the tyres, how much fuel are they running. It all comes down to these. In a longer race, it's not just the flat-out pace of how quickly can you lap. And it also comes down to a lot of technical and strategic decisions. Possibly might see something now. Go through the source. A very underrated corner here. Everyone always sort of says about the fact that obviously it's, you know, sort of up through Radion and Eau Rouge, that is where the main issues come around. It's a big scary corner. It is flat out, but turn one can also be very, very scary. It's one of those places you want to get on the power. It's very easy to light up the rear tyres and rotate the car. Is Krusselberg close enough? I don't think he is close enough this time around. Does reduce the gap, and this definitely seems to be one to be keeping an eye on. This is the battle for 5th place at the moment. In fact, let's try and jump onto the rear splitter of car number 258. That's the one. That battle still continuing on as well. The Aston is definitely starting to stretch away. Oh, there's a little bit of a yellow flag there. And that was down at the bus stop, and that's car number 257. But the gap has definitely opened up ever so slightly. Definite track limit infringements possibly coming around here. This is another thing you really have to think about while doing a race of this length, is how many track limits you are going to start stacking up. The last thing you want to do is keep getting them over and over again and causing yourself to have to do penalties and all sorts. That is the last thing you want, slowing yourself down during a long race like this. Races are very easily lost in the pits, and they're quite easily won in the pits. It really does come down to your strategy. How are you doing it? Running all the way to the end? Are you going to try and run a bit of a short stop near the end, just a bit of a splash and dash? But with just shy of 22 hours left to go at the moment, this will still be very much people battling it out for track position. Right, another battle heating up. Battle for 8th place. Absolutely nothing between them at the moment. Oh, and it's the Jardier car. Ooh, and we've just had a yellow flag for car number 6. That is at the top of Radion. What's that car got going? I think it has managed to get itself out of the way, so happy days. That's what we want to see. We don't want to see anyone having crashes. As much as it's very entertaining, if you take someone else out, it's always very disheartening for yourself and for others. But sticking with this one at the moment. I just noticed, and it's Jardier in the car as well. It not only is it the Jardier community car, it is Jards behind the wheel, the happiest man in all of esports. Down through Brussels at the moment. Again, now through Speakers. Big chunk of inside curb. Both running out a little bit wide. Who's going to be bravest on the brakes here? Through Pujon. Who can do it? Who can get the better run out of the exit? Again, it's an Aston Martin versus Aston Martin battle. And when you get two cars of the same brand, sometimes you do find that it really does come down to waiting for someone to make a mistake. And at this level of sim racing, mistakes are not that frequent. So a little jump further down the order. Let's see if we've got anyone else in a nice little close battle. Oh, we do. We've got a lovely little battle coming up here. Three cars all stacked together. Just about managed to break free. Again, another Aston. Very closely followed by the Lambo. Oh, we have got a car off there. That is car number 6 running on the grass, which I believe is the car we saw earlier on that had an incident at the top of the hill. Awesome, we'll move here to the outside for the 777 car. Going to try and go for the switchback. Will it work? Doesn't quite work there, but they are showing intent, and that's sometimes all you need to force a mistake from the driver in front of you, is just applying the pressure. Once you're having to look in your mirrors, you're not concentrating on what's coming up in front. Very easy to miss a braking point. And at this level, even missing it by a few inches. Here we go, looking to the inside now for Blanchimont. Can they do it? That's super brave. The Aston gives them the room. Just tucks back in behind, obviously realising they weren't going to be able to make it. Just keeping it within track limits as well on the exit after that very tight entrance to the turn. Very, very close between them. Just trying to see as well. Car number 6, I believe, is still limping its way back to the pits. We'll see where car number 6 is currently hiding. Here we go, jumping to it. Oh, and that's a very, very poorly looking car. Staying right off the racing line. Well, off the racetrack completely, to be fair. A good way of doing it. Running in 77th place at the moment, and after picking up huge damage, but got to get it back to the pits to repair it. But staying way, way out the way. Step back of the car, number 6. It's a good decision there, keeping themselves out the way, not causing any problems for anyone else. Jump on. Nice little close battle going on here. We've got now 3 cars in this battle. Jardier being passed by the Porsche. Just about manages to hold on to it. Gets the position back under braking into the bus stop. Car number 992 currently running in 9th position behind Jardier and then also behind Paul. Again, a little bit of traffic here at turn 1, but it should give us a very exciting run. Oh, and the back marker dipping out of the way, obviously realising it was better to move aside and try and hold back the 992. A little bit squirrely there, though. A little bit squirrely coming up over the crest. And lost a lot of ground. I think they might have had to back out quite significantly, because through comes the McLaren again to their outside. That has given Jardier a little bit more breathing room, and he's able to take the fight forwards again. He's not looking in the mirrors. He will be looking forward. So important. Oh, just seeing someone saying a chat check. Yep, chat is there. I think everyone is just so upset that Double O Raven is no longer here, and now it's me. Apologies to everyone at home. Very, very different accents. Very different. Him with his slightly more northern accent than me, and me with my very, very much southwest farmer accent from time to time. Right, jumping back now. Oh, and it's lovely to see one of the Lexus. Car number 3, in fact, looking to the inside. Can he do anything under braking here? Not quite. The Aston just about holds on to it. This is Mackenberg versus Kriln. I'm just seeing in here as well, F1 Racing. Are you going to commentate by yourself for 24 hours? I should certainly hope not. No, I'm doing the next 2 hours, and then one of the other members of the team is taking over, but I will be back in the booth. I am taking over for some of the nightmare hours. I think from about 3 in the morning till 9 in the morning. That's UK time, so it's probably even worse than that. So no, there is a whole bunch of us dotted around different areas on the globe who will all be streaming and commentating for you the whole way through the 24 hours. There will be a period of about 3 hours during the night where there will be a broadcast, but there will be no live commentary, but there will still be live camera controls. But then when we get to slightly more social hours in the morning, the commentary will return. And we can continue on yelling at motorsport like we very much enjoy doing. Some very respectful racing going on here as well at the moment, it has to be said. People being very smart about it. Here we go. And there's one of our next gentlemen. It is Sappy in the chat. It's now turning into a three-way battle. The gap's really starting to close up in our car number 3 of Mackenberg. It is under attack. Mikowski looks to the inside. Is he going to get the run down towards turn 2? The Lexus does have the inside here. Are they going to commit to it? Oh, just dips in behind. Hopefully, maybe going to try and get a better run at the top of the hill. Full commitment, foot to the floor. And it is Lexus versus Aston. Up the hill they go. They've also then got the they've got one of the Mustangs as well pushing their way through. Hard on the brakes. Carving its way through the traffic. Obviously, this is much further down the grid. This is the battle for 18th place. We look back at that battle now. From the car of Robert, car number 84. You can see that Mustang joining the party has shaken them up a little bit. The gaps have started to extend. Have a bit of a check back in with our leaders. So Max Frank, and I have seen people in the chat questioning who this driver might actually be. But Max Frank currently running in pole position in the 718 Porsche. Lovely looking car, brilliant livery on that car. And then just over 2 seconds behind, we have George Boothby. Goodness gracious, I'll be very upset that I've mispronounced that name. Car number 255, a veteran of the sim racing world, is Mr. Boothby. Running in 3rd place is car number 963. Michael Tashur. That lovely Porsche. Another brilliant colour scheme on that one as well. Then running down in 4th place, we have got Tadas, who we saw them very closely battling earlier on, but now Tashur has managed to get past and start to pull away a little bit. Well, I do realise we have had a change of position a little bit further back. This was the battle for 7th place. Johnny Honzik has managed to make his way through. Cars starting to pour into the pits now. So there's probably going to be a lot of change as people decide to pit a little bit later, maybe extending their stint out. Other drivers maybe deciding to get in the pits in the hopes of getting some slightly quieter track space. But the pit is absolutely chock-a-block. Are either of these two coming in? Yes! Car number 224 Port deciding to jump into the pits. While this all happens, there will be lots and lots of change out on the circuit. Drivers possibly losing positions and gaining positions. But here we go, continuing on a nice little battle, still rumbling on. We've got the this is the battle for 43rd place with Max Verstappen and Florian Waterman. And both of those cars coming into the pits. Are we going to possibly see a change in position during the pit stops? That is a lovely livery on that 270 car. Very smart looking livery indeed. We might stick with this one just to see if there is a change in positions. It shouldn't be too long on the change. This is further down the grid, obviously, but it's all very important stuff. Jump into the helicam. And someone's very badly parked the helicopter. There's absolutely nothing that can be seen from there. So we'll go away from that again. I think someone needs to have a word with that heli pilot. That is not the best position to put the car. All right, let's have a jump back, actually, towards our leaders. Oh, here comes... We're going to see now on the exit. And I'm trying to work out if the position has been gained. You would think they'd be leaving the pits very closely to the competitors they came in with, but I don't think they're going to be. And obviously this is the full-length endurance pit. It's very long. We might be able to see the BMW in the distance. Maybe the helicam will finally give us something, but it is not looking like it. Such a long run. Right, we've stuck with them long enough. Back to our race leader, Max Frank. Getting a lovely close-up look at the livery there. Oh, great to see one of the Audis running as well. It's the joy of the low-fuel motorsports. Custom BOP, keeping all these different cars super competitive. They're running the balance of performance, same as they do in real life, and it is fantastic to see that it is doing such a good job, such a mix of cars all across the grid. Still that gap from first to second, around 2 seconds. Oh, we've possibly got quite a good one here. Yes, we do have a good one. Side by side. I think there has been the change. Yes, bit of a swap over positions there. Girard and Hankey swapping positions. That was for position 16. Aston versus Aston. A lot of Aston Martins here this evening. Just seeing someone there saying, criminal how long the Spa pit is. It is incredibly, incredibly long. I know some racing series don't run the full pit. They just run the F1 pit. But obviously when you have this quantity of cars, 80, same as they do obviously in the real life 24 hours of Spa race, which is about a month away actually. It's pretty much bang on a month away. You have to use both of them. But everybody is stung with the same amount of time through the pit. Doesn't matter if your pit box is right there at the beginning or right there at the end, you are going to be driving through the pits the same amount of time. I know there's lots of politics that go on within racing about whether you want to be in the first pit box or the last pit box. Here we go, very, very close through Blanchimont. Oh, a little bit of a wriggle on the back end there from car number 9. Can they do anything into the braking zone? I don't think they can. Not quite super close together though. We've got some drivers moving around. Just noticed Samir Foch in the pit. In fact, let's jump in. Oh, the timing board throwing a little wobbly. That is exactly what we didn't want to happen when I try and click on a driver there. Fantastic. Right, George Boothby into the pits. Lots of other drivers coming into the pits now. Let's see who we haven't got in the pits. Stolberg, who hasn't pitted yet. How long have you got on your stop? Let's try and get some predictions going on here. Krusselberg has done 2 pits so far. Lots of drivers now starting to complete their thirds, so probably going to see this car come in at some point. Depending on when their last pit stop was, they may need to jump in, get themselves a big old dose of fuel and a set of fresh tyres. Lovely on the front splitter shot now. Aston versus Aston. Oh, much later on the brakes from the Aston in front. Huge advantage on the brakes there. And these drivers have both completed their pit stops. They have both done 3. Big run now. They've got a few little bits of traffic in front of them. Obviously, the longer this race goes on, the more likely you are to be encountering traffic. With a race of this length, you are almost certainly going to start encountering back markers. Oh, and I think there was a collision there. I think that was a bit of a touch we just saw. We'll try and go back to 30 seconds and we'll go to the drone cam and see what we can see. Is it going to do what we want it to do? We'll find out very soon. Pretty sure there was some contact with the back of the BMW under braking there. Yes! Oh, quite a big bump. And that will not help. They've only just come out of the pits as well, this car. So that is the last thing they would have wanted, is to then be carrying damage for the rest of their stint. Oh, Carnival 141 as well with a yellow flag. Let's jump back on with this lovely battle we had going on earlier. Mackenberg still in the Lexus. Currently chasing after the back of Marcel No. Oh, and someone's gone straight off there as well. That was... oh, the 141 car again. So what's going on with the 141? That car we've seen multiple times now. Going through a bit of a wander. See if we can grab them. Oh, they've teleported back to the pits. And that's a real shame. That's a fantastic looking Mustang. I mean, if it wasn't scary enough coming up behind you anyway, with that livery on it, that's enough to give anybody the sort of the jumps. Right, let's have a jump back on board. Driver change at the front. Nicholas Huben. Tell you what, it is good to be back in the booth with ACC. There's lots of names here. Some I haven't ever read out before, and some it's been a little while since I've read them out. So apologies if I butcher anybody's names. As I always say to any stream I ever do, feel free to yell at me in the chat if I'm just being awful at pronouncing, as someone did earlier on. And you know what? You are right. I probably should have tried to learn everyone's names first, but with 80 teams and, you know, sort of 3 drivers on most of the teams, it was a little bit more than I could get sorted out around the rest of real-time work. But for now, Nicholas Huben doing very nicely. Second place now. Boothby out of the car. Abalazzi into the car. To see the Lexus doing so well. I know there's a Nissan GTR kicking around the grid somewhere as well. Saw that earlier on. Very nice to see yet again one of these slightly older cars being super competitive here at the top end. Oh, we've got traffic. And this is... oh, okay, so this is Bastian Richter, who has taken over car number 963, and he finds a injured AMG right in front of him. And he is going to be going on round But I don't imagine it's much fun driving that AMG with all that front end damage. In fact, yes, that was the car we saw go off earlier at Blanchimont, wasn't it? Had that huge front end damage, so whether they repaired all the damage when they came into the pits, I'm not sure, but that car's still looking like it's been in a bit of a tussle with Mike Tyson at the moment. It's a very broken front end on that car. Right, jumping back to the battle, Mackenberg. Still trying to take the fight forwards. We should be able to get, yes, the cockpit view. I do love this. It's lovely camera mounted next to the driver. You can see the steering inputs. Very smooth, pushing it now. Oh, absolutely flat. There wasn't even a hint of a lift there through Blanchimont. There's going to be hard on the brakes in just a second. Super hard down into the bus stop. Throws it into the right. Oh, and everybody got a little bit deep there. Possible chance to gain a position here. A little bit squirrely on the exit, but he is now absolutely flat out down towards turn 1. We'll jump up to the drone cam. He is side by side with the Aston. And they did change positions very, very briefly. Mackenberg just holding on to it. He's going to be on the inside into turn 2. Yes. And holds on to it. Kind of 84, the Aston Martin deciding it was better to survive the corner than try and stay side by side. Maybe a little bit later in the race we'll start seeing people going absolutely crazy and trying to go side by side. It can be done, but it is usually not pretty at all. All these gaps just opened up a little bit after that big tussle. This is always the way. Sometimes getting into a little bit of a battle with cars around you slows you down significantly and you end up spacing yourself out. Then you've got to build yourself back up, sort of cool your jets a little bit, work on what's going on around you and try and catch back up. Jumping back, it's another Aston on Aston battle. See, the Aston has always been a car that is very stable over these longer stints. Oh, big slide there though from Andrich. Donato looking all over the back of him now. Let's see if we can get the rear wing. Yes, we can. Looking back now. What a great scheme on that Donato car. Reminds me very much of the sort of the Rock-It racing liveries you used to see on Rick Parfitt Jr.'s cars. I'm showing my age there, talking about that. There's probably most of the people at home probably aren't even aware. Oh, kind of a 41 with a yellow flag. Got themselves going. Less than half a second between these two at the moment. Very, very close together. And as I said earlier on in the stream as well, if there's any particular cars, any particular drivers or teams in that regard, do let me know in the chat. I will do my best to put them on. We won't just concentrate on the front 5. We will make sure we spread around. We try and get everybody as much time on camera as possible. Basically, if you are squabbling it out with the driver, doesn't matter if it's for first place, 21st place or 71st place, that is the best things to do. Oh, really, really good exit there from Andrich. And that's going to give him a great setup. If he can commit now and keep this going, this will be a good run up the hill. Still looking back. Both drivers taking a good chunk of inside curve there. That was definitely outside of track limits. I'm trying to remember, I think it was the Celtic Bromance team at one point had a McLaren that was just covered in track cut warnings or track limit warnings. The entire car was, the livery just was plastered. It was a fantastic livery. Some slightly more serious ones here this evening. Well, say this evening, this afternoon. Donato just starting to close up a little bit under braking now. It seems to be much stronger through sector 2. Again, they might both be Aston Martins, but it depends how you've set the car up. If you're running a slightly more, sort of a higher aero, that'll give you the advantage as you throw yourself in. But obviously then you're going to lose out, especially through Sector 1, early on, and the end of Sector 3. You need as little aero as possible there to try and get yourself absolutely flat out and gain as much of a speed advantage as you possibly can. Staying where they are for now, though. No change, but these two still squabbling it out. Very respectful driving coming from both of them. We're going to jump onto a slightly different battle now. This is the battle for 27th place. BMW versus Bentley. The 888 car versus 79. Do really, really love that Bentley. It's a fantastic looking car. A car I could never get on with behind the wheel. Always wanted to try and get on with the Bentley, but I could just never quite seem to get to grips with it. Usually sort of bounced around between the Audi, the Ferrari, and the Mercedes for a little while as well, while I was still sort of trying to get used to this. In fact, knowing how good that car sounds, it seems only right that we jump inside. For whatever reason, the Bentley badge not quite so visible. Oh, and in fact, they backed right off there into before Lecombe and let the Aston through. I believe actually it was under blue flags. Yeah, blue flags are waving. So obviously letting the faster car go through. This might actually come to their advantage as well, though, as the BMW might come off its normal racing line, or it'll be looking in its mirrors. It might start to make a mistake, allowing the Bentley through. There we go. The Bentley badge has now come to life. For whatever reason, it didn't decide it wanted to be front and centre for a little while. But yeah, the BMW is offline at the moment. This could be the opportunity. Can the Bentley take advantage of it? Get a better run through Pouhon? The Bentley now does seem to be on the offensive, pushing forward, looking to try and gain a little bit of ground here, it would seem. Ooh, side by side into the bus stop, going around the outside. That's some brave stuff. Gets the switch back to the inside on the exit and does get the run. That's a huge move. DXT Motorsport. Vincent Angero will be so happy with that. Brilliant bit of driving. Can he hold on to it though? Carnival 79 looking to try and come back. Coming out of the source. No, doesn't manage to get the overlap. And that was an absolutely monstrous move under braking. Very well done and super brave to be able to commit to it. Can he hold on to it now, though? It's going to be a big run up the hill. The BMW is now looking to the outside, looks to the inside. And the Bentley has made his one defensive move. Sticks to the inside line. The BMW is going to be there on the outside. Can he commit and hold on to it? He's really trying. There's a rub and a turn, and it's spun, and there's other cars involved as well. One of the Aston Martins getting involved in that one. BMW and Bentley do manage to get going. And there wasn't a lot of room left at the apex for the BMW, but I have to say I don't really think there was ever going to be space there. It wasn't much of an overlap, and it was basically bumper to bumper, or maybe even possibly wheel to wheel. Not my place to say, but from here in the booth, I would imagine that there is possibly a penalty coming the BMW's way. Very unfortunate in that one. And that has changed the racing environment just a little bit. We've now got different cars involved in this as well. Car number 47 for the 47 Racing. That now involved in this battle. Mark Wienand. Just seeing Sappy in the chat as well. Yes, last night, after I know we had some issues during qualifying, I think every one of us has been on absolutely sort of, stress testing the computers to the absolute limit. As I think maybe the viewers at home don't always know that, oh, here, move to the outside. The BMW, again, looking to, they're going to get the switchback. This is basically 2 laps in a row that we've seen the same move. Although manages to hold on to it. Car number 79. It's just about held it. Oh, got a Ferrari now looking to the inside. The Bentley, oh, possibly went unsighted there against the Bentley. But now we have 2 rows of cars side by side thundering their way towards the source. It's going to be brave stuff. Rouge. Ready on. Everyone survived. The Ferrari looking very, very racy behind, though. These 2 BMWs as well looking very racy. We're going to try and go to the drone cam in the hopes of being able to kind of see all the battles at once as they go in side by side. Still side by side. Looking for the switchback now. Can they do it? Wienand does get the switchback to work. Has the pace coming out of the corner through Bruxelles. Holding on to that inside line. If he can get enough of a run, which he does, that will get himself into the right position. Ooh, I thought we were going to see a dive there into speakers. Not quite. And if anything, that actually slowed down the following BMW. And that has allowed the Bentley to sneak its way through as well. So from a really decent bit of racing, and now suddenly there is a big change up in positions. And this entire pack super close together. But Red Cat Racing, car number 79, will be disappointed in that. 2 positions lost this lap. And there is a yellow flag ahead as well, so something to be aware of. We're probably going to see that just to the right-hand side of the screen in just a moment. Oh, and that is way, way out wide. That's car number 77. Limping their way along. Close enough to the pits. They're obviously going to commit to it. We've now got a bow there. We've got Christian Butcher coming after the back of... Going to try and go round. Can they do it? It's going to be super close. Oh, no, that wasn't. Sorry, that was Wormstein making the moves. And that's 3 positions in the space of a lap. And I think Red Caps Racing be very disappointed in that. Sometimes once you lose 1 position, that is it. You just start falling backwards. It's very easy to do once you kind of get out of your comfortable groove. Right, little battle going on here as well. Tibash. Lucas Tibash. Oh, fantastic. And this is actually the Low Fuel Motorsport car, so good to see them. Obviously, big thank you from myself to the Low Fuel Motorsport community for inviting me back to stream with them once again. Been a little bit of a break. Real life job change meant that I had to give up my sort of regular streaming duties. Just been doing the odd little bits and pieces, but no, it's very, very nice to be back. Oh, it's such a good sounding car. I really do hope that we do see the Corvette brought in as well. I'd love to be able to see The Corvette versus the Mustang here in ACC, and there's battles everywhere. We're going to go to the helicam to try and keep an eye on this. Ooh, absolutely stacked side by side. Like a pack of Bourbons next to my cup of tea. They are all stacked together, but no, they are in trouble. And again, they're going to be nearly 3 wide into the source. They are 3 wide on the exit. The Mustang gets the better of them, though. Jumps up 2 positions. Absolutely fantastic bit of driving there. That was some proper heart and mouth stuff, but fair play. Managed to play the traffic. Oh, everyone does a bit of cutting and a bit of going wide. But managing to hold that together, that could have very easily been a horrendous incident, not only at turn 1, but all the way up through Radion. So for those drivers to manage to hold on to it, my hat goes off to them. I definitely would have broken if that was me trying to race. And say Spa, one of those circuits, infamous for its difficulty, its massive elevation changes as well. I'm very honoured to be able to say I'm actually going to be able to go there later this year. Well, actually, in about a month's time to watch the real-life 24 hours of Spa. But it is fantastic. This is the perfect warm-up. And obviously, huge shout-out to 505 Games. The Assetto Corsa, all of the series, has been brilliant racing games. I haven't managed to get my hands on Evo quite yet. Haven't got my rig available to me at the moment, but when I do, no doubt I will be jumping in to give that a try, and possibly looking forward, obviously, to commentating with that in the future. Battle's still raging on now. But let's see if we can jump on the rear wing of Marcel No. Yes, we can. And he's got 2 absolute monsters coming up behind him. He's got the Mustang. And I love the daylight running lights. Those little markers, red there, just at the top, like little angry eyebrows just above the yellow tinged headlights. Mustang looking to get a bit of a tighter exit, possibly get a run. So this is a 3-way battle for 19th place at the moment. Little look to the inside there, and yes, he's going to go through. And in fact, this is both the low-fuel motorsports cars, so maybe a little bit of team orders as well, saying let the faster Mustang through. But very well done. He managed to do it without letting Mackenberg in the Lexus gain any kind of advantage over them then. This is also one of those brilliant things about esports, is the fact that you can have one team running multiple brands of cars. Although, here we go, going for a bit of a bump draft there, and I think that definitely was a bit of a help the Mustang along, give it a bit of a nudge, and then backed off early before the corner. Through pit path they go. That was some fantastic teamwork there. I mean, the Lexus is still very much looking like it's trying to try and get an advantage. But we've also now got another car joining the back of this group, and that is the 777 car. In fact, let's look back again. Oh god, the Lexus is such a lovely looking car. It is absolutely fantastic. Not seen it enough. I know George Boothby many times has taken it onto the circuit. Oh, but there we go. We've got one of the Lamborghinis in the background while we're sat on the back of one Lamborghini V10 screaming away. We've then got another one, so the Lexus finds itself in a Lamborghini sandwich. You can see the different lines. People looking to try and find any space they can to get past. Just starting to open up a little bit now. We will stick with these cars as they come down towards the bus stop. Full commitment from all 3. Yes, it was. We'll go to the helicam. You can see the way the Mustang has already managed to pull a fair few car lengths. They've got traffic in front of them as well. This could really change things. Oh, trying to work out which way to go. The Lexus went to the left. Matt Astin still pushing fairly hard. He got on the brakes earlier. Oh, but the Lamborghini behind. That car number 777 did definitely get hindered there. Nothing intentional, but just the way that traffic played out, and still hasn't managed to find his way past the back marker. And in fact, still hasn't. Might be able to get in the tow and get a bit of a tow up the hill, but at the moment, the Lexus starting to look now. He's going to commit it to the outside line. Unless he's going to try and get a big switch. He's going to be on the outside here. He does have an ever so slight overlap. It's absolutely tiny. Runs an absolutely massive amount of curb to avoid any kind of incident. Doesn't quite get the job done. Ends up back behind Marcel No. But that Lexus is now starting to look super, super aggressive out on the circuit. Obviously in a good way. But Mackenberg will be absolutely desperate to get this position. He'll want to get it so we can try and go then after the other Low Fuel Motorsports car. And I say this while definitely touching the wooden leg of a table. It's been quite a clean race so far. I haven't seen anything shocking, which is a huge bonus. But nothing too wild. We are going to move away from this battle just for a minute. Let's get some other drivers on the screen. We're going back to the battle. In fact, there's a change of positions. We cut back to that one at just the right time. This is for ACC Italia, Joe McLaren, who I believe should legally only be able to drive the McLaren. But here we are in the 164, going down the inside of a BMW as well. Oh, what a big slide there on the exit. That is seriously going to hamper his exit speed. Has he managed to hold on to it? It's got car number 451 right behind him. He did just get past this car and took away that 34th position, and he's managed to pull a fair few car lengths on him. That is an absolutely fantastic livery. Completely changed the way the front end of that car looks. That is really smart looking livery. And if you've ever watched any race I've ever commentated on before, you know I am a fan of a livery. Anything silly or anything particularly good, I will always do my best to get it on the stream at least once. Right, let's jump back to another battle that's heating up. Oh, and in the perfect place as well. This might be where we see a bit of a change. Running up the hill now. Full speed up the Kemmel Straight. That BMW punching a very big hole in the air for the McLaren. And the McLaren looks to the inside. He's going to have the inside here to turn 5. And he's already ahead by the time they get to the apex. Miles ahead. Small slithering shape of the McLaren just hidden perfectly behind the BMW. And it thunders forward. And in fact, that BMW then also lets the Aston through as well. Let's have a little bit of a jump back at some of our cars further towards the back of the grid. So currently running in 77th place is the Team Tracks car number 141. We saw them with their yellow flag earlier and then having to go back to the pits. Now trying to fight their way up through. They've got, that is the Nissan GTR just coming through the inside of them. And then the Rookie Racing Motorsport, which is gloriously appropriate, to be fair, Rookie Racing, as they are a rookie team, I believe. In fact, yeah, let's try and have a little look at some of our class drivers. Let's see if we can get that. See if we can show the people at home who is in what position and where. Let's have a run through, because we've got 3 different classes: Pro, Silver and Am racing today. So leading driver Nicholas Huben is our lead driver overall and our leading pro driver. And then we go down to Mark Offerman, who is our leading silver driver. Once it decides to change, there he is for Black Sheep Racing. The Bentley looking very, very smart indeed. And we have to go down a little bit further. And I might have just chosen the wrong one. I did indeed. Sorry, that is my bad. There we go. And that is car number 626, running in 26th position. And a dominant lead, actually, here for car number 626. Doing really nicely in that sort of paintball splattered liveried Porsche. And they are our leaders in AM class. Currently, Dennis Vormstein driving that car. They've gained 24 positions, according to my screen. And that is a huge, huge jump up the order. They'll be very, very pleased with that. That is certainly not to be sniffed at. And at the moment, it is looking like it's going to be clear weather continuing on. Nothing too scary. Oh, here we go. We've got a little battle heating up here. Paul versus Valentine Barrier. Oh, there's a name I haven't said in a little while. Valentine Barrier. Or Valentin Barrier, apologies. Said that name many, many times, but it has been a little while. And it's bringing back all sorts of warm feelings. Car number 224 chasing after, and this is the Jardier. Yes, chasing after the number 39 Jardier community car. Really nice actually to see someone like, say, obviously not in the car at the moment, but Jardier or Honzik, as you'll see on his naming board, making a real jump into real life motorsport as well. Really fantastic to see that this isn't just a case of people playing games. This is now becoming a gateway to motorsport, and for many, many people, the only way they could ever possibly consider getting into motorsport is through sim racing. And so games like Assetto Corsa Competizione, and now obviously the Evo. They are brilliant gateways into real life motorsport. You don't need to have masses of money to get into it. You just need to have that bit of skill. The little battle that was going on seems to be opening up now. Barrier starting to open up that gap. We're sort of midway through the stints at the moment. We've got a yellow flag out here. Oh no, that's just because the car is leaving the pits. Car number 53rd place at the moment. Car number 596 for Apollo Motorsport. Oh, a great looking livery on that car as well. Fantastic looking livery. Let's try and get a little bit closer to that one. Oh, and one of the few Audis that is out there just came cruising on past. Yeah, this one definitely is up there with possibly one of the best liveries of the day. Love it. It's very well put together. Benny Daniela, absolutely wonderful looking car. I believe, if I am not mistaken, yeah, one of the AM drivers as well. So absolutely great to see that it's not just all pro teams, that they've broken it up so you have a bit more of a chance of being competitive in your class. Nothing worse than wanting to take part in one of these giant races and knowing you're not going to be you know, sort of full alien levels of fast. But still being able to take part in it is absolutely wonderful. And putting these classes in just breaks it up that little bit. Oh, another set of yellow flags there. See if we can get to that one. We go to the heli. Oh, huge smash up. We have cars upside down, multiple incidents going on. Let's see if we can get that replay working. And I think that the camera's just completely threw a wobbly and we're not looking at the right thing now, which is mightily annoying. Because that was definitely at the top of Radion that all happened. For whatever reason, as things sped around, that got very, very messy. We caught it on the race. Oh, bit of a lock up here. Apologies to any viewers at home. We are just waiting to see what's going to happen. I think that's going to the replay. May have caused a slight wobble. Technical difficulties. Do stay with me. Need to double check some things. It's trying to catch back up. I think we will probably try and stay away from replays in the future. So apologies to everybody at home. If you can all just stay with me for now. Oh, yes. Okay, right. We are going to have to take a very brief break for just a moment. We will be back. I'm not going to be stopping the stream. Oh, are we back in? We appear to be back in. We've got cars going absolutely everywhere at the moment. I'm not sure what has gone on there. Whether that's just me or that's everyone, but there are cars absolutely all over the shop. So just hang tight with me, viewers. It's everyone. Apparently it is everyone. Okay. Right, so we are hanging fire. I'm hearing it is everybody. Right, so do please stick with us for a moment. Technical errors going on in the background. Yeah, we did see, I think it was the Bentley going upside down. I know there was a, I think it was actually during the 24-hour race last year, there was a Porsche incident that caused some serious issues. But we are froze where we are for the moment. There we go. We have just heard that from Low Fuel Motorsport officially that the server is currently down. Do stick with us for just a minute, and we will get behind the scenes. There will be people working furiously to try and get this sorted. So apologies to anyone at home. So, apologies, ladies and gentlemen. Big old server crash happened there. We are making everything, we're doing everything we possibly can to get back online as quickly as possible. Do bear with us. I say apologies again. Yeah, it was after that big crash, something went on. So, do just hang with us. I know it's not necessarily the most exciting thing to be looking at right now, but we are doing everything we can behind the scenes, and it will not be long until we are back up and running again. So just a reminder, guys, we are still here. We are just getting the server sorted out and back into the racing, so we should not lose too much. I see also in the chat that obviously we see the official Assetto Corsa letting you guys know, but just in case you'd walked away and you weren't looking at the chat, we are getting things back together. Racing will resume, and as soon as we are ready to go, images will be there for you and your enjoyment. And again, just in case you aren't looking at the chat, racing will be resuming soon. Please hang on with us. We're doing everything we can in the background to get things up and running. Just takes a little while to make sure that nobody loses anything and everyone has a nice, fair rejoin to the server. Obviously, a lot of teams, a lot of drivers. We need to make sure everyone gets back in correctly, make sure that nobody loses any advantage or gains any advantage while we're restarting and redoing the race. So do hang tight, do stick with us, and as soon as we know more, we will let you know more. Keep an eye on the chat if you can do. If not, I will just every once in a while I'll be popping back in just to let everybody know that we are making everything we can possible. Again, thank you for sticking with us. We will be resuming as soon as possible, just getting everything back up together. Again, making sure that nobody gains any advantage or gains any disadvantages while we're just getting the server back up and running. Again, apologies to everybody at home. I say we will be back up and running as soon as possible. Do stick with us. Keep interacting with the chat. Good old chin wag between everybody. And as soon as we are racing, you will know. And as soon as we're ready to go, we will be live and straight back into it. I do apologise to anybody at home. I realise I've been talking a little bit quieter whilst just delivering the messages that we are still coming back. So apologies. Just going into slightly quiet mode rather than yelling at Motorsport. So I think just while we're doing this, I'll just be a little bit quieter because the levels should all be set for when we go back to actual racing. The last thing you want is just my voice blaring out over everything else. So again, thank you for sticking with us. Won't be long, and then we will be back up and live. Just the last few things, making sure everything is as it should be. So the restart will be coming soon. We'll be counting on from the 20-hour mark. So everybody will be in the order they were at the 20-hour mark during the race. So it may be ever so slightly different. There might be one or two cars out of position from where we last saw, but it will not be very long, and we will be back up, and there'll be 20 hours of racing left to go. But do stick with us just a little bit longer. We will be back up and live. Thank you ever so much for your ongoing support, but it will not be long, and as soon as we have live images, trust me, they will be up there.
All right, we should be up trackside now. Everything is hot. Checking it's coming through, and we are in fact on. Okay, there we go. We are back in the session. And yeah, Tim, that was something, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's an understatement. That really was something. Just what I want to say again, thank you ever so much for everybody that has stayed here and, while we were dealing with that. Yeah, obviously that Bentley going topside did not help the situation, but yeah, and it kind of actually very luckily came around that it was the exact time where we were going to start changing over to somebody else, which in the comms booth, which to be honest, I'd lost track of time. But we've still got 20 hours of racing to go, so it should be an absolute bonus. And weirdly, it has kind of almost lined back up with the hour, which is quite nice.
Yeah, it's a kind twist of fate, if you will. But yeah, so apology to everyone watching. We have now got the confirmation we are back trackside. Things are looking stable, touch wood, and we should be all good to go. So as you were saying, Tim, we're coming from the 20-hour mark, so slight deviations in positions here and there, but try to preserve the race state as much as possible from the server crash.
Essentially, it's no different than if there was a red flag, in a real life race, is it? Or essentially they've all been stacked up as if there's been, a safety car. That is the way I'm seeing it. Although people may have lost any sort of gap advantages they have got, at least now it's all back into the same sort of position. They're all in the right order. That's the main thing. Gaps are gone, but they're in the right order. And these things happen in racing, so fingers crossed it should be all good. I'm gonna stick with you until the racing's actually started again, and then I will sneak off and go and get myself some lunch. Um, but yeah, it's been a slightly stressful last 30 minutes.
Yeah, seems like it. I've been sort of waiting in the wings, primed with the game ready to go. I've actually been stress testing it for the entire session, just in the wings, trying to get everything set up. But yeah, it's a bit of a twist. But now everyone is condensed back together. So I think where we previously were having a few fights we were on board with for a good chunk of the session up till that point, now it's almost like the board has had a light reset. Everyone's been brought back together. While positions are preserved, gaps are brought right back close. So I think it's going to be a real bit of fighting, particularly these next 5 or 6 laps, I think, as everyone just tries to get themselves stable and back again. And while we are here as well, do let us know in the live chat, I have got it open, how the audio balance is, visual quality, anything that needs a tweak, all ears, all open. I want to make sure that it is A+ grade for everyone watching. Now that we're back trackside, we can focus on the good stuff, but of course, let us know if anything's amiss.
You know what they do say though? They say that safety cars breed safety cars. So although we may not have had a safety car on the circuit, we are in that situation where everyone is starting nose to tail once again. It could be a slightly exciting. Yeah, like you were saying, next sort of like 5 laps or so could be a little bit more hip and shoulder. Anybody that's been desperate to get past that person in front will now be trying to take advantage. And anybody that did in those last sort of dying moments of the server gain a position, they'll now be probably very keen to try and gain it back immediately. So, but a nice little break for the drivers. They've had 5 minutes to run off, maybe grab a drink, have a little breather. While we were all behind the screens exceptionally stressing, at least the teams have had a couple of moments of respite.
There we go, got a couple of race control reports coming through on the screen as well. So good to see that that's all working and back up and running. We've got 78 cars back in the session now, 78 cars trackside, and less than a minute to go.
Which I believe that is everybody back in. I think at one point it was only 77, so I wonder if maybe somebody has managed to get back in that had disconnected or dropped out earlier. I know earlier on when I was having a bit of a look towards the back of the field, it was only showing 77, so that's good. Let's say essentially that's only 2 cars off the maximum, so pretty impressive stuff. It has to be said, an 80-car grid. It is absolutely phenomenal with, say, all the close racing. It's been absolutely great. The liveries look fantastic as well. There's been some brilliant liveries I've spotted over the space of today. think it's one of the ones. It's one of the Astons with the tigers all over it. Annoyingly, in all the panic that's gone on recently, I've forgotten the name of that team, but it did look absolutely fantastic.
I mean, we'll get plenty of chance to see him over the course of the next 20 hours, but the session is about to get underway. 78 car grid. I think it's the biggest grid that I've personally ever seen on track at any one time. But here we go. The formation is now getting underway. Max Frank leads in the number 718 Porsche. And now we're going to see and hear the engines roaring to life as the field is quite large. I didn't really realise just how many cars and how long some of those at the back are going to be waiting to eventually be able to go.
Yeah, it's less of a track map at this point, and it's just lots of dots slowly moving round. There is barely any, especially when they're all got going, there is barely any clear space on this circuit. It is a constant battle to find any kind of clear space, whether that be a battle in your class or even for position, let alone trying to then after make it through back markers as well. The traffic is pretty intense. Just a quick one, obviously, so now, after the restart, leading the Pro class is, sorry, my brain's just completely broken, you just said his name 2 seconds ago, Max Frank, although actually, no, that has now changed to Nicholas Huben. So, I'm not sure if that's the timing board throwing a wobbly, or that now the actual correct names are coming up above above the drivers and the cars as the reset has continued. So they are leading the Pro class. Then we have Wagner down in 10th place, who is leading the Silver class. And if I scroll down a little bit further, we'll try and find who is leading the AM class for you as well. And that appears to be... oh, well, it's two different names across two different boards at the moment. Is it going to sort itself out? It's saying Musterman on one and Ganter on another. But it's car number 31, supposedly.
There we go. Rin
Yes,
Okawa.
it is Musterman, car number 31. Yes.
Got Rin Okawa
So
further up. That's the 262. I think that's the
there
one.
is the 262. Yes, that's where I see. They were so far ahead of everyone else. That's where I've lost them. They've still got their massive lead. So fantastic. Yeah, car number 262.
Yeah, I think it was just the drivers' actual names taking a second to be put into the right ones. The driver swaps, of course. And now things are looking to be set. I tell you, you were saying earlier about track map and a lot of dots. My BlackBerry with a copy of Snake on it would be proud watching the just dense dots travelling all their way, just filling an entire sector of the track. So despite being one of the longer tracks on the Motorsport world map, it still is being absolutely filled by GT3 machinery. Huben leads for the Pro class, and soon he's going to have to get himself slowed down, ready to get things going. The track's a little bit cooler now that we are getting into the early evening. 27 degrees. At one point it was 32. So a little bit more work might be needed to keep those tyres under control, either getting too hot or getting too cold. Got to keep it in that perfect range if you want those compounds nice and sticky. But here we go, now into the final sector, making the way to Blanchimont, where everyone's going to form up.
And the last time we'll see them go this slow through this corner for a little while, or at least hopefully. So, we had some fairly decent incidents here at Blanchimont this evening. Keep saying this evening, this afternoon. It shows how often, normally, when I'm doing commentary, it is an evening ordeal, but doing it in the day is always throws me for a little bit of a loop. I'm not used to it being light outside.
Well, there's always room for something different, but here we go. Now coming up to the bus stop chicane. Huben alongside the number 255 Lexus, double file through the final corners, and then in just a moment the track will be hot and we'll be ready to go. Let's jump on board with the helicopter. We can get a bit of perspective just how many cars are out there, as everyone's going to be getting together now, trying not to merge into each other too much, but you can see just cars flowing their way down. We've got, of course, a few highlights picking up from some of the battles maybe that we saw previous. We've got class leaders who want to get that break and get back to their fighting form where they once were. But eyes front, Cuban is going to be out top. And let's see what he can do. It's a long race ahead, a long evening of racing about to get underway one more time. After a brief hiccup, head back in the game. Coming out of La Source, it's time to go. Moment now, there you go, green flag, it's go, we're off, and already there's going to be a lot of push. You can hear the engines roaring to life already. That's Tauscher going side by side with Abdulaziz in the Lexus there, going two file. There's going to be one of the Bentleys also going slightly out and having to fight for their space. It's double file all the way down the Kemmel straight. It's an absolute tidal wave of cars. Everyone's going for this one. They're really giving it their all. They know what's on the line here. This is their reset. This is their chance to get something out of this one, and already we're seeing people fight tooth and nail. Stubenrausch, Karekas alongside each other. It's up and down the entire field. Nobody is going to be willing to give an inch in these first 2-3 laps because positioning is everything right now.
Yeah, there was a slight incident. One car coming out the top of Eau Rouge did have an incident. The car number 35 has managed to keep going, but yes, mostly clean.
Mostly keen, keeping it on the straight and narrow for the most part. We are having a couple of cars who are coming together, say at the back of the field. There's been a bit of squabbling, a couple of cars getting those caution flags being sent out as they need to keep the space, try and avoid contact where you can. See likes of Zimmerman along that side, the BMW. That's Musterman, previously thought to be in the lead of the amateur class, but holding firm in P2, trying to keep the gaps on their respective classes. You've got Joe McLaren in an illegal car choice, as you mentioned earlier. I do also believe that's a bit of heresy there, but McLaren is going to lead off Gordillo right now in the number 7. Hold the balance up to the front. We are going to see, that's the 255 Lexus once again through the bus stop chicane. These two have been fighting pretty much the entire lap. It's not been everyone's been trying to give it their all, really, but Tauscher in particular is really having to get the elbows out to challenge the Lexus. You've got Karekas just on the back as well, having a good run into La Source, trying to put some pressure down on to the Porsche here.
A big pile up at the bus stop, though. Lots of cars involved in that.
Oh, there's a big issue there. You can see there's going to be a car sideways. That's going to be Maximilian Hartmann all the way down at the bottom of the order. We'll have to get our replays in a second for that, but for now, the chaos continues up towards the front. See, Tauscher is trying to get past the Lexus. Karekas still tucking in behind. Stubenrausch is leading off of the other Vantage. That's going to be the 111. Jan Philipp. Also a bit of a pronunciation check. If I do get any wrong, let us know in the live chat. Of course, corrections always welcomed. Seeing local yellows pop out amongst the racers. It's going to be a big issue at the bottom. There's going to be Jan Flash having a bit of an issue, what looks like coming out of Eau Rouge and Radion. Seen a few cars already heading down into the pit lane, having a bit of a wobbly start. See as well, see if we can turn back the clocks and get a bit of a check on exactly what happened. So this is a little bit further down. Apologies for the slight frame drop. And oh, you can see it is chaos going in through the final sector. This is what caused the big yellow flags earlier. So we were on board with Loeffler as one of the cars that was involved, but anarchy strikes lower down. That's why we saw so many local yellows, so many cars get pushed down the order. But first 5 minutes back on track. There's Yardier in P7, trying to chase onto the back of the 111 Vantage. We do see a trade for the lead. Here we go. There is Kuban in the Porsche, getting under threat. This time from the Lexus. Tauscher's been dropped back by about a second at this point. Now are really starting to see them get close and start to fight for the lead, but keeping the fights to a minimum where they can, because too much and the others will just reel them right back in. And that's a bit of the more strategic side of this. It's a 24-hour race. It's a marathon, not a sprint.
Sometimes you can't help yourself, though, can you? These are race drivers. This is what they want. They see the car in front. They want to gain that position, especially now after the restart. They'll be all fired up, desperate to try and take advantage of it. But that's the thing. Everybody is thinking the same thing.
This is going to be Yannick Axman on the back of the Bentley. The number 311 here. So there's a couple more cars trying to get comfortable again. We're still seeing a couple of yellows and a couple of incident or contact warnings being pushed out around the course. We are seeing some drivers, more of them now, retiring into the pit. And oh, what was that? That is, we're just on board with Kenneth Reyes. That was a brutal collision, it looks like. Brutal collision down in the 60s positions. Just losing the car, easily done. Easily done.
I'm getting flashbacks. Right, I am going to leave you to it. Thank you ever so much, everybody that watched along with me. I do super appreciate it. Yeah, if you have got Sappy for the next... how many hours are you on for now?
Oh, either 2 or 4, depending if Waps wants me after my stint.
Okay, well, that's fair enough. And then I think it's Double O Raven after you, and then I'm taking over the night shift. I think I've got 4 hours of the midnight racing to cover, so be a little bit quiet for a little while then. But I will see you all back here later. Sappy, thank you ever so much for jumping in when you have. It's much appreciated. And I will see all the viewers later.
Thank you very much, Tim, for that. Beautiful stuff, and really brilliant to have you back as well. Absolute masterclass. Amazing to have him back in the box. So now we're going to be on board next couple of hours. We'll be joined by Waps Racing in a couple of hours after this one. So be sure to stick around. We've got a hefty host of talent, hefty roster. Looking forward to seeing how the rest of this race pans out. And so you'll catch Tim again burning the midnight oil in a bit of a calmer state of the race here. But for now, here's Karekis on the side of Tauscher in the 963. Gets a bit of a better run, making his way down the Kemmel Straight to the Marmadi complex. You can see also fight for the lead, as that is going to be Huben under significant pressure from the Lexus. In fact, he's actually managed to get him past. So really good stuff there. This is, remember, lead for Pro. And then you have Lasse in the 311 Bentley, who is comfortably in the lead of the Pro-Am. I keep instinctively, in my mind, thinking of it as gold, silver, bronze, just out of simplicity, but see the different groups, the different classes of drivers all coming together now. Here's Steuben Rausch of the 258 Vantage on the back of Karekis right now. So it's brilliant to see the amount of talent that is on the track and on full display. It's difficult to actually keep up with everything that's going on. We jump back down to the 50s. There's Aaron Ganta on the side as Dominic Cypress just goes for an overtake through Puon. Okay, there is stress, front, left, back, right. Everywhere you look, there is competition. There are other cars chomping at the bit for your position. These early stages of a restart, it's so easy to get swept up in the moment. You've got to be very careful how you handle your car. Too much pressure, too much stress. It's very easy to get overwhelmed. Just like that, you're in some serious trouble. Good here from the mid-40s. We can see a couple of stewarding decisions coming through. That is going to be no further action. And of course, as we get the stewards' reports, you'll be able to see them live in the bottom of your screens. It's the incident between 41 and 77 now under investigation. A lot of the incidents are being investigated following some of the chaos that we saw on lap 1. Here's Bushopian and Sandor Zabo going together here. It's Lexus V Vantage. Is going to be the PS UK esports car. I know Tim mentioned it earlier, but special tip of the cap to all of the livery makers, all the livery designers. Absolutely beautiful stuff. These cars look immaculate. Even after getting a little bit battle-worn, shall we say, it's still beautiful. And there's certainly a lot of craftsmanship that goes into these cars and their designs, which can't be taken for granted. See now, top drivers. Let's look around at some of the other classes. There's going to be Rinokawa, really looking strong in the third class of the field. P18. And for a point of reference, your next closest driver is P36. That's Max Mustermann, the BMW in the number 31. Really looking like a rocket. Now comes through, leading his own cohort of cars, but 2.5 seconds away from Evgeny in the number 32. He's going to struggle to be able to close that gap. So far, Okawa looks like the driver to beat on the amateur class side. Really trying to close in, and very near to the back of the 451. So jump aboard with a helicopter as well. We can see Michael Sengs in the 23. Going to be for the Audi. Us tailing off the McLaren of the number 4. And we see a couple of other racers towards the top end. And out the Marmody complex. Very close out of the Kemmel Straight, but not quite there yet. It's Ricky Lafleur, the number 1. Advantage. And close to the Bentley, but no dice. Quite a few cars using the Kemmel Straight as their opportunity to go for main overtakes. See, up and down the field. This complex is where you confirm your overtakes from the Kemmel. We've had Max Verstappen, we've had Max Mustermann. Does any Max want to introduce themselves? Can the real Max please stand up? So things have stabilised for the moment. A lot of cars, having had a couple of altercations in the first couple of laps following the restart, have started to find a bit of room on the circuit. Contrast that with the likes of Ben Schmidt, seeing a little bit of damage to his Aston here, the number 228. Trying to discern exactly what that design is. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. No comments, no notes. See a lot of squabbling in the lower mid-pack. Or with Ben McConnell. Going through Blanchimont, trying to tail on to the back of Florian Waterman. Goes with the challenge on the Mustang there, side by side through the bus stop chicane. It's like a lot of stress building up between the racers. See, even the tools struggling to keep up. struggling to keep up with all the action that's going on track. Waterman getting back out ahead. Oh no, that is McConnell. My mistake there. So a couple of cars going wide. That's Quezada and Link. 12 and 41, just not able to hold it on to Rouge and Blanchimont fully cleanly. See more stewarding reports coming through, but in P18 battle, as we have Okawa on the defensive here, Bratanovic in the 69. Lexus is going to go on the attack, coming out Puon. Little bit of contact, maybe. We do see the cautions come up. Is going to duck back, but I think Okawa playing a bit of the longer game here. Remember as well, he's not actually in the same group, in technically the same fight. Worth the extra stress, extra hassle, where it can be avoided. See Steinbrenner now coming out of the bus stop chicane, just passing Giraud on the way to the next lap. On to lap 7 now. Top of the field is still looking fairly condensed, although Carreca's 2.6 seconds away from Halben. The 255 Lexus really pushing. Trying to peel out a little bit of a gap, and getting an early gap can be very beneficial in the hours to come. Hopefully no more technical issues to be spoken of. But time is of the essence here. You've got so many drivers who are looking to try and get an advantage out of the restart. Gaps being pulled back in means that fights are back on the table. Zerania, the defense, for example. As I've got fighting ahead, Les Lafleur and Godillo. BMW v Aston. Comedy making their way through to No Name now. Hang out very much to the edge of the track there. Still legal thus far. It nice and clean for the most part. A lot of the drivers on the track have gotten any incidents for the most part out of their system. Time to see who is going to come out on top. As we have on board, it's the 311 Bentley currently leading for the Pro-Ams. E9 overall. Session is young, but fighting is very much consistent and alive. Do you see a couple of local yellows coming out? The incident between the number 41 car and the 169, it looks like. I see exactly what happened, who is where. Might be able to jump on that with a replay for the moment. Okay, here we go here. So here's the replays. Number 41 and a 169. Here is a Link. We are going to head onto the helicopter, and oh yeah, you just see there, ooh, the helicopter pilot not having the best time there, but see, just getting tapped on the rear quarter. That's all it needs sometimes to lose the car and to lose a lot of time. And oh no! Major crash into a Rouge there, as it looks like we've got everyone just trying to get past and out of the way. Immediately Things have not gone well. That's Leandro Jocka, the 333 BMW, having to return to the pit lane following that incident. Forgive us if we're a little bit more hesitant to jump to the replays, considering what happened last time and the server crash. Trying to make sure we capture everything as we can see it. But this is going to be for P23 here. Graf and Mex in side-by-side Lamborghini versus Aston Martin. Smooth is key here. Don't act erratically, just get your laps under your belt. 20 minutes into the session, things are looking up for many. They've got to get a bit of a break on the rest of the field. Is the PS UK car being tailed closely as Joe McLaren, the 164. Goes to the left side, into the bus stop chicane, keeping the challenge hot and alive here. Very good line. Well done on the attack there. And nicely executed. McLaren into P21. See, is there going to be any form of counter here from the Vantage? He's very close through La Source. Potentially setting himself up for an overtake onto the Kemmel Straight. Stick on board and see what they do. Caracas could be under threat as well, a little bit further up the road. Let's see how this plays out. A little bit of a difficult line there to take. Losing in, but not quite enough, it looks like. Oh no, he is going to go for it. He's going to peek to the right side, but then tucks back in. No challenge being asserted, but the pressure is certainly there. Bratanovic up to Rin Okawa, as that is also going to be one of the Astons. It's a back marker there. Blue flags being waved in the local area. Andres Molnar. That name seems familiar. Up 37th right now. And really pushing. Up top 10 remains fairly consistent. No major changes in the top 10 for the most part. It's a lot of the mid-pack fighting. That's where the action is at the moment. We do have a yellow flag coming out, albeit briefly, as we have a few more cars heading into the pits. Matteo Di Buono. Then you have a couple of cars like Ganta, for instance, who's started to find their own space on the course and now can just focus on getting good laps in. Putting in the time, getting your team some more distance. That's what matters. Playing the longer game. Set your team up for better later stint, get your distance in without having to fight too much and lose time. Is Dominic Cypress on the back of Ames. And really close as we come into Blanchimont. Ames in the same situation as that's the BMW of Brahma there. Getting into the bus stop chicane, goes to the left. It's a little bit deeper there. Light contact between the Aston and the Mercedes, but nicely done either way. There's going to be a good exit now coming from the Vantage, and the 176 is out ahead into P42. Is there going to be any counter from Ames there? Goes to the left side, tries to get a bit of a switch. No dice. Not yet, anyway. On the back of Thomas Rieder. 76 Vantage now. Under pressure. Lot of pressure weighing down on him right now. Question is, who's going to be the first to break? Play the mind games with your opponents. But at this level, with this amount of competition, mistakes are rare. When they happen, they are extremely costly. Had a couple of flags come out Incidents now at a minimum. Looks like we have had some major problems for some cars. As a number 91 flagging up with an incident there. Going to see exactly what's happening. Let's jump to the replay. And preserve server state. So here's Nick Wagner in the Mustang, all with a helicopter now, trying to get a bit of a bird's eye view and see exactly what's happening. Out of Kemmel Straight, Marmody Complex. Looks like just a slight tap on the rear. Oh, actually, looks like things are okay. Oh, we have a couple more incidents now under investigation by the steward team. As we are coming up to half an hour since restart, and a lot of drivers are trying to make their way up now. They've found their home ground, but now they need to start pushing a bit further forward. Cypress going for another move, this time on Brahma. And a very well executed move at that. Now, cleanly done. Second verse, same as the first. Cypress into P40. It's getting ahead of the amateur class driver. And now has a buffer between himself and Amaz. Well, up to the front once more. It's Tauscher on the back of Korekas and has been there for a couple of laps. Let's see who has got a major advantage since the start of the session. I'll say Rin Akawa, I know we've been talking about him a lot, but has certainly proven himself to be a driver to watch, as it's far and away ahead of the others in his respective class. A couple of other drivers just looking to keep their cool and get things through. Here's Axman getting overtaken by Steinbrenner in the Mustang. Rafael Gadowski being overtaken by Maximilian just in the background there as well. Under a bit of pressure. But not having any particular issues, just having to go back and forth, having to constantly keep his whereabouts. Feeling the pressure. I'll say I'm impressed with so many of these drivers and so many of these teams, because to get the teams through, of course we had the qualifying not too long ago, get teams through like this and commit to a race distance like this, it's a tough ordeal. It takes a lot. A little bit of bender from Amaz and Brahma, but Amaz is going to come out on top, if a little bit heavy-handed. Rouge and Radion quite nicely. Blue flags are becoming a bit of a regular occurrence now, as a lot of the field has spread itself out. We do have drivers who took pit stops earlier on, and then of course we do have the 48-minute stint timer, so you have to come in at that point. But we do have Dio coming out of the pit now, rejoining on the Kemmel Straight. A couple of cars that have seen better days. Felix Pierre, a 666 BMW, and Now that bonnet is not quite staying on. And they're going to have some trouble keeping the front end fully planted. Having to fight with oversteer, potentially. Or understeer. Demi Rochelle onto the back of the 84. Getting real close there. Looks like we had a bit of an incident, however, this number 88 car. Been a major problem further down the order. Let's see exactly what happened. Yeah, it is Amez, so making his way up the field. But now facing a bit of issue heading into the third sector. Oh, looks like that's going to be serious contact, and he has been spun. Amez dropping right down the order. That will be a problem. He's going to have to take a lot of time to resolve. Half an hour into the session since restart. Our top 10 is actually starting to converge. A little bit closer. Okay, Nürnberger in the 1-1-1 advantage. Could soon begin his way up, as that is Yardier. Just up ahead in the 39. Scientifically proven to be the sim racer with the biggest smile. He holds firm in P6. But fight for P3 is coming on strong right now. Carreras, having been on the defensive for multiple laps now, in our way into lap 14. Tasha and Stubenrausch in their rear view mirror. Zavantage and the Porsche is going to have a lot to deal with. By the way, folks, just adjusting a couple of audio settings. Notice things sounded, we'll call it suboptimal. So just adjusting those. Let us know if there are any audio issues with that. A couple of parameters, just getting some tweaks. Sandal Zabo in the Lexus here, the number 64. Tailing closely to the back of Ratanovic in the number 69. But leaderboard having a couple of ups and downs. We are down a vehicle. We are now down to 77 cars, trying to find exactly who that was that we just lost. Fortunately, no information currently. A lot of the field has started to spread its way out, with the exception of the top. Zitosha getting very close. In a bit of a tough spot. Could push forward, or has to play defensive. Can never really commit one way or the other. Carreras proving to be a bit of a roadblock in their session thus far. But a couple of switcheroos on the leaderboard as we now head into lap 15. See, here is Michael in the Porsche now, getting real close to the back of Carreras. He doesn't actually peel to the side, though. He opts to stay back. Biding his time for the optimal move. As we head more into the evening, the track is getting cooler and cooler. We're down now to a relatively frosty 25 degrees compared to peaks of 32. That is a more substantial difference than one may think at first. Certainly the ambient temperatures being lower will help, keeping those cars cool. You see penalties coming through for the number 88 car. A 5-second time penalty being awarded. Race control stepping in there. The session is progressing on. Very close to the back of Mackenberg. Don't forget as well, within 15 minutes we will have a mandatory pit stop. 48-minute stints. It's going to be a mass deluge of cars in about, I'd say, 6 laps time. We'll be seeing a mass exodus into the pit lane, considering everyone is now on even keel. These three have run such close quarters for such a large chunk of this race now. Even 3 laps later, they're looking identical. They're very impressed with how Carreras is handling the pressure at this point. As the Porsche in particular has been knocking at the door lap after lap after lap. And just remains resolute, stays online, stays on task. He's up 1. And really showing his class. Looks like, meanwhile, we do have a swap. It's going to be Nürnberger and Jardier. They're going to be swapping positions coming out of the Kemmel Straight. And that's the advantage up ahead. So you can see the race control stepping in to investigate earlier incidents. Have been reported and clocked to live stewards. Trackside for the duration of the event. Jardier now into P7, but remains close to the 111 car. But I don't think that fight is quite over yet. Rochelle as well, another driver to watch as they're on the back of the PSUK esports car. Getting close as they head into Puon. Actually tucking the nose to the right side. Sniffing at an opportunity for an overtake. Joe McLaren is doing the same on Zabo here in the 64. Ferrari getting closer and closer to the Lexus here. Could be setting something up into the bus stop. Let's find out. Rue Blanchimont getting closer and closer, yielding ever so slightly. And on the defensive, good car placement, good line there from Sandor. Stop chicane, he remains in P19. We have the 69 Lexus trying to chase it down Ren Okawa right now. I wonder if we'll see the same mindset come out. It's like, how hard is he going to fight for this one? There's going to be Tauscher on the back of Carreras. Again, sticking close, but not actually committing to an overtake, where Stubenrausch is actually being slightly pushed away. He's down to 3/4 of a second gap now, although he's quickly reeling it back in. We've got a little bit of a stalemate here going on in these top spots. Was the Pro Class playing host to some of the fastest talent in the game. But let's say here in P9 the Pro-Ams, showing their commitment to pace. You've got Wagner about 1.5 seconds behind, so they're not exactly out of the woods, but the two Bentleys are really proving themselves to be a force to be reckoned with. Steinbrenner a couple of seconds further away. Some yellow flags as well, but we had an incident reportedly a couple of minutes earlier, so let's exactly fetch that, see exactly what happened. Is Michael Sengs in the Audi R8. Apologies for the slightly lower frame rate during the replays, no known cause for that one, but goes side by side. Actually very nice overtake there, although a bit of a squeeze out to the edge. I think, actually, the McLaren you just saw at the end of that clip yielding off slightly in order to either concede or just bring them back alongside. Taking stock of the order right now, it looks like a lot of the mid-pack are very close, but nobody is pulling the trigger just yet. We've had a fight at the front that has been in a tough stalemate. Tasha Karekas going close, but no one is going to budge. It is going to be, however, Ruchel going into the pit lane. Running slightly earlier than the others. They are nicely done as well from many. Here's going to be Sandor briefly getting alongside Lexus of Crane. Down to the Camel Straight. No further action for a good chunk of the incidents here, but Szabo briefly going for the move. It doesn't actually stick to it. The challenge was there. The challenge was available. I think Szabo just doesn't want to really get in the middle of this fight because they know that it's going to be more squabbling back and forth. And I think you can say the same for this fight up at the front. It's more squabbling back and forth than it is if you just stay in your current position. And again, it's about playing the long game. Take your time there. And you will be rewarded. Come checkered flag. The McLaren really closing in now. The other side of racing, isn't it? Is that seeing everyone fighting around you. If you stick firm to your position, you can get yourself a healthy dose of time back. And eventually, you can go for a fight of your own. See Okawa, Bratanovic going side by side through the bus stop chicane. Going to go double file. Actually, contact made. Okawa slipping as a result of being tapped by the Lexus. The number 69 is going to get ahead. But I don't think Okawa is too happy about that one. They tuck in to the narrow side of the circuit. Bratanovic on the defensive hard through La Source. And in fact, that's going to open the door. There's Joe McLaren going along the side as we come out of La Source, then heading our way down Eau Rouge Radion. Okawa and McLaren side by side. It's going to be a tough one. It's going to be a fight for space. Okawa just getting out ahead in time before the rapid ascent up the tight chicane, and Okawa's not done yet. Getting a bit more speed on the exit relative to the Lexus. This could be interesting as they both go down the Camel Straight. Once again, Bratanovic on the defensive. Is Okawa going to go for it? He's going to get the elbows out, but he's not going to commit to the move. He can't get it. In fact, makes a bit of contact with Joe McLaren as he swipes up side by side as well. Even Jan Boucher is going to get involved in the drama and is going to tuck in very close to the Porsche. We see Akawa recovering amidst all of this. Oh, looks like Tasha's had a bit of an incident. Something's gone wrong there for that Porsche. Let's see exactly what happened there. Let's jump to replay. There is a jump on board with the helicopter, as there were previously behind Caracas and being followed by Stubenrausch. What exactly happened here? Coming out of Puon, and it looks like an contact made and getting spun round. So that is their campaign at a brisk and abrupt end to the fight for P3. They're going to re-emerge just ahead of Jeffrey Ritchie. Although Ritchie is going to head into the pits, and a lot of the field is going to do the exact same. This is what we are talking about, folks, that deluge of cars into the pits now. As we are coming up to that 48-minute stint timer, of course. Everyone adhering to that as much as they can to a T. And this is going to prove to be an interesting scenario with the slight deviation in pit time. Some drivers going a couple of laps earlier, but you can see the front 8 have opted to stay out. So here's Abeladze in the 255 Lexus, for example, leading the field comfortably, 3 seconds away from Helbin in the Porsche, next closest car. Is not feeling any major threats, any major pressure. And most importantly, has got the race under their control for the time being. Many cars now in the pit lane. Taking, of course, a mandatory stop at this point. As the field is quickly going to have a lot of shuffling about. A sea of blue. You see the words pit, 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 pit all over the place. A couple of penalties now coming out. There's a penalty for the 199 Scuderia. Piloted by Hendrik Zimmermann at this point in time. But soon many drivers heading back onto the track. Relatively quick pit stops, all things considered. And a very long pit lane at Spa means that everyone is going to have to take their sweet time making their way in and out. We'll soon see first cars of that wave coming out. Ruchal, a 30-second pit stop on average. This is going to be an interesting merge point. See, getting back up to speed at the Kemmel Straight. That is, we just saw aboard, that was Rin. But now everyone getting back up into position. You can see those front 8s now heading into the pits where they previously had not done so. And only a matter of time before we see the field converge once more. Ratanovic still on the back. And running close. This time it's on Milan Kiss in the 310 Ferrari. There'll also be seeing some names changing. Drivers swapping between their rosters. Seen here is the Simotech car. Now piloted by Noah Vasquez Rodriguez. The passing of the torch between teammates is now where you find yourself with a chance to make up your time. Either get your time up on your opponents or make good on your previous teammates' contributions. Team sizes of 2 to 5 means a lot of room for variation. See Mackenberg actually coming up pretty close to the back of Nuesler in the 777 car. See engine notes screaming. We head now into La Source. Bit of a rough exit there. Could be a chance for Mackenberg to get a nose in. Not quite happening just yet, but still pushing the bounds. Pavel Gadowski into the pits in the 119. Mackenberg really running close to the Lamborghini, fast as they can, now making their way through the Kemmel Straight. Lois Rainier actually very close to the back as well in the Porsche. Let's see what they can do here. Is actually going to go for it side by side here, down into the Marmody complex, and not quite able to keep the nose in. Can't quite keep the nose, but will still have good proximity, and that's what he needs right now. Can't exactly get the run done, but will have enough chance to go again. You see a lot of driver changes across the board. Plenty of chance for drivers to make a bit of a stance. We are coming up to an hour since restart, and now want to see the drivers get settled into a rhythm of their own. The number 74 challenging on the back of Thomas Martin in the number 6 Ferrari. Guerrero actually taking a poor line out of La Source and dropping 2 positions in the number 12. Porsche and the other Ferrari making quick work. Eau Rouge and Radion being an effective line, making their way through now into the Kemmel Straight. Dealing with a little bit of exiting traffic from the pit lane too. I think all is calmer now. Going to be Alex Hertz. Couple of tenths away from the 270 Aston of Muller. Going to have David Fierke and Thomas Freenking swapping position through the bus stop chicane. You can see that is Marvin Moritz and Joe McLaren now into the pit lane. Time is of the essence though here. Where is Godzilla? Let's try and find him. Let's find where Godzilla is hiding. Try and track him down. Exactly where the Nissan is. See Michael Gross in the number 25, also heading into the pit lane. And we do have a couple of penalties coming out from race control from lap 8. Number 300 get a time penalty as well. So that is Robert Zbinovski's currently piloting the Mustang here. Struggling to find where the Nissan is at this point in time. We are down to 77 cars, so I fear the Nissan is one that we might have lost. Oh no, actually, I stand corrected. I stand corrected. There it is. Front and center. There is the 697 Nismo. Had me worried for a second there. Keeping it quick and calm. We can see, a lot of cars gathering at the exit of the pit stop. That could have nearly turned into a disaster there. As Leon Burnt taking over the 963 car on the back of Yannick Schumacher. Trying to get as close as one possibly can. It's a tight timeline for many drivers here because there are 48-minute stops. 48-minute stints. Does mean you've got to still think on your feet relative to strategy. You can see Schumacher going on the defensive, heading into Pouhon, but much slower exit speed means that it's Burnt's corner to take. Quick smooth sweep up into 11th. Schumacher still in P3 of the Pro-Ams, but not really wanting to deal with the squabbling and the fighting. Streger in still the Bentley in the 311. Steinbrenner in second for the group. Rino Kawa remains in the 262 as well. So not everyone going for car swaps or driver swaps. Only some who feel it more expedient to do so. Brinking in the 31 BMW. For example, still got a couple of cars between himself and Koch in third place for the amateur class. Also in the BMW. I think we'll see a little bit of time before we have any major issue from them. But Martin is going to be having a major off in the approach to the pit stop chicane. Actually, let's rewind things back and see what happened there. You can see he's just lost the car and sliding along the grass, luckily staying away from the racing surface. That would have ended in royal disaster. But there we are. Gets himself back on the track, luckily, with no incidents. Just peeling out ahead, and although saying that, just as he exited the chicane, there was contact made. There was contact made with another of the Ferraris just at the back there. That was getting a report there was an incident with the 256 car. So that might have been it. Could have been others, because getting a lot of yellow flag / incident reports. We'll see Ben Schmidt, Christopher Moller in the pits as well. We're going up to the hour mark. Rambert, the number 60. We have a 77 strong grid here for the Spa 24. Previously 78. But still, massive grid out here tonight. We are going to see a bit of a swap over period later on as well, folks. A reminder, in an hour's time we will have Waps Racing join us for the next stint of commentary for you. We'll remain in the broadcaster booth, providing POV and perspective. So be sure to stick around for that, for the next changeover. You have Marek Noesler in the infield on the grass, just coming out into the third sector. Just lost the car a little bit there, fortunately. Benjamin Voigt also chasing Leon Kren in the Lamborghini. I think they swapped coming out of the bus stop chicane, and now out of La Source going to be challenging each other once again. A 2:16.320 from Caracas is your fastest lap of the session so far, fastest clean. Ooh, looks like a sweep of an overtake there on Leon Kranz. Bit of a mistake. Also, a lone vantage in the grass as we go by. Now to the second sector coming out of Marmady. Stress is at an all-time high. As certainly for some of these mid-pack runners, they've been in close proximity with opponents for a good while. Check up front, see how they're doing in the pro group. The pro class is Sasha Wasner on the back of Jan Philipp. And right out the gate, clearly is hungry for a move. New fastest lap of the session is going to go to Philip Minar in the 2:55 Lexus. Taking over and immediately scoring a .312, 8 milliseconds faster than Caracas in the Ferrari, who opted to stay out for another stint. Wasner getting real close right now. Same with Strega on the back of Noah. Got Nick Baban as well in at P9, a little bit further adrift in the Aston Martin. We'll check in with him in a second, but Strega goes to the left side. Defensive from Vasquez Rodriguez now. In out of the exit of Camel Straight. A swing and a miss, unfortunately, for the Bentley here, but still punching upwards because he's still in the lead of his group. Might have to worry about Steinbrenner coming up close to the back of Nick Baban right now. We also have Leon Berndt on the other side, keeping him honest as we go through this next sector, heading into Puon in just a moment. Adenone. A tight squeeze. Just going to have a little bit of a question mark hanging over their race for now. Strega is still on the back of Vasquez Rodriguez. It was Bratanovic. Not to the back of Rin Okawa. 5th place in the Pro-Am. Trying to get past Okawa to get to Zabo. A couple of yellow flags as well, making an appearance further away. See, it's the number 362 car having a bit of an issue. That's going to be Woody Woodbreaker in the Mercedes AMG. Even a difficult bus stop chicane there. Got his own pocket of the course, actually having to deal with a bit of traffic, and for the latter drivers in the field, still want to try and catch up, but you also have to respect the blue flags as they are waved by the trackside team. We're across the hour mark now, and we will soon be heading into the second quarter of the session and of the event. Christian Schumers in the 91 Mustang chasing down Alex Hertz. Good line through Puon for the Mustang there, and just keeping him honest. We now head through. 26, 27 laps deep now. We do have an incident being reported. That's between the 58 and the 256 car. Let's get the replay exactly on that. and see what happens. So we're on board with Baban's perspective. Steinbrenner going alongside, challenging down the Kemmel straight there. And both of them going to go together. So light contact potentially being made. Now squeeze, and both of them going for a big slide. Baban manages to catch, but Steinbrenner collecting Leon Burnt in the process. And just coming out a little bit further away, a little bit back behind. We also have Wasner coming up close to Biskov. I fully read that as Biskov in my mind. That's the British in me creeping in. This is what we were saying. Pronunciation guidance in the chat if I've got that wrong. But my brain automatically defaulted to Marco Biskov. I do apologise. Either way, Marco is on the defensive and doing a good job, as Wasner is half a second away now with a very good exit from La Source, managing to get the foot down early. You have a couple more local yellows. There's 176, 6 and 22 cars, all having a bit of a difficult time. We get on the back of Vasquez Rodriguez still, who himself is dealing with a bit of traffic. That is going to be one of the Ferraris now tucking off to one side, but Strega going to be able to get the run. So the number 60 peels out of the way, effectively going to get boxed in. A little bit of a flashing of the lights. The 60 squeezed to the edge of the circuit. As Cyril Rambert in 54th place is going to yield to this fight at the top 10. Leon Burnt is going to get ahead of Yannick Schumacher coming out of the Marmody complex, out of the Kemmel Straight as well. So Burnt is doing mighty well at this point. Had a bit of a rough moment earlier on, or at least his teammate did, but picking up the slack nicely, even when faced with a situation ahead of him out of his control. Stoger still on the back of Vasquez Rodriguez. We'll check in on him in a moment. And Vasner doing much of the same for Marco in the 718. You have Ruchel on the back of Okawa and actually going for it now through Puon. Good line there. Okawa's having to dip out to the outside of the circuit. Re-emerges behind the Bentley under pressure from the Ferrari of Milan Kiss just behind. Big sweep here. Ultimately is about who can find the most opportunity out of this one. It's got to be a tight battle for these next couple of laps. Okawa has a choice to make as well. How hard does he want to fight for these positions further up? Does he want to stay in that top 20? Or can he afford to yield back a little bit, conserve resources, conserve the tyres a bit harder, and have a more consistent run? Because you, of course, do run the risk, getting the elbows out too much, of losing more time than you gain. He's going to be Milan Kiss, though, going to the long side, almost 3 wide, heading into the bus stop there. He's going to get the nose in, out the exit, and oh, that's going to be contact with himself, and Ruchel is completely round. He's 180'd. He bared the teeth, and he got something to chew on, all right, but what he got to chew on was a 180 spin. He's down into 21st, and lost significant time to Ruchel and Kiss, who are still fighting, coming out of La Source. Kiss is going to get alongside. I think a bit of contact as well between them. 3 classes of drivers for white, silver, and red numbers, respectively. Yokawa, despite being in his own class and own pocket of the circuit, still want to get ahead as much as he can on the track. Kiss with a bit of an excursion off the race surface, and in fact is going to be a second away from Ruchel coming out of that one. Labo as well, trying to catch up to Leon Kren. Will be a driver that we continue to monitor. We got Pro, Silver and Rookie. Pro, silver, rookie, bronze, silver, gold, pro, pro-am, amateur. Many ways to refer. Yeah, the number 25 as well, Lenny Pico. It's going to be a couple of cars heading into the pit lane. Thomas Martin. Christian Koenig as well, trying to chase down P48 in the balance. It's the number 91. Is the Mustang that stands in their way currently. This is where trying to judge the race situation can get a little more tricky. Because about an hour after a session start, you start to see a lot of cars intermingle, mix. You have multiple cars trying it to get out of the way. You have blue flags. You have fights that have been staging and waging on for sometimes tens of laps at a time. You get that release, that catharsis. Where now is Draguez going to be getting mighty close to the Mustang. Not Mustang, the Vantage now. I think we might see him finally pull the trigger. He's going to tuck to the left side of Vasquez Rodriguez, but it's not actually getting the pace up. So, peeled to one side, but not alongside, so wasn't entitled to the space. P8's where he stays. David Fiacca, the 451 Ferrari now. Bit of a rock and a hard place he currently stands in. Half a second ahead is Andreas Knopf, the number 4. But also behind him is Thomas Frinking in the 31 BMW. Like many drivers before him, does he go aggressive now or does he yield back? The 888 car getting hit with a penalty as well for an earlier incident. Of course, as soon as race control verdicts are rendered, they'll be right up there on your screen in the bottom middle. Timo Krobler with a CRT. And on the back, the PSUK car. Charles staying out for a second stint concurrently. Running it close through Puon. These two certainly got the speed to make some magic happen. We see a few more cars heading into the pits we saw earlier. But up and down the field, there's plenty of challengers. See Vladdy Haar. 2 pit stops on the board does mean a hefty position drop. We can see there, minus 34. Go to show the pit lane is punishing. You have to go out there more times than you have to. Then you are sorely going to be hit. It's about a minute and a half of time that you realistically lose. Good move there from Haar in the 777 car to get ahead of Johannes Meyer. Well executed. Same goes for Christian Schumers. He just got ahead of Alex Hertz. In fact, we're going to wind back the clocks and see that in action here. Never mind, the replay did not trigger. We're out of the window. Well, we are going to have a couple more drivers to watch, but something has happened. As we did get a caution flag. Nick Baban. It's like himself and Steinbrenner are trading blows as we head through now into Puon. These two running very close to one another and a little bit too friendly as Raggioli Esports in the 58. Currently on the defensive. Can't focus on catching up to Leon Berndt. Steinbrenner is going to be very close, and if I was Baban, I'd really be feeling the pressure right now. I'd certainly be feeling the pressure. Like with Strege right now. The number 311, he's been here for a very long time, and every racer has their limit of patience, and eventually the cracks are going to start to show. I think Strege is going to be getting very close to that limit soon. Steinbrenner still close to the back of Baban. Sabo as well, jumping aboard with a helicopter. He's just going to overtake and get a nice move done on Leon Kren there. Well done through the bus stop chicane. Smoothly executed from the Lexus, but is Kren going to go for any kind of counter? See both of them heading into La Source. Optimal line being taken. Good defensive there from the Lexus as well. Kren trying to slightly deviate, but no space. No room at the inn. Sabo is up by 0.8. Might be peeled in a little bit down the Camel Straight, but not for now. You see an incident report coming through from slightly earlier. It's between the 256 and 58 cars. So that was just where we had previous contact. That was Baban and Steinbrenner. So Strege's had a major issue though, as he's dropped off to Vasquez Rodriguez majorly. Going to see exactly what happened there. Let's jump to the replay. Okay, we'll see. Strege now down the Camel Straight. Gets ahead of Vasquez Rodriguez. Going down through Marmody Complex. Still up ahead. All looks relatively calm. Looks like, oh, it's contact made between the two. That seems to be a hotspot for contact between cars. And just like that, Strege is now down in P12 behind not only Rodriguez still, but Burnt, Baban, Steinbrenner, and Schumacher. Steinbrenner is still running close. Let's check a bit further down the field as well, as we do have a couple of battles brewing too. Blue flag moments. Right, Vig. 30 positions up. And in the 911. Chasing on the back of Oliveira. They have made a swap in the number 169 Vantage. So have Matthias Metzger in the number 33 Vantage, trying to play chase, and give chase to Cyril Rambert in the 60. And not quite getting the run out of La Source that he would have liked. Going to be a difficult turn of events for him there. Davide DeMarco, another driver to watch in the 164, as there's quite the squabble. Looks like a little bit of traffic playing issues. See one of the BMWs, they're going to tuck out the way through Blanchimont. Second BMW getting past now. It's like DeMarco does have a chance here. Into the bus stop chicane. Hard left. Trying to get a switch back there, setting themselves up for early throttle. Bit of bump up on the sausage curbs there. Marcel Noé is in the leading spot. And under significant pressure, we see Obedinsky in the number 32 car into the pits. You see very close. That's the Ferrari. I think made a brief touch there on the rear bumper. Challenging for space. Looks like we have Dennis Kraus as well now dipping out of the way. You see a couple more penalties rolling through. Verdicts up to and including lap 12 being rendered now. And up at the front, it's all chaos breaking loose. Look at this. It's Steinbrenner, Baban, Vasquez Rodriguez, Schumacher, Streger, all in a tight gaggle of racing machinery. Good move there from Baban, side by side with Steinbrenner. down the bus stop chicane, heading their way into La Source. Steinbrenner with the advantage. Bernd has got a bit of space, and he's going to want to keep that. Like his race depends on it. Steinbrenner with a good exit out of La Source, getting on the throttle earlier. Has command of the apex, managed to get up ahead. Now Baban under control. But Vasquez Rodriguez breathing down his rear view mirror and sniffing at the diffuser. So a couple of contacts being made with Samba. Now getting back up alongside Steinbrenner. Very good Camel straight section there. Having a bit more top end, a bit more speed, and the wherewithal to take it. Side by side, having to dip right out, touching onto the gravel. Barely hold the car together. Streger's even going to get up ahead as well. There's going to be Yannick Schumacher too. Brutal attack there. Baban just getting caught completely off guard, blindsided by not only the space not being afforded, but again Schumacher too. Capitalising on his positioning. Schumacher up ahead. I don't think Baban's done yet. Closing in hot. Patience is a virtue, but pace is even stronger. Streger done quite well for himself here. He's now on the back of Vasquez Rodriguez once again. Reunited, if not in the same circumstances as before. This is to get into the single digits positions. Battle for P9 right now. Schumacher getting the attack from Baban there into the bus stop chicane. Well executed from the 58 car. Ratanovic on Leon Kren as well. Matcha Mex on Sandal Zabo in the background. We'll check in with those drivers periodically. So we have got Johannes Meyer in the pit and just making his way out. So we'll be rejoining in the 60s. Alex Franjanillo in the McLaren now. Andres Molnar's about 6 seconds away. Michael Seng's chasing down in the Audi too. I think he's the sole Audi on the field. Similar to how Yannick Axman is, I believe, currently piloting the sole Nissan Nismo R35, aka Godzilla. See, chase down Bratanovic on Kren. Good attack from the Lexus there. A Lambo from Cryonics Racing, not quite knowing what to do there. Doesn't really have much in the way of options. When you get overtaken on the Camel Straight, sort of being an obstruction, you kind of have to let it happen. You can play defensive and try to get a better line through the Marmady complex, but you're not really going to have much luck other than that. Here's Pavel Gadowski coming out up to the start finish straight and into La Source. Now drag race between him and Rafael Oliveira. Lays claim to the apex. Bit of contact by the looks of it, as Oliveira is going to get switched back upon. Gadowski, really good exit out La Source. See, no contact being made in the end. It was just very close proximity. Hunting down for the spots. That's going to be where you have a lot on your plate now. See, brief issue there. That's Rodionov in the 32 Lamborghini flagging up on our screens as having a problem with the car. See if that manifests in any way. But before long, we will see a couple more change-ups happening further down. Is Niels Bunch in the 24 Porsche, going very narrow into the apex of La Source, trying to get an attack on the 499 Bentley right there. Christian Grosch is on the defense. And Niels is hungry for P65. Of course, hope you've enjoyed the event so far, ladies and gentlemen. We did have a little technical hiccup at the end of Tim's stint, but we still have over 18.5 hours of racing to go and plenty of talent to showcase. So, I hope you enjoy the show as always. Going to be Rin Okawa with a great switchback through La Source on Krobler in the number 1, and just like that, a well-executed overtake, aptly named rear wing, Dive Master, diving down the inside and getting himself P25 on the course. Of course, leading the rookie class, with the next closest driver being Thomas Rinking in the number 31 BMW. You're going to have Matthias Koch and Gregor Forst in the 489 and 193, respectively. Let's jump on board with the STR car, in fact. See how he's getting on. Looks like he's got a good pocket at the circuit. At this stage of the event, having a home base, if you will, a position that you can say is relatively safe, is going to serve you well in the longer run. You don't feel that much pressure to overcommit yourself to an attack, a challenge, an overtake. Davide DeMarco, meanwhile, having a very different story. He's going to get side by side with Andres Molnar and, in fact, make brief contact with him coming out of the Marmody complex, now into No Name through to Puon. Going to be a tough one to make up here as they head down through Sector 2 and soon into Sector 3. There's no easy sweep here to be made. Marco is going to have to bide his time, be patient, and potentially set himself up for an overtake later on. The best lap of the session for a bit. .216.7 flat coming in from Philip Minard, so as a driver out of the current cohort, looking to be the fastest clean. Nürnberger with a .635, but it doesn't look like that was quite clean on track. There's going to be a bit of traffic being dealt with. DeMarco will be coming up on some potentially soon. But Binovsky's is actually waiting in the wings there. That is the number 300. See, race control now rendering the verdicts up to lap 18 in under investigation as well. We're going to see Marco once again in the 718 card. P6 overall. Looking strong. Walsingham is just up ahead. You can see there, that is going to be him sweeping through past traffic. But Marco is able to make up a little bit of time. Encountering traffic in an awkward spot like that is going to reel you in. Jan Ruschel getting very close to Leon Kren here. We saw Bratanovic go for a move around this time just a few laps prior. We're going to see if there's going to be a challenge once more. Ruschel on the left side. Kren on the defensive through the chicane. Covers off the apex. Ruschel actually heading in now. So, jumping in early. Setting themselves the precedent from their previous early pit stop. They're about 6 minutes ahead of the 48-minute window. Relative to the other cars, they are going to have to keep to that cadence now. And before long, we will see the rest of the field do similar. Yannick Axman, P13, Godzilla pilot, hunting for P12. Looking like a hot potato of a position, as we've seen that one come under fire in a lot of trades. The session progresses. We'll see, though, a couple of moves back and forth. Lois Rainier into P20. Milan Kiss on the right side, coming out the Camel straight, and now under a bit of fire. Lois is going to be in a good spot. Mattia Mex as well. Still on the back of Sandal Zabo, but we might see a driver swap happening soon, as we are going to soon be coming up to the second stint in Seville. And a reminder, folks, in 30 minutes we will be having a transition of commentary. It will remain trackside for production, but we will be having a new voice. It will be Waps Racing joining us, so stay tuned, as you're going to love what we have in store. Baban still there and still challenging for the P10. Vasquez Rodriguez now being the choice of a target. Estregues managed to get up ahead, but here you go. Baban is in. We will start to be seeing this more and more now. More drivers are deciding that it is time for them to go and potentially just get themselves out of some traffic. That's the other half of it too, don't forget. You want to get yourself out of a dense racing situation, because you will lose time. Andres Molnar having a bit of contact with Davide Di Marco. Let's get that on the replay and see exactly what happened here. So Di Marco going alongside. Gets the exit out of No Name. Has the apex heading into Puon. And it looks like they just had a bit of contact. Yep, bit of contact there. DeMarco's going to hold the line, but is going to be taking Andres Molnar down to P34. Krobler is going to be inheriting a position owing to the pits, but also on the track. Rinokawa is going to be right there. They're going to be displaced by a bit of traffic, unfortunately. There is going to be a Lamborghini standing between them. Baban into the pits. Zabo into the pits. Sengs forced, just to name a few. Hertz as well into the pits in the number 100. A few drivers now making their way through. They're taking stock of the current positions. Philip Minar in the 255 Lexus has brought an even larger lead to the table. 8 seconds currently stands between himself and Grandas Carreras in the 420 Ferrari. Well, third place for the Pro Group is going to be the number 111. Jan-Philipp Nürnberger is going to be in the Vantage and holding firm. Well, we're going to take a quick look at the Silver Group, as we see a couple of trades further up in the order. I think blue flags once again. Steinbrenner is, in fact, going to be the leading car. You can see Strega in the 311 Bentley just behind. And then Yannick Schumacher coming into the pits as well will be in third place. Then for the rookie group, it is going to be familiar face. It's going to be Rinokawa in the 262 Porsche. That will be leader of the rookies, with Thomas Rinking in second place. And in third is going to be Matthias Koch for the STR car. Number 489 BMW. That's your top 3 of every group on the course. And with that mass exodus into the pit lane, was adhering to those timers like your race depends on it. Because it does. The tool barely able to keep up with just the amount of driver entering pit lane coming up on our screens. Michael Sengs back out, however, in the Audi. Little bit of dust being kicked up. But fresh out. and ready to re-attack. Spencer's going to be taking over in the driver's seat of the Audi. And we will see more driver swaps to follow. Which is, who are we going to see head in next? As like before, the top 8, or relative top positions, are staying out. At least a little bit longer than the others. See Streger's heading out. And there will be challengers up and down the order now, swapping into their cars once more. Where the team size of 2 to 5, you do get plenty of opportunities to switch out. And in a moment, if we do have driver swaps, they will be rectified on our displays here. For example, Leonid Makovkin in the 58, replacing Nick Baban. As well as many others. Basti Winkler taking over from Yannick Axman as our Godzilla pilot. Steinbrenner being placed by Schalk, as well as many, many more. We will see that all happening now as the field returns to relative order. And lots of drivers now re-emerge out onto the Kemmel Straight to join the racing once more. Seeing Ungera returning to the 888 car. Sandor is out for another stint on the trot. We also have a couple of other swaps. Here's Nesmian in the number 5 Vantage, swapping in Josip Kantar, as well in the Vantage number 84. Won't be long before everyone has taken their next stop out. DC Racing 253. They get a 5-second time penalty for the lap 19 incident. The race control certainly having an interesting day. Just been on board with Vladi Ha as we're just trying to solve a little technical gremlin in the background. But with the field now freshly pitted in, with some exceptions, it's going to be time to see who has got the pace and the wherewithal to go for the moves. We can see Pavel Gadowski into the pit lane now. A bit of a rough bus stop chicane there for the McLaren. That's going to be the number 101 car. And yeah, having a bit of a difficult time. Milankis under pressure as Ricky Lafleur now back in the number 1 Aston for CRT. Returning to fighting form. A lot of the leaders now into the pit as well. Rekas, Walsingham, Nuremberger, Minar, Vlasner, burnt all in. And soon to be coming out. Silenus in the 311, replacing Streger. Will soon be rejoined by the leaders, as any second now they're going to be coming out. This is going to be Minar out in the 255 Lexus, re-emerges to the track surface, still out ahead. In Nürnberger actually getting out in second, it looks like. we are going to beat out a couple of other cars. There's going to be an incident report coming from the number 60. We're going to jump and see exactly what happened there. So this is going to be Greg Alv in the number 60 Ferrari. It's going to be under chase. That's going to be one of the Lexuses. We're going to go side by side coming out of Puon. And just, a little bit of contact, bit of lift oversteer. Luckily keeps it together, but I think the Lexus had seen better days. The incidents up to lap 23 being adjudicated by race control, working diligently as the session and event progresses. Rodionov on the defense as Schwarzbach and Maskowski, or Maxkowski, yes, Christoph Maxkowski, is going to be on the attack here. Good run through the bus stop chicane, getting Schwarzbach. Catching him on the slip, as you also have him being lapped by the 255 Lexus there. That's going to be Minar still in pilot. Valentin Barrier in the number 39 Vantage right now. And Carl Neutert in the 258 Vantage, just being closely tailed. Max Frank, you can see in the back line, about a second away. Makovkin really putting down pressure on Bastian Richter in the 963 Porsche right now. There's a lot of pressure on him. They're looking quick and sharp. A little bit of slip angle as well. You can see Richter getting on the power. And then Angero as well says on the back of Ben Zeitz in the 711 Lamborghini. Zeitz himself going very wide, but into the bus stop chicane. Goes to the left. But with a slightly better line is going to get the power on a little bit earlier. It's all about these finer margins at this stage of the session. Makovkin getting ahead of Richter. But down through Marmady Complex. Brief touch between the Porsche and the Aston. Not quite able to make it into a counter-attack. Or is he? You've got to run in slow. That's one of the advantages to giving blue flags. And that quickly turned into a yielding position. Where all of a sudden, that was Danny Daniela in the 596 Vantage. Basically allowing Richter to go by. And second time penalty for the number 58. That's Makovkin. So insult to injury for the lap 28 incident. It's overtaken through blue flag placement and now being slapped with a penalty to boot. Of course, all adds up. So you want to keep your nose clean as much as you can, as much as you want to fight. The live stewarding is going to be certainly making a bit of a play for your position. Helio Silva in the 992. Still on the back of Ben Zeitz. Jordan Weeks much further away, so not really presenting much of a concern. Let's battle for the top 20 as we also see into the bus stop chicane. It is Schalk on the defense of Wagner himself on to Basti Winkler in the 697 Nismo. Going to be a close call for many. But I think as this session is going to start to get into the later hours of the evening, track's cooling down, wind is picking up. We're up to 6 km/h winds. Not that high, relatively speaking, but it can have an effect on your aero depending on how you set it up. Too much sensitivity to changes in wind direction, and you might have yourself a bit of a problem. Jason Lenz rejoining the track after the pit stop in the 101. Re-emerges out into P65. Dmitry Shabalin in the ARM. Going side by side with Freddie Merle. Merle getting overtaken through Puon. The well-executed run. Smoothly done there. All bus stop chicane. There's getting the elbows out for you. There's Martin Grikis. Vladdy Hart on the off chance, and that poor positioning that he was left in has opened the door for Andras Molnar as well to go ahead in the 79 BMW. So a double overtake, or a double position loss for Vladdy Hart, as Grikis opened the door and Molnar just used the wedge. D36 we're in right now. Certainly not going to be happy with that one. We'll see if he can make up time. Wagner is going to be still on the back of Boris Schalk. We will have a chance to get things underway. Now, in a few moments, folks, as well, we will be having a changeover. So, Waps will be taking over. I will be periodically joining him in the commentary box, but I will primarily be stepping back to produce. So we will see how this plays out. Linus Lucassen. On the back of Kajpour, now taking pilot of the 2-2-4 Vantage. Or Simotech. Frank going to have a fight of his own there. Carl Nietet. It's going to be fight for P4. See how they do there. And Belukasen is in the lead of the silver group. Remember, pro, silver, and rookie classes here tonight. 3 groups of drivers. You can see Wagner going alongside, coming out Melody, and now heading down. Actually getting the overtake. Quite a nice run. Quite a nice move there. Trying to mix the words run and move. It doesn't always work. Fun fact, folks. There we are, coming up to the 2-hour mark since the session restarted, but we are going to hand things over in just a memento. So the session is about to get things moving. We are going to be seeing Waps now come to the fore. Max Frank actually getting real close here. But this is where we hand things over. So Waps is now in the box. Do a bit of an audio check. Can you hear us, mate?
Hello, Ben. I sure can.
Lovely, lovely. Well, good to have you. And so, as mentioned, I'm going to be still providing the live footage, live commentary in points as well. But at this point, he's all yours, Waps. Take it away. And
thanks so much, Ben.
You're in charge.
Good stuff, Ben. One question though before you head off. How's the race been so far? I've been checking in periodically, just trying to see where the leads are, where the gaps are. What's like the biggest thing that you've seen in the past 2 hours that you're like, this you have to know this? in order to watch the next couple of hours?
Well, we've had a lot of ups and downs. We did, of course, have the session restart about 2 hours ago at the 20-hour mark. So, bit of a hiccup there, but a lot of drivers have made good on it. We've had the 255 car of currently being piloted by Philip Minard, but they have completely broken away from the rest of the field. They got an early run, and that is all she wrote. But the highlights as well. We've had a couple of the silver drivers also push through. It's Stregate and now Lucasen in the 311 Bentley. We've had Wagner and Schalk be trading positions, although Schalk has dropped a bit back. And then in the rookie group, we have got actually a bit of a change around, as Frinking is the one taking the lead. And I believe we have had a driver swap, as in P31, Dennis Wormstein in the 262 Porsche is going to be the cars to watch. Of course, leaders of their respective classes, but up and down the field there's a lot of challenging. You can see here John Eraser on the back of Spencer in the Audi. They're going to be pushing each other hard, and the mid pack is where we're seeing a lot of back and forths.
Great stuff, man. So a lot of interchanging from the different classes, like P7 already for a silver class car. That's some great stuff to see as well. So yeah, that's very nice to see, of course. And well, I've enjoyed your comms as well. I've been, like I said, hopping in every now and then, and it was very enjoyable to watch and to listen in. And for now, just encourage you to rest your voice for a bit, as I'll be taking over from here. So thank you so much, and hopefully we'll see you again soon.
Yeah, I'll jump in periodically, give a bit of assistance here and there, but I'll focus mostly on the camera control while you take it away.
Yes, sir. And that being said, this will be the 6th hour of the 5th hour of the race. We've had, it's not right, I cannot calculate anymore, 6 hours done. That's what I meant to say. This is the 7th hour of the 24-hour race, of course, with that restart that we had 2 hours ago with the server crash. But right back up again with some good action. Currently in our screens, the 262 Porsche in the rookie class. Definitely trying to build their way up. Currently in a three-way battle for P29 with some silver drivers. As it does appear that the number 3 car a little bit being dropped, the Lexus, with the wrong line through the bus stop, losing one position. And Wormstein looking on the inside, trying to maybe have a look. We'll have to wait that one out a little while longer. It's going to look for the run up the hill. Of course, if you carry the speed onwards to the uphill, you're most definitely going to have a good run. And of course, in Lecombe, the first turn after the Camel Straight, kind of a big lunge. The big train here in front. We have number 31, position 31, all the way to P18, I believe. And this battle is right in front of that. P26 Frinking, the leading car of the amateur class, currently fighting on with P26 and P25. Of course, the fight for P30, currently trying to pass a back marker. It's the number 25 car, P68. It's going through in Pujon. Around here in P16. Close to the 84 car, Aston. Over the start finish line. Last laps for these drivers. Quite fast, as they always are with these classes. Currently driving around the low 18s, which is quite quick. So we're seeing some penalties come in. The fastest laps for these drivers. See the number 76 car with a little bit more pace than the 84. The car stationary on the Camel Straight as well. Ronnie Lucassen, three-way battle for P6, a little bit further up the road. Looks like P5 and P4 aren't too far away either. We're also in a small battle, only second in between. Here we have the 81 car being chased down. Have a little look on the inside into La Source. The 81 car just a bit quicker. Obviously keep that position. Try and go for the run up the hill. That's Eau Rouge and Radion. Like I said, if you have the good exit out of turn 1, you get an amazing run into Lecombe with a very long slipstream as well. Greg is in the number 300. Has a little look on the inside. Decides not to go for it. McLaren just a tiny bit too quick for now, but the Ford really pushing for it. That engine helping him quite a bit and in the uphill. I was going to say this about his view, but if this was his view, he'd be lying down in front of the engine bay, late braking from the 300 Ford, keeping the space. McLaren able to hold on for now. Brown looking on the inside of the bus stop chicane. Can't brake far enough for Kama to lose a position, so keep that one. The 84 still ahead. It's a little bit wider on the exit. See 5-second penalty for the 262 car coming in. Of course, lots of collisions and incidents. Stewart's working very hard to get that all resolved. Brown, once again, looking for a good run up the hill. Basically, everyone wants to tuck into the slipstream and see their way all the way through to the end here. Let's see if Brown can make that move. 76, Aston looking towards the side. Once again, decides against it. So no car really being fast enough on the straight with that slipstream to be able to look for an overtake, let alone make one. Of course, after Lecombe, you take it just a bit quicker than your opponents. You might be able to do something. That's a slide from Kanta, the 84 car. Almost going sideways now. Aston looking very loose on the rear. That was almost an opportunity for the 76 to be alongside. Unfortunately, it's in a corner where overtaking is quite difficult. You do see a yellow flag in the bus stop. I believe that's car number 6. Currently stationary. That might just be a glitch as well. So you see the 420 car getting a position into P42. As the 193 car goes down to 43rd into Ferraris. Fighting it out, but the 420 car starting way up in the top positions. Dropped down 38 places from the start. Has to crawl back quite far. Frank, 718, is in those places and only slightly displaced from the next place. That's a bumper draft if I've ever seen one. Doesn't go for the overtake though. A couple of blue flags being waved ahead as well. So some back markers in their way. 258 car just over a few seconds away from fight ahead. Bentley here though, 311, losing a place on the 963 Porsche. Also three-way battle. There's the 224 car from Paul, is right ahead. Lucassen losing that place. So tries best to keep up with the two ahead. The Porsche, powerful in rotation. Should be able to make quick work of this section. Now we're going on to Pouhon. You see some faster corners. So we do see that Porsche gaining a bit on the car ahead. A couple of tenths in between a lot of cars now, so lots of battling still going on, and everything appears to be for position as well. A position that Kaufmann wants to defend. Well, that's a look towards the inside, doesn't send it, goes back to the racing line. The Lamborghini 257 car almost going for a daring send to the inside of La Source. Quite close to making it as well. We have another small train in Pujon. You can see that all the cars are currently forming trains. Lots of trains here on the Spa track. It's very good job by all the drivers to keep it all within good ranges for the past 2 hours. 2 hours is a long time, and the fact that a lot of cars are still in those trains, especially a little bit higher up, it's quite a feat. Down P28 as well. We're looking at the 711 car, down 6 places from where they started. So we have a small battle. Here's well the 101 car going through Blanchemont. It's going to be looking towards something in the bus stop. He's going to get close enough though. Number 6, just out of the pits from the looks of it. And as a reminder, we have a 48-minute pit timer, or driver stint timer, which means that drivers can only go for 48 minutes at a time. Afterwards, they'll have to go into the box. We've had 2 hours of racing, which means that within the next 15 to 30 minutes, we can see a pit stop, but not from the 420 just yet. We've got a good run. The 911 has to go defensive. I'm not talking about the car model, I'm talking about the car number, as P41 is at play. That's quite funny, because the 911 is car number 911, and number 420 is in 42. 42nd position. Wants to make it 41st. Regaining some of those places that they've lost. 193 car quite far behind, I must say. About 6 seconds, and we just saw the overtake for 42nd just a few minutes ago. So that's quite some pace. You see that, 216.7 as Ferrari goes towards the inside. No real defense from the Porsche. That's a free run through and up to 41st. Meanwhile, here at the front, like I said, that small train. Paul now looking towards the inside. Sides against it. Into the bus stop chicane. Doesn't have to worry because right behind him he's got Lucassen. You can't go fully on the offense. That's where the strategy comes in. You mess up an attack, you might be attacked yourself. He's got some little bit more gap behind than he has in front, which is obviously a good thing. As we see, 5-second penalty coming in for car number 35. You can see the bottom there, it's all investigations mostly, as we're looking at the diffuser of a car number 258. Neither going quite fast, but Frank going just a tiny bit faster. Surprised he didn't go for an inside look into Lecombe. Sides against it, goes wide on the exits. Looking for a good run through the middle sector. It's a great pace that these drivers are showing. 697 now, also closing in on the top 10, back to where they started. P9 down to P12. The Nissan trying to chase down to 256. Once more, no moves being made into the comb. As you can see on the screen now, there's also investigations on crossing the white line on pit exit. So I have to put that on pause, as once more we've got some good looks into La Source. Here a three-way battle with a back marker in the middle there, as Piazza in the 164 Ferrari is chasing down Franking in the 31 car. He's currently leading the amateur class, doing a great job at that. The 164, real close. He's getting the overtake done, looking towards the inside as I'm trying to pass a back marker as well. It's going to be 3 wide into the first turn of Lecombe. We're gonna make it 2 now. Spiazza does go past the back marker, losing ground. Passed by 2 cars here. That's a great overtake. Opportunistic stuff from Piazza in the 164 Ferrari, up to P27. Of course, we have different classes, but that's not to say that these classes are definitive. But slower drivers are in the lower classes. That does not have to be the case. As we see here, it's quite spread with the silvers as well, peeking their heads into the top 10. We still have fast drivers. The classes are determined by their average strength, average ELO, as determined by the Low Fuel Motorsport website. So a silver team can have just 1 driver that dips the average down, but 2 very fast drivers that should have been in the pro class. The same goes for the amateur cars. It's the 28. There was a little look on the inside, defense being thrown by the number 12 car. Holds the place. This is where the 28 car has got the number 13 behind him. There's another little look, but 1 mistake, 1 choice, and it might just be over for another position. Like I said before, as I was saying before about the pit exit that we're going to see with a few moments time, just a few laps. We'll see some more drivers going into the boxes. And here we have the pit exit on the right hand side. The drivers cross over that to take the shortest run into the track. You can do that once you're racing, but you can't do that when you're exiting. And Doer taking the advantage of that little bit of space gain. It's not enough to make it all the way to gain a position. So once you come out of the pit lane, you have to be careful not to cross over to the left-hand side of the track, as Doer does go for it this time into Brazil. Holding on the outside is Quezada in the number 12 car. Unfortunately, not able to brake late enough into No Name. And the place is gained by the 28 car up to 61st. Some good stuff. Now again into Lecombe. Bunch has a back marker behind him from the looks of it. Or that is a car that is about to lap him. Appears it from the pace. Of course now, with a car in between, the Ford in between him and his opponent, the 33 car. For 2 hours and 10 minutes now from the start, the restart of this race. That means that the stint timers will be dwindling down. We'll have, I think, about 20 more minutes before the next stint will have to start for some of these teams. In the next 20 minutes, we'll see drivers come in. And on the first stint, we saw some of the teams really stretching it, coming in all the way into the final second, really making every single moment of their stint work. You might see that again here as well. That's where it starts to get dangerous. There's one little mistake on lap 1, unforeseen back marker. And it's going to be over. It's going to be a big penalty, a hefty one, strapped to your car. That's obviously not something you want. Same thing goes for drive-throughs, of course. Because as you know, Spa, quite a long track. Lap times only at 2-minute 18s. And Zeitz is currently chasing down the 888 car ahead. Lap time is pretty consistent into the 218s. We saw that on the front of the grid as well. 218s, 217s. It's quite a long track, which warrants for a long pit lane as well, because we've got so many cars here. Started out with 79. Should have about 77 left, which is quite commendable after 6 hours as well. So the pit lane quite long, and the drive-through not costing you 30 seconds like on the average of all the other tracks, but about 60 seconds, 1 full minute, about half a lap So in proportion to the lap time, that's still a lot for a drive-through, as Frank currently in the 718 Porsche chasing down 258 Aston Martin in 4th place. Once again, goes quite quick, gets into the slipstream, but doesn't quite get it before Lecombe, and just sticks behind. Maybe it's strategy, maybe it's saving fuel, but I doubt that's the case. The most likely option here is playing it safe, not wanting to end a race 6 hours in when you still have 18 hours to go. Endurance is the name of the game, and all these drivers are playing it quite well. Winkler, 697 car, real close to the 256, has been chasing for these past few laps. And once more, look at close enough, big moves there from the Ford as he gets a little bit outbraked into Brazil, almost contact on the apex. Ford gets away though. The Nissan trying to put on the pressure, waiting for the Ford to make a mistake, moves a little bit towards the inside of the track, the entry for Pujon. Doesn't budge, won't budge, holds on. Going back to the normal racing line, but does turn in a little bit earlier just to cover off anything that the Nissan might do. The replay. See the number 12 car going into Pujon as well. Taking a look on the inside. 3 cars on their way into it. You see the number 12 car washing wide, just a tiny bit small tap on the rear. And that's muscling through for sure. And the number 12 car losing, I think, 2 places there. That's quite a big push going through the order. As Val, 112, is now in a big car park that's moving around the bus stop. Gains a place on the 270 car and jumps up to 44th place. Ackermann scrambling in between the cars that are on a different race. So that's what we'll see a lot throughout these stints, and especially towards the end, where there's lots of fighting. As we can see here, 3 wide going on to Pujon once again. Molnar having a great view at the cars behind, Dazan and Foch. That appears to have some more cars in between. So once again, these are just multiple fights happening for different parts of the order. The fight happening for the same part is currently Hertz in the 100 car, chasing down the 141 in P46. Lap times here dwindling a little bit. See 221, 220, and 221 once again. This
Back.
is
Hello.
a three-way battle though. Hello Ben, welcome back.
Ah, seems like a good time. We've got a 3-way fight going on. Frinking, Kaufman, and Freund in the 31, 451, and 257. Catch me up to speed, Waps.
Well, we've seen quite a few cars get real close into La Source, going for a little look, but then deciding to go against it. I was thinking maybe they'd want a good run through Eau Rouge, through Radion, like we're seeing now with Freund as well. In this 3-way fight, Kaufman definitely going to look for the slipstream. But then into Lecombe, they never go for the send. I think I've seen one overtake happening. Big curb being taken there by Freund, and he goes sideways on the track over Radion. That's backwards, not the way you need to be facing cars.
Right in the middle of the track, that's dangerous. Okay, good, he's got out of there. That could have ended in disaster if he'd been a second too slow.
Good job from Freund to keep that. The brakes held, taking the long way around here. But unfortunately, loses quite a few places, and there's the replay. Trying to find out what happened, if that was a mistake, error wash, or just too much curb. We see this on the inside here. There we go, just too much curb. Goes off the track, tries to correct it. Loses control of the car, holds the brakes nice and neatly. Gets predictable, then moves out of the way.
Yeah, so lucky he was in a space where he had a few seconds between himself and other cars. Otherwise, if that had happened and he was at the front of that three-way battle, I wouldn't be surprised if there had been other casualties. And we saw at the beginning of this session of the restarts what can happen, just how much chaos can erupt at parts of the track when one collision can have a butterfly effect. So got very lucky there.
Yeah, that's for sure. But as I was saying, lots of cars trying to duck into the slipstream after La Source and after Radion onto the Camel Straight. But then going into Lacombe, I saw lots of cars sniffing the diffusers of the cars ahead of the competitors, but then not going for an overtake into Lacombe either. Then looking for something into Brazil, but then not going for that either. So definitely playing it safe for a lot of teams, and I don't think it's anything to do with trying to avoid overtaking or avoid anything else. It's just trying to stay behind, keeping a rhythm, maybe getting them on the pit stops, and well, playing it safe. I think just trying to avoid collisions, as we're only 6 hours in. There's about 17.75 of an hour still left, and endurance is something that needs to be practiced. And one of those things that you have to practice is avoiding collisions, and that is what we saw just now as well with Freund. Taking the avoiding actions, holding the brakes, as one has to do when you lose control of the car, making sure it gets out of the way and doesn't impede any other drivers.
Yeah, and I think it's like we were saying a little bit earlier in the broadcast as well, it's about playing that longer game. You can fight, you can get alongside other cars, and you can certainly challenge for their position, but if you're squabbling back and forth, you're ultimately losing more time in the long run. Take, for example, Kaufmann. We're on board with the 451 Ferrari at the moment. He could, by all means, challenge on Frinking, but there's two big issues with that. One, he's in a different class. He's in silver, Frinking is in rookie. So squabbling back and forth with him doesn't help his cause. But also, it's the time aspect. Over the course of, say, 30-ish minutes, 10 seconds time loss, that can have a monumental effect later down the line. So you want to minimize your losses, you want to play the game safe, take the opportunities as they come if you have to, or if you feel like it would be beneficial, but pushing the boat out too hard can sometimes backfire. So if you're fighting too much, you're just going to let the other drivers reel you in.
And that's the case with two-way battles, but it's even more so the case with three-way battles. That's what we've seen as well. That's what we're seeing right here for P11. 3 cars in that small train going for that same position. And Winkler is going to be in the middle of this. If he goes for a move, then the number 5 car is able to just either follow in the footsteps or get the position altogether once the mistake is made. So if you try and overtake and you don't succeed, you'll be off the line, as will your opponent in front. The car behind will be the one to be going through at least one position, maybe even 2 if they do it right. So there's lots of things to be considered. Like you said, it's the endurance part, it's the losing time, it's staying safe, and it's just making sure that the cars that are behind you can't gain another position over you.
Yeah, it's just playing the field as it currently stands rather than trying to just get every single gap. So you don't have to, contrary to popular belief, you don't have to go for every gap that exists. You can bide your time a little bit and it will serve you better to get a much cleaner overtake and know that your opponent's not going to have the chance for any recourse. If you are, for example, going down the Camel Straight and you're not side by side by this point, well, as Kaufmann is about to demonstrate, that's a good chance where you're able to pull ahead. But if he wasn't side by side by that stage, he could still fire it down, could still technically get the move, but it would either be dirty or Frinking could be close enough where he'd just be able to take the spot right back. And then you're back where you started, minus a second.
That's also the case, like we saw here, with Kaufmann into Lacombe. It's a right-hand turn that turns into the left-hand side. If Kaufmann had had the inside line for the first turn, the right-hander, he'd have the outside for the left-hander. So if he wasn't far enough ahead by the entry of the right-hander, then he'd be on the outside line being pushed wide and be set up wrong for the final right-hander, and also probably being overtaken back in that left-hander, as his opponent would have the better line. And Zimmermann, looking at the rear of the 310 car, making it real closer through Blanchimont, and backing out through the bus stop. Also a place where we've seen a few moves, but again, no sends. Like you said, Ben, it's all about waiting to see if you can get alongside before the braking zone, because that's where you can really make the difference in pace. That's the amount of speed that you carry to be able to get alongside, and then you can try and make the move.
I think we saw an issue with their exit out of Blanchimont. That was a big part in that. We have got a bit of a incident apparently from the number 12 car, so I'm going to wind the clocks back a little bit, see exactly what happened there. There's Quezada in the Cheetos racing car. Bonus points for the livery and the style there. I've got to say I'm loving it. But heading into Puon, he has got a bit of a challenge on the inside. That's going to be all major contacts there. He's just going to get tapped out. Luckily, no major casualty, but still not an ideal situation, as he is going to drop down a hefty couple positions. And many other drivers are going to start heading into the pits. I think we're coming up to stint time.
Yeah, definitely. Like I said earlier on as well, we're about 2 hours and 20 minutes in, which means that we're trickling down on that stint timer, 48 minutes per car, per driver. And then afterwards you have to make a stop. You don't necessarily have to change drivers. You can double, triple, quadruple stint. Hell, you can do 6 stints in a row if you really wish to. It's good to have a few breaks in between. But the funny thing though, the number 12 car, this is the second time they've had a contact or an incident at Puhan, which is quite interesting, I must say, because this isn't a corner where you generally have a lot of contact or make a lot of mistakes. It's one of those corners where, like we talked about, being safe, not losing too much race time, total race time. I played safe on the entry, but number 12 car definitely looking feisty through those corners.
I think Puon's also one of those parts of the circuit where you just cannot viably go alongside another car. And similarly to how we see coming out the Kemmel Straight into Marmody Complex, you cannot get it alongside and still have a clean run without either losing time or someone's going to get a fender tapped one way or another.
That's definitely a very strange corner, which makes it interesting to drive, but very difficult to race in. You can, of course, pressure your opponent to go defensive into Puhan, make them take a different line, wash out wide, and then go for the switchback on the inside on the second part of the turn. But going alongside through the entry of Puhan is always very dangerous, as we saw the number 12 car trying to steer in, but the Porsche just being there on the inside. It's going to just make it very difficult to go through those lines side by side through Puhan.
Here, Roland's coming up to the back of the bus stop chicane and to Frinking here. So it's Lexus been a driver that we've jumped in and out with over the course of the session thus far. He's going to join Frinking and others in the pit lane, as now the majority of the field is going to be darting in. So that is going to be now a big changeover phase of the race. Similar to previous stints as well, we are seeing the front 6 to 8 cars remain out longer than anyone else. They really are going to try and push that stint limit to just that, the limit. And even now, Max Frank coming up to the back of Nita in the 258. We'll be trying to run close. We'll be trying to get a last second overtake before the stint swap and before swapping potentially drivers. But as you said, not everyone is following suit with that. A lot of drivers from previous stints are opting to stay trackside.
And that's one thing to consider for the teams. If you've already done a stint, you'll be warmed up for the next one as well. But if you've stayed out, if you're just getting into the car for the first time, maybe even in the race, because some teams have their night driver. They will be coming out within the next few hours as we see the sun setting, currently 7:33 p.m. It's going to take a few more hours for that sun to truly set. But some teams will have their night driver. They'll be napping throughout the day, and then around these times they'll be waking up and going into the car for the first time with just a few laps under their belt for practice in between their waking up and their driving. So keeping the same driver in that's already warmed up, already in the groove of racing, might just be that confidence factor that some teams will use to gain or keep some positions. And also a part of the strategy will be your under or overcut versus your maximizing your stint time, because every team wants to push that stint timer to the limit, like you said. And we saw even in the first stints, we saw, I think, the team from the Jardier community team go over the line with exactly 1 second remaining on their stint timer, which was really cutting it close because there was no room for any mistake. And that's what drivers will be doing here, going to the absolute limit and trying to see if they can make their last stint as short as possible. We do see a change for position for P9. Remember, this is not the net position because lots of drivers have stopped already, but the 164 car getting a good move out of the bus stop, and that is up to another position with 311 dropping back one.
And here we go. You can see Max Frank not quite getting the move on Nita there, but heading into the pits with the 718 car. So we are going to see actually him splitting off from his previous strategy, really maximising those times. And I think maximising the time is the way to go. You can get a bit of flexibility, and sometimes it is more viable to get out of a fight, get yourself into some clean air. But at the same time, you do that too much, and you might potentially have to take an extra stop relative to your rivals. That 48-minute timer has room for flexibility, but only up to a certain point.
And getting that clean air might just be the thing that's going to set them apart from the rest. And that's going to be a thing we'll have to look out for once they leave the stop. And of course, like you said, the top 8 stayed out, the top 6 to top 8 cars staying out for 1 lap longer. It might be because they're just a little bit quicker, a little bit further up the road, and they will have the time to reset their stint timer just a little bit later. Because on your first stint, if you're in 1 minute early, you can't do another lap, because when you cross the line, 1 minute, you'll be over the stint time, but the next time you reach the pit lane. So you have to go in, which means that your next stint is going to be 1 minute shorter already, or you have to go in at least 1 minute earlier than the guys out in front that are maximizing it with another lap. So simply by being further ahead before your first stop and before the next stop, just being further ahead on the track by just being faster, means you can take another extra lap, and that's just going to catapult all throughout the next couple of hours and basically offset the front runners from everyone else on the track. And maybe, just maybe, we're going to see some undercuts happening, but I don't think so. Besides what we just saw, of course, Frank going into the box a little bit earlier than what we expected. And we'll see where he comes out with those front runners in terms of the undercut or the overcut. Because what do you think, Ben? I don't think the undercut is going to be that strong on a track like this with 77 cars still running, because that has to be an amazing feat to stop and then calculate where the empty gaps will be.
Yeah, so I'll give my judgments on that in a minute. I'll be right back with you folks and just switch into camera control to sort something out.
So my thoughts, my takes on this is, just like I said, lots of lots of cars going everywhere. We see some empty space like we see here with the 69 car. It's got a little bit of a gap behind him to the next one. It's going to be the 992 car. And out in front as well, just a small gap currently forming in the bus stop between the 84 car and the 76, the 270 car. So you do see the 69 car taking the off-road, going home backwards. That's not the way you want to be facing at the end of your stint timer. Might just lose them some time. I'll have to recover, losing a few places. As I was saying, not a lot of gaps on the track currently. You see one between the 91 car and the 23. But calculating on getting out there, it's going to be quite difficult. So yes, the undercut might give you some clean air if you are fighting really closely with a car ahead. But it's going to be really difficult to gauge if you'll be coming out in clean air or within traffic, because look at the map, traffic is absolutely everywhere. Big grids, big madness, lots of action, of course, but also lots of blue flags, and fighting through that is very difficult. As the blue flag rules state, the driver getting overtaken has to stay predictable. You have to stay on the racing line and don't defend from the car trying to lap. But it's the responsibility of the overtaking car to find a space, to find a place, as we're looking at the 718 car up in P6. Backwards on the track. We do see them alongside some other cars that might be a back marker. Bischoff just losing some time. We're going to look at the replay of what happened here. It does appear to be close to a back marker, being tapped to the rear. And that is what happened. Back marker staying towards the side. Just trying to maybe apologize for that move, but Bischoff losing a lot of race time with that happening. He'll go for a lap. He's coming afterwards. That's not going to be very happy times. The blue flags have to adhere to some rules. They'll have to stick to their line, but the overtaking car has to find the space. Babin here with Raggioli Esports trying to chase down the 311 car. As Ben said before, if you're not alongside, you can't make the move. And the 58 car definitely being quick on that straight.
Nicely done.
Already alongside.
Nicely done indeed. We're back, and so just to jump back on what you were saying earlier, I don't think that the undercut or overcut is particularly at issue here. I think what really matters is, do you have traffic around you, and will you come out into traffic when you take your stop? If the answer is yes to either of them, you're going to have to look at deviating your strategy. I think with the stint timers being 48 minutes each rather than clean hours, it does introduce a little bit of a maps problem for some, but it also introduces a bit of a flexible approach. You can afford a couple of laps either way. I don't think we're necessarily seeing the over and undercut being more powerful than the other. I think the more important thing is getting your drivers in a position where you can swap over if needed and get a couple of laps extra on a single stint, or undercut by a couple of laps if it means getting some room and knowing that other cars around you, the traffic will yield to you if needed.
Well, the thing is though, we restarted with about 20 hours remaining, or exactly 20 hours remaining. If we take those 20 hours and we divide them up into 48-minute stints, we have a total of 25 stints exactly to the minute of driver time. So 25 stints. The only room, the only variance that you have is the amount of time you spend in the pits, and that's about a minute or so. And Spa's the amount of time that you lose, as we do see the 119 car getting a place on the number 3. And the pro driver making their way through some silvers on the grid. So there's little variance in the stops that you can make in terms of the 48-minute stint time. But it's so little that you basically have to stick to it as if they were 60-minute stints in the full 24-hour race. Take exactly on the hour with the small variance and risk having to take another pit stop. So it's got a bit of both, I'd say.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a bit of a question for the drivers, and as the situation evolves. You mentioned a good point earlier, which is about how a driver that might be finishing their lap at the 48-minute mark, and then a driver who had a minute left to go on it, you're going to have to ultimately come in on the same lap. You're going to have to make the same kind of judgment call, because you're not going to be able to get round at time. It's those little deviations minute to minute plus the pit stop time that I think does lend itself to a bit of flexibility, because if you say it's exactly to the minute as calculated, then that's also going to leave you with a chance to, well, for many, have to take an extra stop anyway, and in that creates an opportunity. But it's an evolving situation as the drivers get their way through this event, as the teams stack up their drivers and set their schedules. We've got third driver swaps coming in for some teams. We've got Naku coming in with the 262, with 2 of his teammates now having driven the car before him, and many others who are returning to the cars after making a brief break, like Max Verstappen in the number 489. No resemblance.
Yeah, of course, it's not a Red Bull car, and that is that's maybe the downfall of where they're currently at in position. They're not out in front. As the 711 car currently making their way through some of the positions that they've lost, currently in 18th place. But I must say, their silver cars are doing a tremendous job of fighting with these pros, and of course, like I said before, it's determined by ELO and not just by how fast certain drivers are. And of course, ELO is somewhat related to how fast you are if you do a lot of races. But some of these drivers have done a lot of online racing, just not on the LFM platform, which means their ELO is a little bit out of proportion, which is why all of these silver teams are currently so high up in the standings. You see the 311 in 9th place and the 789 car in 10th place. Of course, still doing tremendous jobs. They're not really, like, the classes don't really matter that much in terms of looking at the pace. So we do see the 711 car now getting a place from the 64. That's up to 17th position. So that appears to be right into the bus stop towards the end of the lap. Some more room for some fights, especially out in front here. 4P3, that is. That's Honzik in the number 39 car. One of the cars that made it exactly to the second on their first stop. It's got Wasner behind, 258. It's from the Jardier community team. Being chased out by the 258. And this is the point where even these top runners are looking to get their stints absolutely maxed out. And the pace, of course, Wasner just getting out of the pits as well on 2 laps ago. So this is for net position. This is for third. I would say the podium, but not that far along in the race for it to say that it's the podium, because we still have 17.5 hours to go. But still, being in front of the pack, it's always going to be a good thing to have, even when you're still this early on in the race. Having that confidence to race cleanly through, like the 255 car is at the moment. Gaskell in the car, over 10 seconds clear of second place. It's always very, very comforting to have such a big lead, especially coming out of the pits. As you can see, 3 laps ago, 3:42 indicates a pit exit. And then just driving 216s, low 216s even. But just their first few laps, having that lead, it's going to be tremendous victory already. Wasner, like we said, doesn't really go for any moves, even though ascent might be possible. They all know it's going to be close fighting for the next few hours. They'll want to not harm their race time, their total race time, by fighting now and having to end up being a little bit short towards the end. Wasner knows this, Honzik knows this. He's trying to stay clean and drag each other on, and maybe, just maybe, they'll have some room to pull away from the cars behind, to pull into the cars in front. That's obviously something they want to do as well, because P3 and P4 might be nice, but eventually you're going to want to start fighting for the victory, especially when it's only about half a minute ahead. Grundler kind of filtering his way through back markers. It's number 100 car getting out of the way. And the 199 now chasing the number 1 car up the hill. As another chase with the 76 through Pouhon. We just talked about you can't go side by side. So Brown deciding it's better to stick to the rear of the 256 car. These trains have been there. I'm saying trains, but mainly two-way fights. It's the SimRC team sticking on to the rear of this Ford. And Schalk still leading. The back marker in the way. Schalk now in the team. 256 up 6 places from where they started. We saw a lot of drivers lose places, especially on the first few laps. As Schalk is going to have a car on his inside, maybe through the bus stop. That's an opening very wide and very deep for the Ford, as the SimRC team takes another place. That's the 76 car up to 13th.
Yeah, it's a good run there from Braun, just getting the elbows out and staking his claim to the apex of the corner. I think Schalke gave him a bit too much of a window to work with. Ultimately, that was a big part of how he got the position, is just the door was wide open, but still, it was a solid attack. Braun's got it in the end. I've got an incident report coming through, both from the 199 car, which we're going to rewind with, See exactly what happened there. So into the source, goes alongside. That's going to be the number 100 car. And we see they're down, heading now into Eau Rouge Radion. See if there's anything to be made here. Looks like at most the lightest of taps on the approach, but we do have another incident being reported. So we're going to stay on our replay screens here. This is Pascal Girard now in the number 5 Vantage. They're hot on the approach. We're down to 74 cars as well. Something worth noting is we have had a few retirements over the course of the session, and oh, looks like spin round. That's the McLaren, the number 81, getting completely spun.
Yeah, it's something you don't want to happen in La Source, because lots of drivers are aiming to take that inside line. It's kind of blind as well on the exit. You can see a little bit towards the middle of the corner, but as we saw the 81 car being sideways after the apex, that's something you can't really see as you're approaching the turn. So you want to get out of there as quickly as possible, because like I said, everyone trying to get the inside, and that is definitely not something you want to see when you're going through turn 1, a car sideways right in front of you.
Yeah, so things are trying to get to a place of relative calm for many, though it's not the easiest time. Stutnavicius in the 420 Ferrari now, currently on board, trying to catch up to the Mustang just up ahead, heading into the bus stop chicane. See, there's a tale as old as time. 2 cars running together, getting very close, and in fact drag racing each other now down to the end. But we've also come back in to real time just as there is a bit of contact with, I think that was Dizan and a back marker.
Yeah, that's something we'll see a lot, is some drivers that we saw before as well. Some drivers being in that fight with another car, or at least chasing down another car, but then having some back markers in the middle. So it's just going to be a mix of cars that are on the same race, but then in between cars that are also on the same race, but on a different race than them. And they're kind of intermingled, intertwined, and it's all just one giant mess of cars, as we see the 164 car going on the inside of the com and doing that, ticking off that little requirement that you called off earlier, being alongside before that braking point and making it a very clean move into the first few turns of the Lecombe section.
Let's check on board now. A couple of other cars now trying to find some stability in this rapidly evolving situation. Go to the 420 Ferrari, still hot on the heels of the other cars. We're seeing this time now on the number 3 Lexus of Kevin Rowlands. Going to the inside, into the bus stop chicane. Hopefully minimal issue there. You can see a nice clean overtake there. You can see Rowlands as well getting involved side by side with the Vantage. That is challenging for the same space of track, but opting to tuck behind. I think that's the smarter move in this case.
Yeah, that's what we said before as well. Tucking behind, don't squabble too much to lose your race time. Just make sure to ride your own race and getting that total race time as low as possible. Because Rowlands now also has a car behind him, number 300, is for position and is chasing down quite quickly. There's a car in between him and his opponent in front, but his opponent behind is chasing down quite quickly as they're heading through the Camel corner and now up to the Camel straight into the end of Sector 1, and a look being made already. This Ford has some power, pulls alongside for the first turn, outbrakes the number 3 and is completely ahead before making the turn.
Smooth attack there. Nice, clear indication. No major challenge there from Rowlands. He does go a little bit defensive, but ultimately it was just a difference in speed and much better braking on the approach in particular that got him the move there.
And I do notice that we have someone waiting for an interview. So Ben, are you ready to ask some questions to one of our drivers?
Well, I think I'm going to leave that one particularly to you. I'm just the backing guy helping out. So I'm going to bring him in. Let's have a bit of a chat.
Hello, hello. Mr. DK. Hello, welcome. I can't hear you from the Discord. We'll have to wait a second to see if they're gonna figure out the microphone situation while we watch on to the 4 8-9. Trying to gain another position on the 31, and this appears to be for the lead of the amateur class. That's a look on the inside into Fanye. And that's not a move that you see very often. Very difficult as well here to make that move happen. The left, right. And does get ahead on the end of the section, going into the final sector. And the number 489 car takes away the lead. BMW of Verstappen. Verstappen taking the place, now being in the lead of the amateur class. A great move in the side-by-side action through the middle sector. Our interviewee has just left. Might be able to fix some of the problems and should be possibly back with this shortly, as Wasner still behind the rear of Honzik, and this is something that we've seen for a while already. This past hour, or I should have said the past 45 minutes, almost an hour, kept seeing the same thing happen over and over. Just drivers getting real close to the car ahead, staying behind it, and not going for the move, keeping it safe, keeping it clean.
I think something else to consider as well is that, contrary to us sitting here watching the racing unfold, the best races are the quietest ones, from the racer's perspective anyway. Take a look at the 255 Lexus. 20 seconds clear of Kruselberg in the 111. And even then, he's 16 seconds further from Jardier's team in the 39. So hasn't really had much in the way of drama, just been keeping to themselves, making their way around traffic, and not really having much in the way of fights. And this is perfect for a situation like this. They're really maxing out the opportunities they have on track. They don't have to worry about constant squabbles back and forth. At most, they might get stuck behind a back marker for a couple of corners, and then the blue flags kick in, and that's all said and done. So, Gaskell, Kruselberg, Honzik, all in really good positions.
And if Honzik is in a good position, Wasner is in just a slightly less good position, but still quite good, as they're just following the number 39 car through all this traffic. And like you said, these three cars in the top three just hustling through the back markers, not losing too much time, taking the moves and the places as they go, but not really putting on any moves for positions, as of course the gaps are too big. But we also don't see the 39 car go towards the side and defend all too much. The doors are always wide open, but the cars are just not going for it. So it is quite interesting to see, as, well, the one time I do mention it, the number 39, Honzik, does go defensive, and that was a back marker being passed as well. And this might just open up something for Wasner, because Honzik was on the disadvantageous line through turn 1, through La Source, so going up the hill. They might just have something here. Bolvron just a place out on the 789 car. Just got the back end of. Here, see Honzik going defensive on Camel Straight. Not alongside yet. We'll be looking at that through the braking zone, chasing down cleanly the 258 car, going through these three turns, but still exiting in the same order. Not really losing too much time here. Just a small defensive move, no side-by-side action. That's where you lose the most time. Taking the off lines and then losing out on the optimal line, losing the time, disappear. But they still have that 16-second gap ahead. It just looks like the 255 is pulling away from second place. And these three, P2, 3, and 4, are still in the same order, in the same gaps, the same distances that they've had throughout the past, I think, 30 minutes. It's been the exact same. As Wasner looking on to the beautiful Jardier community rear wing. Something that you can basically only see from these camera angles. But it is a beautiful livery being shown. This is the view from the rear of the 39 car. Getting real close now. Closer than they have been before. A little bit of a gap being opened and closed. That's the difference in shifting point. As you shift, you lose a little bit of speed. And on these high speed sections of the track, that's what it looks like. Just a big gap being opened and closed again. Wasner, a magician with this car, following closely, knowing exactly when to brake and the distance to keep. As we saw the 258 car getting real close, but keeping the space ahead just enough to not get onto the rear of the car ahead. Two Astons fighting for that final step as we're heading on to hour number 8. 10 minutes remaining until the 17-hour mark. That means 17 hours to go. Brown in P13 at the moment. 76 car following Giraud in number 5. Same place that we just saw Honzik and Wasner do a little fighting, or do a little following, I should say. Brown looking towards the inside of the first part of the bus stop. But once again, sticking behind a little bit wide there for the number 5, but not too wide as to mess up everything. Mess up their line, mess up the pace. We can see low to mid 2 minute 17s. That's quite the pace for P13. Looking quite good. We see another fight as well. I want to say fight, but it's within 2 seconds each. P16, 17 and 18. Small train as well. And it's mostly just 2 cars fighting it out amongst each other. The rest a little bit more gap. I'm talking about good positions. You see that the 963 car is catching up to the 2 fighting here for 3rd position. Just saw him in the background, about 3 seconds back. 963. Got a few back markers to make up for first, but if there's only 1 car, that's just a small space. We can see the fight up ahead. They're approaching Blanchimont, and that's the space that the 963 car has to make up. But if these 2 are limiting each other, or are going to limit each other, so we saw Honzik making that small defensive move into La Source, and Klinkmuller might be able to pull in or reel in just a tiny bit of time and join this fight for 3rd place. And that's something they really would like, because even if you're not gaining P3 right now at this point in time, being able to fight for P3 is already an achievement. And of course, Gaskell hasn't won the race yet with the 255 team. They most likely will be happy with keeping this for now, as Brown will be equally happy taking away P12 from the number 5 car. Equally matched in terms of raw performance, but might have a small offset in setup or driver skill. Wasner might look to offset something himself, but once again sticks behind closely. Follow number 39 through another low 2 minute 17 on that previous lap. Lap 72. We're already on lap number 73 in this 24-hour race. Number 74 car leaving the pits. That's going to be off sync with everyone else. And once again, we might see drivers coming in around this place, actually, because it's about 3 hours since the restart. We've done 4 hours first before the crash. And after the restart, all the stints have been reset. As we see the 256 going very feisty, big send on the inside. Small contact, I believe, as well, with the 69 car as they're going side by side up to turn 2, going up the hill. But 256 just having to stick behind for now. Will definitely look for something into Lecombe out of the Camel Straight if they can have the pace, if they can match it with the car ahead. I don't think that gap is close enough to do anything. Just a little bit better exit. No way to make a move here. As I was saying, about 3 hours. That's what we've had. About 48 minutes per stint, as we're about approaching the next pit stop. See a little shake up here in the standings. That should all be fixed in just a moment. Honzik still looking behind as Wasner is trying to approach. The 888 car was being chased by the 711. Now is chasing down the 84. The gap behind a bit bigger than it was previously. The 84 car. Need to be careful through this section. We just saw an overtake through Lefania. Now, of course, also some looks down all the way through Blanchemont into the bus stop chicane. The only fights we really have to worry about at the moment are the ones that are within 2/10, I believe. The rest appears to be just out of reach. And like Ben has said before, going for that minimum stint time. And talking about 2/10, you see the 300 car chasing down number 4, McLaren ahead. Ford having a lot of power. Might fancy himself a little look out of Stavolo through Blanchemont and into the bus stop. Fanya already, the McLaren, going defensive. And the Ford getting very, very deep, trying to stick his nose in to a gap that does not really exist. But they have quite a few cars behind him, and that is Honzik in the 39. He's shuffling on through. Like I said before as well, we have a battle with a battle, real close. This time we don't intertwine or mingle and let them go cleanly. It's good sportsmanship there from the back markers, letting go the guys that are fighting for a very important position. Once more, number 4 car overtaken. Back marker into the bus stop, leaving the space. I haven't seen too many back markers making mistakes in terms of letting the lapping cars past. So big kudos to the drivers. If you're watching currently, tell your teammates they're all doing a fantastic job at leaving these cars past, because it is quite difficult to set your own race aside because you know that there's another driver behind you that is doing a race on their own, and you know they're faster, but not enough to make that overtake happen. But they are fighting, so you'd rather have them fight out their own race, because you know that you'd rather fight out your own as well. You'd rather have someone step aside for you and being separated from your opponent by sheer coincidence, position of the track that you catch them at. So fantastic jump from, I think, all the drivers on the track currently, for doing exactly as they're asked by the blue flag rules in the rule books. First cars entering the pits, we see the number 32 car dropping down the order. And that is 32 car going into the pits. First rounds will be made at this point. Should have a few more laps, I think 2 or 3 more, until we get that big load of cars into the pits. As we see the 84 going defensive into turn 1. The source generally not a place you want to overtake a lot, but it is a place where you can set up your car properly for that long run onto Eau Rouge, over Radion, and into the Camel Straight. Send it alongside and past your opponents. So we see a car exiting the pit lane, leaving enough space. Now, small look, no move being made through the comp. We see yellow flag in the bus stop. That might be a car still stationary, causing these yellow flags. This is a fight for P6. Bischoff chased down by the 224 car. This is closer than anything we've seen approaching this stage of the race. Defensive move slightly being thrown by the Porsche. Nothing too major. No big sends by the Aston Martin. Vasquez, Rodriguez holding on for now. The Porsche ahead keeps a hold of that position through the bus stop. The 47 car also close to fighting for a position with the Lamborghini ahead. 256 still holding on. It's in the upper reaches of the AM class. Verstappen taking the lead of that from Lou a few laps ago. Has in the meantime passed 2 silver cars. And is about 9 seconds clear, 8 seconds clear from the 33. Doing a tremendous job at keeping the lead of the amateur class. So do you see 718 car going for a very different line than the 224 through Brazil. There's a stationary car up ahead, not on the same lap. Should be gone by the time these two reach Pujon in the gap, closing down still. Once again, same thing that we've said before, and all repeating over and over. They're just trying to keep their race time low, try not to fight too much, as Ben said. Being in a good place where you have some gaps around you, you don't have to do anything but just drive your race and just make sure that you don't really lose a lot of time trying to fight around. The 963 car is not really gaining anything on the top 3, but it's also not losing time either. Just keeping rounds around that 3 seconds gap. It's also a good place to be, just making sure you are within arm's reach of the cars ahead, but not overdoing it. So it is looking quite good still. Into 62 car. Now, in a small 4-car train, 5-car train, there's about 2 seconds in between each car, so I would call it a train, but appears to be back markers in between as they're heading on to sector 2. And more cars going into the pits. We see the 141 car going as well. So now going through Pujon. Lap times showing us 222, 225, 221. Not the lap times you'd want to see when you're fighting B44. Got a little replay going on. The number 11 car currently in B56. This is coming out of No Name into Brazil. Little moment here. That's the 111 car trying to make the turn into Pujon. Thought they were passed. Apparently not passed enough. That does turn it into a small slide, going sideways and getting tapped in the rear. Both cars luckily staying out of the barrier, so no big damage being done. Still losing a little bit of time. Obviously not something anyone wants. Still happy. No one was damaged. No car was wrecked in the process. Still wasn't on the rear of Honzik. 39 car relentlessly under fire from the 258. I'm wondering which one of the two is going to duck into the pits first, and which one is going to try for that undercut that we just stated was not going to be good. Honzik goes for the overtake with the off-line on the back marker, while Wasner keeps the right line. And is this the opportunity? Is this the change in the stalemate that we've been looking at for the past half an hour between these two giants? For P3, the fight now between the 39 car and the 258. Closer than they have been. And looking defensive is the 39 car. Honzik moving to the right-hand side. Wasner seeing an opening on the outside as they're heading into Lecombe. Not backing out, almost making contact on the rear. Wasner changing his lines, looking for some more grip off the line. Honzik holding on to the place. Masterfully done by the 39 car, keeping the 258 behind him. The two Astons having to fight for a few laps more.
Gotta say
this
as
is
well,
good racing.
just jumping in here, watch through these next couple of laps how he places his car. He's not going super defensive. We haven't seen him make an aggressive move to either side of the track to defend off of Vasner's car. He's just placing it enough off of the line to either get around a back marker, as we see right there, or just to box in Sasha with enough of a chance to poke the nose, but not enough to actually commit the move forward. And I think this is why he's been able to hold P3 for so long, why he's actually gaining time to Kruselberg in the 111. He's brought that gap down by 3 or 4 seconds in the past half an hour. It's because he's able to keep that composure, and he's really riding the fine line of optimizing his pace while still defending against a threat.
Yeah, that's something interesting that you noted there. About 3 seconds is the gap that 3 to 4 seconds is the gap that he's close down to the car ahead, the 111 car. But it's also 3 seconds that the 111 car has lost on Gaskell. And I believe the 111 car was in that accident that we just had the replay of in Puhan, with that small contact and small slide. I don't think the pace is the thing that puts Honzik closer to P2. I think that's a small incident that they've had in Puhan that puts the number 111 car a little bit further down, as we see in the lap times on the bottom right, 217.3, a 220.2, and then back to 217.4. So there's your 3 seconds that we were looking for. The one thing that is interesting, though, that you noted, is the fact that indeed Honzik places his car just enough to not lose too much time through the corners, which is why he's keeping up on pace with the cars ahead into the 217s. But it's just enough for Wasner to not poke a nose towards the inside or towards the outside. Really doesn't have any place to go because he's just that much quicker on the exits by not sacrificing too much on the entries, as the 224 car is now fighting with the 789 and is getting past. Was that a muscle move? Let me just call it on the rear end. You can see clearly. This is the replay. So the 224 going on to the Kemmel straight, catching up ever so slightly, as you can see from this angle. Looks towards the inside, no defense being thrown. That is a small send, small contact, and that is indeed 224 car moving a car off the track for a little bit. That's the 224 car being thrown off. Nope, that's the 224 car staying behind. That is a funky little move there. Stay behind the 718 car, keeps the position. Now Wasner once again, I believe this is once more the closest we've seen them through Blanchimont. Now Honzik holding on to the place, and this is going to be an important decision for Honzik to make. He doesn't go for the defensive move, keeps the line. Wasner sticks his nose in, and this is the first big fight that we've seen between the two sideways through, or side by side through the bus stop. Honzik still able to stay ahead because the inside turns towards the outside, and Honzik knows that by heart. Keeps the door open for Lasource, holds on to P3. Wasner only left guessing where he can go the next time around, and the next time around is hopefully going to be through Lecombe. Wasner doesn't look like the 258 car is working with him. The Aston doesn't have the room, doesn't have the power to match his other counterpart. The Aston ahead, 39, just a bit too fast. Gap right here being shown, closing ever so slightly towards the end of Sector 1. Honzik not going defensive. The pit stops now trickling in. Some cars in the midfield going for their stops. We might see these front runners go for it. Just a few more laps before they have to go in for their stop. And it is getting closer and closer between these two. We've seen a few laps ago. Into the column, small defensive move from the 39 car. Into the bus stop as well, now side-by-side action. So these two, they've been at it for a while. Wasner has shown patience. He's looking to lose a little bit of it though. As we do see a little scramble that they've had, the 963 car in P5 is able to catch up just ever so slightly. In half a second gain now for the number 963. As we can see now, approaching, getting closer and closer. No back marker in between anymore. Just able to keep on driving their own race, not lose time from any other competitors. Just the back markers that they have to pass. That is the same back markers that these two drivers have to pass. So it's nothing real time loss, maybe even time gained if he approaches them at a different place. Honzik happy now that there's a back marker on his outside. So to box off the inside, cover it off, make sure that Wasner's got no place to go in the 258. Is to follow suit. Honzik holding on to that third place, getting that back marker out of the way. And Klinkmuller now approaching on the 2-second gap, closing that down. We'll have the slipstream of the back marker as well. As a little notification pops up for Wasner, that appears to be a contact notification as the gap starting to increase ahead. Klinkmuller now looking at the delta, looking at the gap between him and the car ahead, and it's now starting to become a three-way fight for P3. The one thing that Honzik did not want is one car on his ass, and he doesn't want two cars on it either. And Klinkmuller is going to make it quite difficult for him. 258 car now in the middle of this. A little bit of mixed feelings though for Honzik, because if the 258 car is not attacking him, that means that he's defending from the 963 behind. It's always going to be a good thing. 224 car, Vasquez Rodriguez now on another attempt to get past the 718 car. A little bit of muscling through, that's what they've done before. Small contact, but that's resolved itself into just a small bit of time loss. Nothing really gained for any party, but nothing big lost either. 224 car is going to try and send it again on the 718. If you're concerned about the yellow flags being thrown out, that's quite all right. Sometimes the pit stop does not know what to do, and it doesn't show it as cars in the pits. They show it as stationary cars, which is throwing up the yellow flags around the start-finish straight. It's definitely not too bad of an incident. 256 car now out of the pits on their out lap. Almost appeared right out behind the 199 car. Zimmerman now taking over. Have a little bit of time to make up for as Klinkmuller now zooming past the 311. It's in P13. There's an entire lap difference now between P5 and P13. That's something you want to keep an eye on as well later on. See the big gap from P2, P7 to P8 and back to P9 as well. About 40 seconds and then another minute as we see the fight that we just saw for P6 both go into the pits. Bischoff and Vasquez Rodriguez into the box. And this is where once more we'll see cars go in for their stops and the track emptying out just a tiny bit. And this is where it's going to be very difficult for the front runners to time their stops. They'll have to wait for these cars to come out before they can really time their stop and see if they'll be out in traffic or if they'll be out in clean air, which is always quite difficult to see, but especially with cars that are still stationary. And if you don't have a team of mechanics or engineers ready to calculate something for you, your teammates will have to do. And even so, if you had a full team ready, it's going to be difficult to take 20 different cars into the pits into account. It's going to be a difficult task. It's the 141 car under fire at the moment. The 28 car right behind, going into the column. A small top as well. That's the 28 car sideways. Losing some time now, being stationary in the left-hander of the first sector. Going to recover, losing quite a bit of time. Going back to about 11 seconds behind the 141 car. Doesn't lose a place, but does lose a lot of time. That's what we've been talking about over and over again. Your total race time, that's what you need to focus on. That is what you need to keep low. It's not just your single lap time or your fighting pace that you need to keep quick to gain the places. It's the total time that makes all the difference. Because in the end, what matters is how long does it take you to go from point A to point B. Let's keep that the lowest as possible. Currently, the only driver making that the absolute optimum is in front. P1 225 car has been doing that for a while. P1 was grabbed from the start, from lap 1, gained back afterwards. He's now holding it with a giant lead over P2. She's going to fight for not P1 and P2, but 51 and 52. Number 11 car, the same space as this fight for P3. Mind you, this is not for P2. We've had some drivers stop. The 111 car in second place, as we can see currently in the pits. That's not for P2. But it does show that Klinkmuller has gotten closer to the 258 car. They're making their way past. I believe that's the car that we just saw before, the 224, I believe. Making their way through in the 39 car of Honzik, being released from Wasner. And that is all on approaching and passing back markers. Doing a good job at that. Just keeping the pace up. I think Muller now close to being able to look for something. So going through Pujon, quite difficult to look for something here, but keeping it close. Might be able to put on the show like Wasner did with Honzik a few laps ago. Should be approaching their stint timer as well. So you see these cars all go in. And that's a look that you don't want to see when you're passing or trying to pass other cars. This is a real car park. Everyone going side by side. As Gasquel is heading into the pits now. That's a back marker off the track. Or at least I believe it's a back marker going off the track. These three are the only ones currently going for position in the top 5. And that was very busy, and being able to navigate this without losing too much time is always going to be very difficult. Will this be the lap that these 3 cars will be entering the pits, or will they go for one more? That's the 39 car going in. I've got reason to believe the rest are following suit. Wasner goes in, Klinkmuller as well. Now the real question is, where will they end up in relation to the 111 car? The 111 car went in a lap earlier. They're currently driving through that second sector into Pujon, as you see now. It's going to be a little bit difficult to see where they end up. So I'll have to wait until they cross that finish line and cross the pit exit all the way on top of the hill, right before the Kemmel corner and, of course, the Kemmel straight. That's where Gasquel will be heading out. That's where Honzik and Wasner will be heading out. And most importantly, Klinkmuller as well. They've all made it quite close going into the pit lane. Probably at the end of their stint timer. And the gaps were within a few seconds. They should also be. And they're going out as well. And Gasquel had about a 23 or 24 second lead over the 111 car, who then again had about a 13-second lead over the 39. The 225 car is out of the pits again, is moving up the hill at slowed pace, trying to rejoin the track. Should be well ahead of the 111 car, and he is rejoining out in front. Currently Lexus gained the lead, held the lead. We'll be keeping this going for another good couple while. Here's the 963 car of Klinkmuller is in the pits, going their way through. The 111 is passing on through and has gone past everyone in the top 5 that has gone into the pits. Now 39 also on their way out, being chased on the heels by the 258, and it does appear that the 963 just a little bit further behind than they were before. From the looks of it, the 111 car has had a little bit of a longer stop. We saw the gap between P1 and P2 approach the 30 seconds. The gap between P2 and P3 is still on to 12 seconds, and the 963 car now being handed over from P2 to P5, all switched cars. Petzold now holding on to the 111 car. Nietert getting back in as well. The gap in the 111 car in front has increased, but behind has stayed about the same. It's only I think that Gascal has had a great stop in the 255 car, gaining some more time. 256 car also a change of driver. Another stop a few laps ago, chasing down the 64 Lexus for P21. And the Ford with tremendous engine power, lacking in the rotational that the Lexus has. Now on the exit of Stavelo, has good traction. Maybe look for something going into Blanchimont. Now is trailing closely. Lexus indeed going towards the middle of the track and defensive for the bus stop. Ford holding on the 256 car, sticking the nose in, looking for the space. Doesn't get it just quite yet. You see the, I think it's a 262 Porsche right behind. Indeed it is. Trying to not mess too much with this fight and to impede. Here, 258 car given to Nietert. Now, almost within a second of the 39 car, but does have a bigger gap behind to the 963. That gap has increased to over 2.5 seconds. So, some pit stops, times being a bit off, allows these gaps to open up. That's something that we'll be seeing throughout the race, throughout the 24 hours. Something that is amplified, of course, by our focus to the front five. That's, of course, going to be where the focus should be. That's the most important places where the most things can happen, especially with all the experienced drivers out in front looking to get their foot in, showing what they can do. Nevertheless, they shouldn't be the only ones in view. So we see the 23 car entering a small train of 4 cars. 119 in P23, number 1 car following quite closely. 992 and a 23 car, like I said, getting quite close to that as well. A little bit further up the road, we have this two-way fight. The 64 and the 256 doing their own little thing. And I love him. Ford trying to find his way past. He's holding the same space on the previous lap as well, running in the mid-219s. Going quite quickly. Yeah, through Blanchimont. It's difficult to get a car alongside if the opponent ahead doesn't make a mistake. They rarely do at this level of racing. Big, deep move for the 256. Trying to carry some more speed, but the 64 car on a different line, doing something else, still keeping it up, as the 992 is struggling with the number 1 car. It's gained about 20 places from the start, currently 25th. Needs to make it one more. It does go up into the source, a move that you rarely see. That's all of the exit of the bus stop. That's the 992 jumping up to P24, and this only opens everything up for the 23 car right behind in 26th. The Audi following closely. It's now a 3-way fight for 22nd, for 24th. Apologies, just looking at the wrong car. That's quite a good fight now for P24. Meyer is close enough to do something, but the Porsche looking very, very feisty. Aston trying to look for something back, but the number 1 car not able to. 25th place being held. The 23 car getting closer. Has to worry about other cars around them. there obviously are multiple races going at the same time. Like I said before, the back markers or the front runners are running right around each other. 23 through Puhan, knows there's a car behind that wants to get past, leaves the space open. Now the number 1 can look for something else. In the meantime, the 256 hasn't gotten any closer to the 64. That's only a good thing, because if you get any closer, you get way more aero wash and maybe even end up in the rear of the car ahead on the braking zone. It's a good gap to have at the moment at the start of a straight. The gap is getting quite close. We'll have to see what the moves are going to be from the 64 approaching the bus stop. Will be the inside line, opening everything up for the 256 car. Send it way deep and hold the inside line for the left-hander. It's a drag race out of the bus stop chicane over the line. Let's see who gathers their strength and reaches turn 1 first. It appears to be the Lexus. That's the 64 car on the inside still. The Ford holding on to the outside line. Is able to take some more traction out of the corner. They've been side by side for 3 turns now. If you'd say side by 3 turns, everyone would think that's Lecombe, but no, it's the bus stop and La Source. Let's not make it any more corners. Going up Eau Rouge and then Radion, and they're through. It's the 256 car taking the place of the 64, just barely before reaching Radion, before getting up to the uphill. And that's some great racing there by these 2 cars, and up to 21st place it is for the 256 Ford. Now only down 2 places from where they started. A lot more cars shuffling in now. Like I said, it's now a 4-way fight for P21. But the Ford, Lexus and Aston and the Porsche, 4 different constructors. That's something you don't see very often, but it's a big park here. Lots of different cars right in front. Have to manage it. The 24 car being dropped down by the 119. Being off the line into no-name. Lexus scrambling for grip, scrambling for traction. 992 Porsche almost looked to get past. Now has a different line through Puhan. This is the place where I could say you would look for a switchback, but 64 car covers it off quite nicely. Going past some back markers now as well. It's now become a 5-way fight. 21st to 25th. Or should I say from 22nd or 21st to 26th. Meyer is also joining in on this. This car is getting closer. Gadowski in 22nd. Dropping behind the 256 car. Just made some great moves going on through. He's now trying to pull away with some clean air out in front. And now the 992 car getting past the 64 once more. As everyone is shuffling on through. The 64 car losing a lot of ground because of the traffic. It now has the number 1 and the number 23 quite close. It's the view of the 23 Audi B26. That is real close. The CRT car, the number 1 in 25th place. The Aston holding on to the place for now. These 1 6-car fight is split up into 2 3-car fights now, with Kovacs in the 64 car splitting into the 256, 119 and 992 cars, all fighting for 21st. And the 64 number 1 and the number 23 fighting for 24th. And the latter of the 2 groups is fighting closer, and the group out in front. Lafleur in the middle of this, number 1, trying to gather some thoughts while all of this is going on. Going steady through the first sector and entering sector number 2. 64 car looks to be off the pace, looks to be struggling a bit. The number 1 is getting closer. Lafleur really putting on the pressure. Kovacs is trying to hold on to a place while Meyer is also getting closer, and Lafleur knows, if I don't make the move, I will be made a move on. if that is proper grammatically correct. I doubt it is, but you know what I mean. If you attack and you make a mistake, you will be attacked. And if you don't attack, well, you have the opportunity to. You might just be attacked yourself because you'll only be slowed down by the car ahead. The gap from the 24th to 23rd only increasing about 4 seconds now. Kovacs quite far behind. As Gadowski now, the driver in the 119 Aston Martin, chasing down 256 Ford that has shown tremendous pace. It's now around the same area as these front runners we saw exiting out of the pit stop. The only thing I've seen so far is the fact that 255 car is only increasing in pace and the gap is getting so big. The 111 car is now 35 seconds behind. That's in P2. Gap to P3, about 9 seconds now as well. And only 2+ seconds gaps all the way down. And 64 has to go defensive. I wanted to say defensive, but has failed to go on the defensive as the number 300 car has mixed itself into this fight and has gained a place on Kovacs. Just dropped down a few places. So once again, some fights being shifted around. Might have had something to do with the 64 losing some ground. So this time it's Lafleur having the free space up ahead. And the 300 car joining in on this battle. Gadowski chasing down the 256 for P21 still. Does have to worry a little bit about the car behind. Nothing too much. 992. Just a little bit too far, that Porsche. Not able to catch up just yet. The Aston just holding on for dear life. In the middle of these two, of course, like I said before, you want to attack, because if you don't, you will be attacked. Meyer in the same position in this 23 Audi. Up 6 places where they started. Doing a good job holding this place. Of course, where someone gains a place, someone else has to lose a place. Unfortunately as well, that's the truth of racing. So every place you see that is being gained, just a car that has lost a place, and the other way around, fortunately as well. So if you see a car that's lost about 20 spots, you see a car that's gained about 20 as well. And the number 300 car looking to make it one more, as well as they're approaching some of the back markers, and now the gaps are being opened once more as the gaps are opening, and the back markers are being sent on through. The 300 car just not fortunate enough with timing. So looking at the 596 car, Aston right behind an Audi going to the bus stop, turning in for the second one. There's some taps on the side of the car. The squirrely exit, nothing too major. Did warrant a little notification on the dash to show for a replay, maybe some contact, but that slide did not warrant for anything more than a little look to themselves in the mirror saying, gotta be a little bit more aware of your surroundings. 300 car now past the 23, again fighting off, and Ford going off the track and dropping back down. 23 car still scrambling. The inside being left open as the Ford, just a bigger car, and kept the nose in for the inside. Ford Brazil should be ahead now for No Name. Leaves the inside open, leaves the space, and the 23 car taking all of that. Give an inch, they take a mile. Meyer knows how to take that mile on the inside, and Pujon, we just talked about how you can't go side by side. Bite doesn't go indeed. Number 300 Ford staying behind as Meyer in 23 car stays in P25 and has released the number 1 car of Lafleur in P24. 5 second gaps in front and behind. So these two are going at it. ahead. Zimmerman right behind Caracas, the 420 car. Had a great start, but then came down. Now in 19th, another place you want to be in. Zimmerman happily to oblige, getting 15 places off the start. And we see 256 being attacked by the 992. That's for 22nd place. So they're both gaining on the 119 car for P21. They're all chasing in. Gaps now increasing after this overtake. 992 doing so very neatly to gain a place up 23 spots from where they started. Starting in 45th out to 22nd. Only goes to show that qualifying is not everything. As we see some more cars piling into the pits. Definitely not on schedule with the time. As the 300 car is fighting again with the 23. Meyer having to go defensive and bite. Not giving up. The 23 car regaining a spot. The Ford was quick and now is sliding as through the start of Sector 2. Not giving up yet though. This is about the same scenario we saw beforehand on the previous lap. It's now repeating itself, and this time around the 23 car, it's got its nose in a bit more than the last time around, and Meyer able to maneuver the car on through, regain the place up to 25th, despite has to look towards the rear of the 23 car just a slight bit more. Maybe we'll see them trade spaces over and over. But for now, P23 in the hands of P25, sorry, in the hands of the number 23 car, as the 300 Ford scrambling and looking for it. So the number 35 goes slowly, and that is on Blanchimont. Can only imagine what happens here. This is approaching fast left-hander. 35 Aston looks a little bit dinged up. And it's got some more contact, and that's a big slide for two cars into the wall. We can only see the dust and the remains of that. And the 35 obviously in a car that's not happy to be moving. It's going to be limping to the pits. That is not something they want to have, as they're into the pits to do some repairs. Some other cars are currently exiting. That's a big contact, big consequences. Like I said, fast corner, Blanchimont. Very, very difficult. And the 35 car definitely not happy with that. See, Gdowski right behind 992. This will be a fight for P21. Have to be careful though. If they do get this wrong, the 256 right behind in view. We just saw it disappear. Just a moment, might be able to see it on the top there. No way. Getting up in this battle. Shown some side-by-side action. If they're not careful, Lafleur has had some free air. The 5 second in front and 5 second behind has transformed in less in front and more behind, showing that the number 1 car is only gaining time. It's the 193 through Blanchimont now. This time we see a clean view of how two cars are supposed to do that. And they're behind each other, which makes it a little bit easier. Small bit of white though for the Ferrari. We'll make it through. Not close enough to do something just yet. As we see Vimozar in the 911 overtaking Hayes in the 169 for P34. The Aston of Hayes now dropping down 1 place to 35th. Get a quick replay of some more action. This is the 91 car going on to the number 12. We've seen quite a few times, a bit deep into the bus stop, rejoining the track in a way that don't want to be rejoining, and then number 12 tapping the rear of that 91 car. Not something you want to see happen to you. Fortunately, no big things, no big moves, no big contacts. Small bits can still be annoying. 32 Lamborghini now. Up 21 places from where they started. Right behind Kovacs, 64 car that had some issues. Did a great job earlier on of getting up quite a few spots. Was in contention to fight around P21 and P24. That battle that we see right now, but now down to P27, possibly down to 28th, as the 32 Lamborghini is already side by side as they're exiting Kemmel and onto the straight, into the braking zone as well, still ahead. Does not need to leave the space as the Lexus is already behind. Now there's some lapping cars going through. Kovacs having to leave the space for that. So we'll have a few more minutes until we have the next handover as we're reaching 9 p.m. It's about 10 more minutes, as you can see. We're about almost done with hour number 8. So we got a lot of racing done, almost a third of the 24-hour race. So just a big kudos for all the cars still on track. Great job for all the drivers and all the teams organizing such a race for themselves. You see the 258 getting closer again to the 39. So the gap is closing once more for the fight for P3, Georgia Community Team. Third as it stands. The gap was close to the car behind. Will once again be close. We'll have to wait a small moment. 258 to be at that point once more. But I don't think I'll be here to see it. I'll be back in the morning around 9 a.m. We're here to bless your eyes once more with some sights of the cars. We should have Ben with us for a moment more right around the switch, and then Christian will be taking over after all this. .193 currently looking to give some final action in this 8th hour of the race, almost reaching a third of the event. It's always a big mark, but a few big marks. First one is the 6 hour. After that we have the 8 hour. So they mark the quarter and the third respectively, and then of course you have the halfway mark, the 12 hour, and then it's only counting down. I think everyone counts in single hours from the halfway mark. You think 12 hours done, 12 hours to go, and every single stint you're like, all right, 11 hours to go, all right, 10 hours to go. And I think everyone in the top 5 that's close to fighting for positions is going to keep doing that until they're saying, all right, 2 more hours to go, we're getting close, and then trying to hold the car together. As the 31 is currently fighting for P36, the 164. Just slightly ahead as they're heading up the hill. A small change in line through all of this. Some small mistakes, but 31 car not close enough to do anything just yet. Still holding on through Lecom. So fights still happening across the board. It's always a happy sight for the commentary team, especially with a long race as this. 24 hours is always difficult to fill with cars and drivers like these. They make it a lot easier for us. Dora now in 40th, fighting on through with Verstappen. Had 40th momentarily, pushing wide now out of the exit of the comp. Nusler in the 777 car. The Lamborghini now chasing in as well. P40 still in the hands of the number 489. If that's legal, I'm not sure. If it's not, the 193 car will definitely pull in. They'll report. The stewards will have a look at that, but for now, we'll have to make do with the fighting that we're seeing. And that's the 777 car chasing down the 193 through the middle sector. So we're doing some more fighting. It appears that the fighting has been done. That's Nusler, Lamborghini on through. It's good stuff, good racing. And the 193 is dropping a little bit further back. Meanwhile, the 711 right behind the 69 car, heading on to the bus stop chicane once more. Not close enough to do anything just yet. The Lexus should be looking behind for danger. One thing I do note is that there's a lot of Lexus cars on the grid, on the track. That I haven't noticed really until now. But it's not something I usually see in a lot of endurance races. I don't see the sprint races. I don't do that many endurance races on commentary. I'm very happy to be here today. A lot of Lexus cars. Something unique, but it also makes for something more fun. They have put on the show for sure. We've seen a lot of Lexus cars perform admirably today. Camel Straight, usually in the hands of that action. 32 car having done a stump. So I do believe, I'm thinking quickly, math not very good at. We should be reaching another crossover period, another pit period quite soon. A few cars coming in always ignites the brain saying, hey, we have a few stops. Is that part of the pit stop strategy? And I'm thinking we've had 3 hours and 45 minutes since the restart. And that says yes, that's a factor of 45 minutes as Verstappen is going the long way around. The 777 car going on through. Now the 193 also trying to make a say into no name. Does get the words out. And Verstappen being dropped down 2 spots in just 2 corners. BMW driver not very happy with the 489 team dropping back substantially. Not only in positions but also in gap. It's about a full second now ahead. Only 2 seconds behind to Gamov in the 32 car. Just left the pit stops. Well, now look to fight for some more positions. So first drivers going in for the stops. And then again we can see the rest of the grid go in. Lots of swaps being happening. And then afterwards the top runners will go for one more. As well should all happen within the next 20 minutes. It's always the case with these stint timers. So we're looking at quite some good stuff. And as I was saying, we're reaching around 9 p.m. That means we're going to have a switch over as the number 3 car makes one final move for me to watch on the number 64 Kovacs losing another place. Fight of the Lexus through the Fanya corners in sector 2. All clear now for the number 3 up to P27. And to continue what I was saying, it's around 9 p.m. now. We're going to have to hand over to the next driver, or the next commentator, I should say. It's Christian. Christian, welcome.
Hello, hi Olaf. Welcome everybody.
How are you doing, Christian? How are you feeling?
I feel good actually. The race has been good so far. It's still 16 hours to go, and after 8 hours, the race still has a lot to tell to us as a viewer, but also as a commentator team, also as the entire FM team is behind this. I really think that the next 16 hours will still tell a lot to the viewers, because there are still a lot of battles that are happening right now. There are podium battles, top 10 battles, class battles, intra-class battles, and also battles between classes. So it's everything happening at once, and it's very, very cool.
Yeah, and it has been for the past 2 hours that I've seen, and it's even happening now as LaFleur is taking away P23 from Noé, the 256 car, just losing out. And this is in the front runners of the silver class. And like you said, it's interclass battling. The front runners of silver are currently fighting in the middle of the pros, as we see the 69 being the lead of that, being chased down now. And the amateur class, of course, the 31 car being the lead of the amateurs, is in between all of the silver. So it's action all up and down the place, and we have been following a fight for P3 before the previous pit stops that might ignite again after the pit stops that we're seeing in a few moments. So you're joining at just the right time. This is about where the first cars are going in for their stops, and the front runners will be going within the next 20 minutes as well. Christian, if you have one thing that you would like to see within your next stint of commentary, it's about 2 hours as well, what would you like to see happen?
Can we have, please, a battle for the overall win? Thank you very much. I would like the podium to shuffle. Thanks. Honestly, as always, going for the major prize.
Yeah, I mean, the 255 car is currently 43 seconds ahead. The gap was about 25, I think, when I started my stint of commentary. That was about 2 hours ago. So they have extended it by 20 more seconds in the past 2 hours. So by 10 seconds an hour of gap extending, I think we might see a change for the win in approximately never. So I'm really hoping here that we're going to see some...
You just jinxed it. You just jinxed it. Think about it.
That's
Think
what I'm
about
doing,
it.
Christian.
Just ruined everything.
I'm doing this for you, my friend. I'm doing this for you. Now we're going to see the lead for the change, the change for the lead happen. And maybe just a little bit, we're going to see some rain and some drivers doing some different strategies, because the clouds are setting in, the temperatures are dropping, so we might see something happen there. And that being said, though, I think we're gonna have to hand over the reins to you, Christian. So I want to thank everyone for being here with me past 2 hours. I'll see you again in the morning. I'll be here at 9 a.m. In approximately 12 hours. You'll see me again, but of course you'll have full coverage for, I think, almost the entire night, and of course until the end as well. So I'd say, Christian, enjoy the next 2 hours, because this race has something to offer and it's quite entertaining.
Thank you a lot, Olaf. So, good evening, everybody. I'm Cristiano Romano, and we are 16 hours we have 16 hours to race here in Spa-Francorchamps. 17 degrees is the track temperature and also the air temperature. Sam Gaskell still leading by 45 seconds. But a very interesting bit is just here, because the battle for second is still unraveling itself, with the 39 Aston Martin just behind, with Aidan Walsingham lurking behind only a couple of actually 3 seconds to be exact, 3 seconds behind. Now everything is set up. So the community team, the possibly fan favorite here in third, but be careful because look at this. We are with Carl Nittert for LFM Esports 258, and he's only a second behind. There is a back marker in the middle of the way. That's the car number. I can't pinpoint which car it is, but it's the Raptor team number 214. I think it is. So if you haven't followed since the start, or if you are new altogether, welcome. The different colors in classes are based on the team strength. So we have the Pro class, which has white number plates. The gray number plates are the silver class, and then there are red number plates, which are the IM class. So there is technically also the battle within class, and also the overall battle, which takes every single car and counts it. So as always, if you have any question or concern, just write in chat. Now Carl Nittert 16.9 in the last lap, 17.1 for Aidan Walsingham for the number 49 Jardier community team. The German, the British driver, he's trying to get away from the German one, but in the last lap it wasn't like this. Nittert had a better run in the lap number, well, 99, because now we are in the lap number 100, as Nittert just behind after we cross Le Combe. And then we go into Bruxelles. That was, oh, that may have been, actually that was a track limit violation. Remember, they have 3 track limits, and then it's a drive-through for the 4th one, as Makovkin and Vosch both go into the pits, and then Reader also takes 10th place, now 9th, now also 8th place after Engelhardt went back into the pits, as this team had trouble at the very start of the race. Now the number 76 finds itself in 9th place. They were last in the very beginning, and then the red flag happened, and now this team is in 8th at the moment. Other battles that are going on, I think it's the one in 22nd place at the moment. It's a very nice battle happening, because we are here in 22nd battling for 21st. Jonathan No for Lurkfield Motorsport in the Ford Mustang. He's just behind. Oh, not even behind. Yeah, he's still behind, but he was very close to make a contact with a back marker. That's an IM class, as you can see also from the different color in the LEDs on the front windshield. That also represents the team's class. So yellow LED for the silver class, red LED for the red number plates, so the IM class, and then the white one is for the white number plates, the Pro class. As you can see, just in the middle of a little battle here. The Mustang can't really get away from this, and matter of fact, it's actually another car passing them. And this is really ruining their strategy. Never mind, because they are now into the pits, just behind the opponent. As you can see, the CRT team and Davis Bate, or Bite. Remember, it depends on whether they are German or British or from another place in the world. But there is a yellow flag. Oh, it's because the Bentley is now out of the pits. The Christian Vosch in the 789 Firefly Racing is now in 12th place and continuing straight. Meanwhile, the 12 is actually having some trouble. Number 12 here spinning. So something happened to them. Let's have a quick replay to see exactly what happened to number 12 in the 65th place. The replay is having some trouble here, but let's have a look. Oh, there was a contact. Yeah, there was a contact with another car. Can't say which one it was. It was because of a contact that the car was then thrown into the grass and nearly into the battle, into the barrier. As also battle for 10th still rages on. Kirky Kalashnikov for Ajoli Esports, just in front of Grantas Caracas. As you can see here from the rear wing, that car is getting closer, but also just in front, Liam Walsh just went into the pits, so I want this one here. So Visual Esports, 10th place for the 4-2-0 lineup. Many Aston Martins. Yeah, there are a lot of Aston Martins, and that's because the car actually is very good on top speed and overall handling, and it's the best car overall, so that's why there are a lot of Aston Martins in the racetrack, but also the Ferrari is very good in top speed. A little bit less in acceleration, but it's very good in braking. Will Caracas make it into 9th place from 10th, just behind? It's looking forward to make a pass. It doesn't, as this will be for 9th place, but also the pit strategies may come in handy, as incident between number 5 and number 112 is under investigation. So number 31 is also stopped on track, but that will be probably because of pit lane shenanigans. And obviously there is the battle for 2nd place with Petzold, Walsingham and Neithart all battling. But for now, they are still one after the other. I'm more interested about Caracas' position, because he could be ahead of Kalashnikov by the end of the lap. If the Mustang up there could become a wall for the Aston Martin. Number 58, now into Stavelo, double right-hander to then get into Blachimon. Mustang is not really helping the Aston as it stands, but at the same time it will be extremely beneficial for Kalashnikov, as he will have some slipstream from Jonathan Noah. On the curve, you can see how close they are to the edge. The Aston Martin goes to the right and takes it to the bus stop. And the Mustang also keeps itself out of the battle, leaving the way to Ilya Kalashnikov as Visual Esports completes another lap. Still here, but it's also important to put the perspective in second, as Petzold is now into the pits, with Neithart just behind. This battle is going to be very interesting, and also there is the one for 17th place, as Ante Bratanovic, Liam Walsh and Sebastian Locher all battling for 17th. The last lap it was a 24.4 for Walsh, and it's the only lap that is not the outlier there, because all the cars here went into the pits early on. As Walsh probably just made it out of the pits. So this last one was the out lap for Walsh, very likely, or maybe it was the in lap. I think it was the in lap, looking at the lap times for Walsh. But now the Aston Martin is very interested in what the Lexus is going to do, defending inside, maybe the outside. Can Walsh make it into the front of the 69? It does break very late, and into the bus stop he goes, and the number 9 is now in 17th place, and maybe even Locher is going to use this on his advantage. Oh, there is contact, more contact, and the Lexus is off into the barriers. After contact with Locher, there is a crash for the Lexus, for Bratanovic now into the wall. The car number 69. Can we have a replay of the action? The answer is yes, we can. As we quickly go into our replay. As you can see from this camera, the Lexus tries to take the advantage of the inside. A little tap on the left rear corner, which then takes out the Lexus altogether. So possibly that will be looked at in the steward's room. Caracas in this lap lost some time to the car ahead. 17.0 for Karaka, 16.5 for Kalashnikov. So this could well be an outlier for Caracas, or maybe Kalashnikov just found the right window in which the car works. 4.2 seconds in front of this battle. There is no Asali Vasquez Rodriguez. They just came out of the pits. With cold tires, it's going to be difficult, but you can see the Porsche. Apologies, the Aston Martin behind in the green and black livery. Just following this group of cars that may impact Kalashnikov's pace as we go into no name. Or rather, Jack Hicks corner. Meanwhile, the 76 is back into the racetrack, just behind Engelhardt in the 697 Nissan Nismo GTR. Engelhardt for Fisher Racing against the 11th on pace. And in 21st place, there is a good battle for position, as you can see here. CRT car and Davis Brite still on the same battle that we were looking at early on. It's the number 1. Just precedes Mustang number 300 as Davis Brite tries on the inside on Blanchimont. Little tap, I think there was a little tap between the two cars, and now into the bus stop. CRT doesn't defend too much. Sebastian Lutzer is now in 22nd place, and the number 1 lost the place on Davis Brite. At the same time also there was the battle for 18th place where Ante Batanovic lost the place on Les Strage. So probably some more troubles for Bertanovic. Up ahead, Lexus is the place on Strage. Still a lot of pit stops happening at the moment under investigation between 69 and 711 Cryonics Racing. So, as expected, the bus stop incident will be looked at just now from the stewards that are working 24/7. Okay, maybe not 24/7, but for the whole race they will work to provide clean judgment of the incidents. Meanwhile, Jonathan Noe has to defend hard against 2 different cars, maybe 3 actually, because Gamow and Neusler and Maya are all behind this Mustang here. As you can see, the Lamborghini number 32 for speed starts now in 25th place, just in front of another Lamborghini Huracan Evo 2. In the last lap it was an 18.8 for Jonathan Noe, 17.8 for Gamow, 17.5 for Neusler and 17.6 for Meyer. So it's clear that Noe is not really helping the situation here. Rather, he is kind of stopping everyone around them. Matter of fact, now Gadowski is 4 seconds up front. He's already in the bus stop. Meanwhile, this group of cars just approaches now the bus stop chicane. Oh, there is a contact there. What happened? There are a couple of cars that spun in the middle of the way, and Meyer nearly gained a position on Neusler. Positions in this group didn't change. But I want to see that incident once more. It was between the 24 and I think the 963. We can have a look at what exactly happened. Because it was the Porsche number 24 and the Aston Martin, which I think it was the 963. The Porsche goes into the inside, dives into the 270, apologies, it was the 270, and both cars had half spin. Caracas is now into the pits. So 5-second penalty for Kyonix Racing, 7-1-1 after putting the Lexus into the grass. As Antonio has to defend into Bruxelles against a very aggressive Gamov. Very aggressive even because if he doesn't move, certainly Nussler will do it. And he will overtake Gamov as soon as the possibility arises. And so also trying the overtake on Cisco. Oh, little, maybe there was a tap, maybe not. But Mensah gains another place. Number 992, last in Pro Class. At the moment in 31st place. And the Porsche has to gain some time back, as the pace from this team is always great, but this time again they find themselves in a bit of a difficult spot. Oh, there is a contact, there is a crash with I think it was Kalashnikov. I think it was the number. Oh, okay, it wasn't the number 58. But the 992 collided with another car. That was another incident for the car number 992. After also losing the position on Cisco. So now they are back in 32nd. As Marek Nussler is now into the pits. Caracas had just joined back on the racetrack for Visceral Esports, now in the 16th place after the pits. And he's just behind Walsh. So important to say that there was a drive-through for the car number 257. 257, which is currently in... I can't find them. Meanwhile, here there is the battle going on as the Lexus... As the Lamborghini gains the place, maybe loses it, I don't really know. Yes, they gain it. They gain the place on Jonathan No, and the Mustang loses the spot on Gamov, number 32 now in 23rd place. Meyer just behind in the Audi, just follows closely the battle. As Pierre Meyer, obviously interested in No's position, because this could be a very nice opportunity for the Audi team to get another spot with a car that is actually going very slow compared to the rest of the field around them. Meanwhile, an incident between number 12 and number 58 will be seen. So there was an incident between number 12 and number 58 just 2 laps ago. Unfortunately, I don't know when, since my race control doesn't show any incident that has happened there. There are lots of cars, so it's possible that something doesn't get picked up by the automatic race control. As you can see in front, Jonathan No is still trying to get in front of the Lamborghini. It's still not over for No, who still wants to get position number 23. As the number 32 with the overtake. Just set 18.3, No an 18.0 and 18.2 for Meyer, which is actually a 0.3. Pretty much. Meanwhile, up front, Wasner, driving in the 258 LFM car, is just behind, by 2 seconds behind Honzik in the number 39. And also, there is still a battle between Walsh and Caracas, so going on 10 positions ahead. As Lutzer is into the pits, so that's why he's losing places. Number 23 is not really gaining Oh no. I think the no was trying to defend as hard as possible, but now he's following the Lamborghini up front. This is possibly lifting some pressure up from No. Meanwhile, what's happening in 15th place is the battle for 15th, obviously. And that's between Caracas and Walsh. Last lap it was 16.7 for Walsh, 16.4 for Caracas. Will he take an offensive action into the source? No, it doesn't. He remains behind the number 9. I don't think this battle will be will be longer. I really think that there is an opportunity for the Ferrari into the Camel Straight. Sparks flying off, cutting just enough to gain advantage, but not too much as to gain a track limit, and that's the overtake for position. That's Caracas in 15th place. As Rajali Esports, number 58, gains a 10 seconds, or rather receives a 10 seconds time penalty for causing a collision with car number 12. Fortunately, as I said, I cannot say what happened, so I can't see the moment it happened, even in the race control. So now Caracas has clean air in front for about 9 seconds, as the next car is Joseph Canta in number 84. As you can see them in the Alpha Racing team, 14th place and already into campus. So number 84 probably has some time left, although 17.495 in the last lap, 17.4, which is an entire second slower than Caracas' last lap. So possibly we'll see a battle in the upcoming laps from this team. The battle for 24th at the moment is still, I would say, in stasis, since there isn't any major difference from early on. As Noah's last lap was a 17.5, 18.1 for Maya, and 17.2 for Gamov, clearly showing that Gamov can get away easily now from this car. It's in between the 270, and I didn't pick which car it was. The other one. We will see when and if, rather, a penalty will be given to one of the two cars. Meanwhile, ACC Italia, Rosario Piazza in 34th place. Trying the overtake against Dawn, who is leading in IM class, as the silver team tries to get the 33rd in the last lap. It was a 16.7 from Piazza, so a very nice lap. It was a 19.0 for Dawn. As just behind also Marco Graf and Tony Mahoney switched positions, as the Lamborghini is now in front of Mahoney. The 257 Pro Fuel Motorsport in silver class. And just behind there is a good chunk of cars that are battling for silver positions. Oh, the overtake just happened here between Mahoney and Graf. And Pastrana is just behind Adrian Pastrana for Top Racing TV, which is the Spanish stream team for LFM. And there is a 10-second penalty for the car number 24 for an incident with the car number 270. And I think number 24, this was the incident that happened early on. So yeah, it was this one here for the Porsche. 10-second penalty for Lang. I will be honest, I think it's a fair one for this dive bomb. So go back live with Pastrana just behind Mahoney, although Mahoney is trying to answer what happened early on with Graf. The Lamborghini is, I won't say defending, but rather trying to keep together their position. To the bus stop they go, and the 176 is still behind the LFM team, although they go now into the pits. Now into the pits, but I'm not sure if it is for a penalty. So I think they are a bit off sync. Meanwhile, Rosario Piazza just behind the BMW. Number 31, Ruben Don, 18.5 in the last lap for both cars. Piazza is probably quicker than the Beamer up front. BMW M4, which has a front engine compared to the Ferrari, which is mid-engine, as the 34th placed car goes into the inside, into Pujon, and Piazza gains position number 33 in front of the AM class leader. As Don loses the position into Pujon, but very luckily it was also to not lose too much time for Don. Probably more interested in keeping the position number 1 for the team. And in the top 5, it's also the battle here between Bischoff and Kirkmüller. Team Nitro here, 718, the Porsche 911 992. New generation of Porsche GT3, distinguishable from the earlier version from the taillights, which are linked together, and they create the LED strip. Car which had some trouble at the very beginning of its existence, especially with a lot of balancing with their... Oh, something happened here. Okay. Oh, Piazza into the wall. Oh, the 164 into the wall. We were following this team early on. Something has happened to Rosario Piazza as we quickly go into a replay to see what happened in Rouge Radion. They lost. Oh yeah, they did lose the rear. Oh, that was massive. That was massive for the Ferrari team, and yeah, that's a return to garage for Piazza. The car crashed into the right wall. Radion. That may be game over for the Italian team, depending on how much damage they got. And well, it's already 3 minutes because the return to garage is automatically a 3 minutes stoppage, and then there is the damage that has to be repaired, and then there's technically a lap being lost. As Marco Bischoff's last lap was a 16.6, Kirkmüller was a 17.2. Gap of 1.2 seconds. This could be a ticket for the top 5. And maybe even more, considering Bischoff's last lap was quicker than Petzold's one, but slower than Wasner and Honzik. 16.6 for Honzik, 16.4 for Wasner, 17.0 for Petzold, 15.2 for Kirkmüller, and 16.6 for Bischoff. With McLaren just appearing in front of him. The two Porsches are battling here. It's important to say that although there is a good majority of Aston Martins, we've got in our top 10 only 5 Aston Martins, and in the lead there is a Lexus. So the car doesn't dictate the pace, but rather the team. Clearly, the VUP helps in this, but it's incredible to still see a Bentley and a Nissan still driving around, which today's standards are practically antique relics. Porsche that honestly has a better life outside of Europe, as oh, that's very close with Lamborghini up there, as in North America, in the GT World Challenge North America, the Porsche is a bit more popular than in Europe. Speaking of GT World Challenge Europe, is the Monza round. Basically around the corner. The 3 hour of Monza. So for every fan looking to maybe watch these cars in real life, there is the opportunity. And then obviously this race is not made for nothing, as Strege just gained the place, number 17 on Rocher. So this was the move into the bust-off. It's the Bentley. So this was the move into the bus stop as the Bentley takes position. Only the replay just cut, but it was 17th place for Les Strege. As I was saying, the GT World Challenge has, with the International GT Championship, the 24-hour of Spa happening on late June. And I think tickets are still available with a question mark, because I do remember there was a sold out about something. Maybe it was a camping that was already sold out. As Caracas here goes into P1, does he try? Does try the inside line, and the 4-2-0 already goes into 14th place without even giving me the chance to mention the fact that Caracas gained about 7 seconds in what was 5 laps, maybe even less. And Caracas is now in 14th place. In front of him, Tobias Gebel. Tobias Gebel, who is in the DXT Motorsport and Bentley. And already looking behind, because that car is good, and that car will appear quickly in Gebel's mirror. It already is quite enormous. I think not much time will pass before we see the Bentley having to... Oh, it goes out! And both cars are out! One into the wall, one spinning in the racetrack, and Caracas is off into the wall! That was a big one for Caracas, as he loses the car, as to avoid the Bentley. This is a major one. This is a major one for Caracas. Let's have a look again from the onboard camera this time around. From Caracas' perspective, as you can see, the Bentley lost the rear on Blanchimon. Look at this. He goes on the AstroTurf, just loses the rear. Caracas has to avoid it and crashes heavily into the wall. That's the car done for the day. That's possibly the car done for the day for Caracas. Back into the pits. This is a massive one. This is a big one for everyone involved. As Caracas unfortunately had the worst out of it. Meanwhile, Gebel lost the position on Walsh, who is now just in front of the Bentley. That is for 14th place. And Kanta, all of a sudden, finds himself 2 positions up ahead in 13th place. Meanwhile, there is also the battle for 10th place. Simmer C, number 76, here just behind Carlos Engelhardt in the 1000-year-old Nissan GTR. Not the Bentley. Unfortunately, it's a bit difficult to avoid a brick, a gigantic brick spinning in front of you. And actually, I think the Bentley didn't receive any contact from Caracas. That was just very unfortunate. Nothing to blame to both drivers. Caracas just tried something. Oh, that was nearly a contact, a near miss between a Simmer-C and a Mercedes-Benz AMG, which was pretty free-falling into turn 1, nearly colliding with the Simmer-C car. And so yeah, unfortunately Caracas just acted on the heat of the moment and threw the car into the wall, just to avoid the Bentley. And to be fair, I'm not sure whether it was a better idea to just crash into the Bentley. And Gamov is off. No, number 32 is off. Another one. Evgeny Gamov. Yellow flags showing for the Lamborghini. As we go for a quick replay on what happened to this team, as the Lamborghini was here, just behind a Ferrari. Was it a contact with them? That's the number 32. Oh, just spun on itself and slightly into the wall. Yeah, it was a slight tap into the wall for them. So we go back live to the battle for Locker. What happened to Locker? Another yellow flag. But nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, Reader here at number 76, just behind Egenhardt. We go in the front splitter to see the rear diffuser and the rear end of the Nissan GTR just there in front. This is for top 10 overall, but not for top 10 in Pro Class, because Schumacher, remember, he is in a silver team. And the silver team is up there in 9th place overall and first in class. Meanwhile, the Aston Martin goes into the inside. This could be the overtake for the top 10 overall, and it is indeed. The 76 just stopping in time in front of the Nissan. Still not over, but Reader. Battle against Germans. Still defending inside. And Simmer-C is now in front, 10th place for Reader. But I don't think it's over. Actually, don't really think it's over. Look at this. Remember, the Nissan is a very good car in a straight line, and pretty much just that. Oh, a bit wobbly in Radillon. But I think the Aston has it. The slipstream is not really helping. Maybe throwing the car into the inside into Lecombe, but there is a possibility there, but there isn't an effective attempt. And Nissan remains behind, 11th place for Engelhardt. Meanwhile, in 2nd place, Honzik and Wasner still battling for 2nd. This battle is just getting heated up because Honzik's last lap was a 17.05 times slower than Wasner's last lap. And there's another yellow flag. Meanwhile, same lap for both. Meanwhile, car number 47. Oh, just sitting in the middle of the racetrack. There was a car coming through. Nothing to worry about. As this is what happened to Wayland. In the middle of the pack. So I think there was a... Oh, yeah, there was a contact with the McLaren there. And apparently also contact with the wall for the BMW lineup. And the 47 Racing is back on the racetrack. So here, battle for 2nd place, as I was saying, Wasner's last lap for the lap number 116. It was practically the same with Honzik, only 10 milliseconds quicker than his rival. Just corrected, I think. So I was saying, Vasner just behind now into Campos and then Stavelo. It's going to be important. Oh, there is a car off. Oh no, okay, never mind. It's just pit stop is slightly glitched for one of the cars. Honzik for Giorgio Community Team in front of him. There are a couple of back markers. Oh, there is a yellow flag now. There is the number 5 off. Oh, what's happening here? Look at this! Whoa, that was very close for Nesmian. And there was a, wait, there was damage for this car. Something happened. Yeah, something clearly happened to the number 5. So let's see what happened. He was behind the Lexus. I think it was the, yeah, it was the leader in the Lexus. And the number 5... oh, there was a massive incident here. Look at this. A lot of cars getting involved there. We'll keep the replay in hand after this battle goes through. So good chunk of cars getting involved. The number 88, the number 270. Let's see if any overtake happens between Honzik and Vasner. Otherwise I will put the replay of the mild one with 3 cars getting involved in the top of the hill. That's number 81 and number 176 incident into turn 1 under investigation. Oh, it's very close between the two. It's very close between the two. Can it be? Can this be the overtake between Honzik and Vasner? Another car showing yellow flags. This time it's the number, I think, 25 in Lecombe, which they are in 60th place. As we go. What's been said lately? Actually, yes, this is the time where if you are not good with night conditions, you can find yourself in a bit of trouble, and I think this is what is happening with cars maybe not getting completely on pace and on rhythm with the dark approaching, and maybe a couple of drivers losing certain braking spots and whatnot, and by doing so also losing the car altogether, and then incidents happen. Meanwhile, you can see Honzik braking a bit earlier than his opponent, trying the overtake on the outside. How is that? Okay, obviously it wasn't possible for Vasner to make it onto the outside of La Source. As they go uphill, I think Vasner has it. I think Vasner has a good opportunity here for the Aston Martin team in third place. NFA between Top Racing TV and Simmercy Endurance. This could be the overtake for position. No, never mind. It isn't. It still isn't. There are a lot of black markers. To be ruining Honzik's pace. 16.8 in the last lap, 16.7 for Vasner. It's very close between the two. Oh, with the rear slipping off for Vasner, he's giving it all, somehow keeping it inside the track limits. As Nesmian is now into the pits in the car number 5. We'll see the replay of the incident later on. That was a massive one. But this battle has the priority as the BMW leader in AM class gives the way. First to the Bentley, then to this duo, as the 41 just gets squeezed on the outside. There's also the battle between Kant and Walsh, with Walsh gaining the position. As you can see here, Walsh that gained the position number 9 on Kanta. This white one is in the background. Let me see. Let me try something. Still is. I'm not sure because obviously I can't hear myself on the stream. So you all have to tell me if something is wrong. But in the meantime, we can go for the replay of what happened early on. So this was the massive incident that happened early on between Liu Mak in 51st place. Let's go through the Helicam. Oh, there was a Ferrari just going sideways and a lot of cars getting involved, unfortunately. So that's what happened. Yep, still there. Let me try something. I'm trying to understand if it's coming because of my headset or because of the game, because if it's from the game, I have little control over it. Because sometimes, unfortunately, it's gone. Ah, okay, I found the problem. Fantastic stuff. Meanwhile here, there is still a battle for second place. Honzik. Okay, I can finally shout again. Yeah! Sorry. Honzik here. Apparently it was my headset just being slightly off-put. Fantastic stuff, I can finally shout again. As I was saying, you have Honzik 217.0. Wasner's last lap was a 16.7. 3 times being gained. I really think Wasner has a good chance. Wasner has a very good chance here. Both Aston Martins, both cars are the same. The only thing that changes is the setup of the cars. Okay, let's say even the driver. Okay, even the driver is a good change between the two. Honzik, or rather Jardier, who is pretty much the fan favorite with his YouTube channel, and Sasha Wasner battling for LFM, which is literally the organization running this race and all the championships. So it's a battle against giants here for the fan favorite. In both cases, some people will be happy and some people will be extremely sad about any overtake that may happen. Only one time between the two. Can the overtake happen into Campus? No, it doesn't happen here, but Wasner still behind, looking at the diffuser of the car in front. You can clearly see it from the front splitter. Look at this. You can see exactly how the intercooler is made, how the diffuser is made. Everything is in great detail. About to basically write the chassis number on a block of paper for how close this car is. And for all the details Wasner can see. Now into Blackmont, full throttle. Early on this led to a massive incident and therefore to an overtake. Can the 39 defend? He does so into the bus stop. He defends well the inside line in both occasions, and Wasner can't really exit the bus stop in an optimal way compared to Honzik, who actually had a better hand outside of the bus stop. Now into turn 1, Wasner doesn't apply pressure there. And the Jardia committee team still leads into second place. Obviously at this point Booby is not even in the equation anymore, as the car number 255 is gone into the distance. Jardia gained a bit of time in the bus stop. 17.2 in the last lap for Honzik, 17.1 for Wasner. As the 697 is topped in the middle of the racetrack, I think. I think they're in the pits actually. Okay, they are in the pits. Yes, definitely they are in the pits. It's just the system that unfortunately sometimes doesn't work. Also, you can see the consistency of Jaroslav Honzik. 17.3, 17.0, 17.2. So he's not really in a lot of trouble mentally. He's keeping his focus on. He's not really having trouble defending against Wasner. But then you see Wasner's lap time, 17.7, 16.7, 17.1 is clearly quicker, but he's maybe a bit too much aggressive. Maybe he's nervous about it. Or maybe, simply put, Honzik is better on the defensive side. As behind in fourth place there is also a battle between Petzold and Klinkmuller. Aston Martin against Porsche, and then Bischoff 5 seconds behind follows. So possibly this could become a double fight for two important positions, both of which in the top 5. Scanta is into the pits now. The car number 84. Into the bus stop once more, and once more. There isn't an offensive from the German driver compared to the Czech driver. There's a couple of cars going to the pits. Maybe slightly different here between Klinkmuller and Petzold, as the 111 defends into the bus stop, but doesn't really fall into the trap. Be alien by Nitro Concepts. Here in 5th, now into the source, he goes into the inside line. Can he make the overtake? He does so. A bit of contact between the Aston and the Porsche, and that's the overtake for 4th place, as Klinkmuller is now in 4th in the car number 963. And a 5-second penalty has been applied to the car number 47 for an unsafe rejoin. But it's still not over. 111 still there. Meanwhile, there is also the battle here between Wasner and Honzik. It doesn't change here. Meanwhile, here it does change as the Aston gets the upper hand in front of the Porsche. And that's back in 4th for Luis Petzold for Dynamic Motorsport by Kalinic. We kick Müller for Bihelian that has to go back in 5th and try again in the next lap or in the next turns, whatever happens earlier. This is possibly helping Bischoff behind for Team Nitro. Remember, Team Nitro and Bihelian are effectively sister teams. That he's running for his life. Pretty much, I think he actually has it under control. Look at the times. He's consistent about it. So he's not really having trouble in keeping the time down. 17.0, 17.2, 17.1. Early on, it was another 17.1. So he's actually pretty chill about it, I think. And then we go into Wasner's lap times, and it's constant up and down. It's been 2 hours. Well, let's make it 4 hours. Let's make it, you know what, 15 hours of this battle. Thank you very much. Meanwhile, there's also the battle for 4th into the Brashimont, as I think Wasner will remain behind Honzik for the time being. I don't think Klinkmuller will be on the same statement. The green Porsche We'll probably apply as much pressure as possible on Petzold as we go into Dynamics Motorsport rear wing to the bus stop. Oh, you can see it's slightly longer on the brakes for the car number. Oh, never mind, it's a pit stop for Petzold. Probably. I say probably because I'm not completely sure about it. An undercut for Petzold. It's really difficult to wait the 16 timer because I can see it. I'll be honest, I don't exactly know how much time is left because unfortunately since I joined mid-race I don't have the stint timer for the last stint. I will have it for the next one. So from now on the battle for second still goes on. 16.9 for both drivers and only 4 temps gapping each other. Let's see if any penalties have been applied while these fights rather were happening. So there was an incident. No, okay, this one was already shown for yellow flags. No, okay, no penalty has been applied so far from the game. So in terms of track limits, everything is still same. There's also a battle for 13th place as Moritz and Russell battling for 13th with the... Oh wait, something big happened. Where is my Nissan? I lost my... Okay, no, it's still in 11th, never mind. You know, oh, look at this! There is the overtake between Moritz and Walsh. Walsh just exited the pits. And Ian Rochelle, can he make the same on the very same driver? He remains behind Prokofiev. Now the Bentley maybe tries the inside into Bruxelles. He can't really fit the Bentley there. And the car actually is not in the race anymore. There was a car in 8th place. Should see who disconnected because a car disconnected. I think it was the the leader in silver class. Still a Bentley. Speaking of Bentley, Ian Russell for Dixie Motorsport trying the outside into Campos. It doesn't work. So we will have to try something else. Moritz, luckily, had the better hand out of this. And managed to overtake Prokofiev before he joined into the racing line. Meanwhile, whoever was out of the race is not anymore out of the race, so possibly just a race control being glitchy, as sometimes it happens. And the DXT Motorsport Bentley now just behind the Aston, braking extremely late. Into the outside he goes, into the bus stop. Slight contact between the two, maybe. No, there was no contact. Fair play to both of them. And that's Ian Russell in 13th, no, 12th place. After Moritz went back into the pits. Oh, went back into the pits, yeah, because they still had to pit. As is now Russell in front of Prokofiev for 12th place. The Bentley driver up front has to wait another 50 seconds, more or less, but still a lot of cars that have to pit. Unfortunately, with the stints all shuffled, it becomes extremely difficult to understand who is battling with who at times. Obviously, this battle still rages on. And also there is Poe, who is only 1 second behind Bischoff. After both exiting the pits, the Porsche 718 leads in front of Poe by a single second. Both of them with cold tires, both of them with a normal pit stop, although now Conrad driving the 718 had a 5 seconds penalty. The battle for 12 still goes on. Pokopian battling with Mattia Max in the number 84. The Apex Alpha Racing team is closely following Pokopian up front. I'm still looking at what's happening in second place. As Rode just came back on the racing surface to put his car in 9th place. So Max's last lap was a 17.9. Pokopian just lapped in 17.8 for both drivers now. As Boothby is now in the pits. These two are still one after the other, and then there is the overtake there between Conrad and the Aston Martin of Capo. As Team Nitro loses the position. As look at this could be the time into Brashimon. Not yet. Not yet here. Look at the McLaren as both cars go into the pits, and that's also Alpha Racing team getting the position down in 12th place. So this was the overtake between Max and Pokopian. I'll try to get the action on even for the overtake that happened between Po and Conrad. This was into Kamel. Then into the combo, the perfectly executed pass. So I think it was right here. I'd like to be sure about it. So let's just go for this. So yeah, this was the overtake in the bus stop between the 718 and Capo. As Aston Martin gained the place for Simutech Automation, position number 5 for them. And then Lucas Rode for CMRC, car number 76, following Christian Vosch in the Bentley, as it will be for 8th place between the 789 and 76. As Rode just went into the pits, so possibly as Christian Vosch also close to make it back into the pit lane. And this is a big one. Honzik lost the place. Honzik lost the place on Wagner, who gained the place number 2 in the pits. Extremely important, this one here. So out of the pits, it was Aston Martin number 258, which had the better hand, and thus also the position. As number 39 is not with headlights on, so not sure why. So everyone else is. Meanwhile, Lucas Rode going on inside, and that's a position done on Vosch, although Vosch is in silver class, so possibly it's also the Bentley team not battling with Rode, understanding that it's not a race. And back in 16th place, Christian Nesmian and Ben Zitz, both battling for 15th place. Cryonics Racing, number 711, and the number 5, which early on had a big impact with the barriers, another car in Rayon. That's a home of Stream Racing in 16th place. Now Barrier is driving the car number 39 and already lost another second and a half on Schneckenburger. So, how the turntables for second and third? Everything really changed in an instant. But Nevian here, 16th place at the moment. Look at how close he is! You can see from here, the splitter cam. Look at the diffuser. Oh, that's a bit of a lift off. Dirty air, not really helping there. The team number 5, as he goes into the bus stop, into the inside he goes, and that's the position done. Maybe, oh, there is a contact, more contact with Aston Martin behind them. It's not really helping the situation. That's a car in 4th place, so they also are pushing as hard as possible. But Homestead Racing, unfortunately, couldn't complete the overtake into the inside line. He still tries into Lasso, so there is contact now with the car in 4th place. In 5th place, apologies, 5th place, because Poe is still in 5th place, Conrad is now in 6th place. As Zimmer is still 4th existing, so for a moment I forgot Porsche's existence. Oh, into... Oh, that's a bit of a cut. Yeah, there was a cut for Poe. That may be a track limit violation. Remember, only 3. The 4th one is a drive-through. And there isn't middle ground. Bump... Okay, a bit of bump draft between the two Aston Martins. The car in 16th place is hoping Zitz will lose time with Poe as he goes into the inside in Bruxelles, and this man follows into the inside. I think there was a contact between... Oh yeah, there was a contact. Look at the Lamborghini there, sitting in the middle of Bruxelles. There was a contact between Zitz and Nisbian. As it restarts again, but we will see the incident from the helicam into Bruxelles. So that was Poe getting on the inside. 10-second penalty for car number 4, by the way. And Gaston tried to get on the inside, lost the car a tiny bit, and collided with Lamborghini, which then went sideways in the middle of the racetrack. Now Zitz is battling with another car once more. That's Martin Grikis. Or Grikis, rather. For 16th place, number 300. For CMR Motorsport, with a very nice livery there. With the purple and black colors that always match. It's a fantastic color combination, and it always works. And now the Mustang goes onto the outside this time around, onto the bus stop. As he goes onto the outside, Martin Hicks arrives, makes the pass, and goes away. No, maybe not. No, actually, the Lamborghini answers back. The fight is not over. Ben Zitz defend on the outside, but that's the Mustangs maybe trying into last source. So there was a possible opportunity, but maybe a bit too dangerous considering 15 hours still remain. And Martin Griggs, 17th place for him. Meanwhile, Busak gained the place on Bartanovic in 19th place. So Bartanovic there lost. Oh, whoa! That's Griggs nearly losing the car altogether in Rouge with a bit of bottom up for Griggs. That was extremely close to disaster. Actually, I want to see it back. I think we can see it back with this replay. So we can go through the onboard camera. So look at this, he's following the Lamborghini into Richard Dillon. First curb, second curb, third curb, look at the car. Bottoming up, and that happens because of the car height. If the car height is too low, or, because that's also the possibility, or the suspension travel is too short, and the car simply doesn't have enough travel to play with, the car literally collides with the floor and the tarmac, and so there isn't enough travel for the suspension to work because there is literally no space available, and so the car slides on its floor, creating this bottom-up effect, which really you don't work, since the carbon fiber floor is not really suited for grip, and that's why the bottom-up happens. You can avoid it by simply hiring the car or allowing more travel for the suspension or the dampers softer, or a bit more bump stop. A bit more bump stop. So it's a dangerous act to really stiff your car up, because this may happen. Obviously, the stiffer the car, the lower the car, the better the performance. That's the always applicable rule that always goes, and it's like the Bible. If car stiff and low, then fast. That's simple as it is. But sometimes issues can happen, and Spa luckily is very flat. You don't have a lot of bumps, so you can go low and stiff. But some curbs are higher than some others. For example, the bus stop one, and then there is also the fact that you can bottom up in the Rouge Ardillon, and that may happen. We saw a couple of cars losing the grip up there because of this, because they go all in on the efficiency of the car, but a little mistake can be extremely costly. So many teams here actually went for a 90% approach, so full on, but with enough to play with the car, let's say. If a mistake happens, it's always better to have an emergency exit for you, instead of simply having to drive in a very narrow window, and if any mistake happens, especially in a 24-hour, it's a pretty big shock. Meanwhile, here in 6th place, Titus Conrad and Danny Panfiorov, apologies. It's a bit difficult, so certain surnames, I'll be completely honest on that. Danny Panfiorov and Titus Conrad battling for 6th place, as Rajoli Esports, team which doesn't really require any presentation. They can number 58, just behind Team Nitro, which, if you didn't follow LFM in the last months, they won the EIS Championship, just concluded a couple of months ago with absolutely dominant performance. So Team Nitro is certainly one to watch for the race, and Rajoli Esports has been on the prime scene for roughly all the time the ACC has been on. So it's certain that both teams will battle as hard as possible to gain every single second available, as they are 8 seconds behind Poe and Tim, and another 20 behind Barrier, Schneckenburger, and then Buffby is leading another 50 seconds up front, with a car that is simply dominating with a 16.0 in the last lap. Nobody can reach that as it stands. Grikis at the moment 17th place as it is. Now 16th with car number 300 gaining the place on the outside of the 711 Lamborghini in the Camel Straight. And that's another position gained for Grikis in the Mustang. Now, if you are watching from now, in the bottom right part of the screen there is driver's informations. Don't have a look at the position delta, because that's the position delta from when they started compared to me. So the start of the stint, so an hour ago. It's not compared to their qualifying position. For that, I will remind you to have a watch along, maybe with someone else, or just have a look at the results from yesterday, because there was the qualifying round yesterday evening with 4 qualifying rounds, effectively, as Home of Simulation number 5 receives a 10-second penalty for the incident in Bruxelles, with the Lamborghini spinning And yesterday evening, as I said, there was a qualifying round with a qualifying divided into 4 with 4 different groups, 80 drivers, then 60, 40, 20. And if you really want to watch, if you really want to know the qualifying, how it happened, I remind you to the video, so you can also look at the show that happened before this race, roughly 24 hours ago, with 14 hours and 50 minutes yet to happen. Let's go for a single lap with Daniel Porferov for a Jolly Esports. As apparently my stop has to stop, apparently, for a single moment here, because Daniel Porferov for a Jolly Esports tried the overtake on Titus Conrad. There was contact between the two cars into no name. The Aston Martin tried the overtake on Conrad for 6th place. I just had the time to drink some water. Not even that. There is action always happening here, and it's so cool because the field is so stacked, and it's so equalized, even in the classes, that there is always something happening, and I think it's going to be like this for the next 15 hours. Meanwhile, you can see here Porferov going on inside on Blanchimont. That's the overtake down on Conrad even before Blanchimont starts with turn 16, and that's the position for Porferov. Now 10 seconds up ahead is Poe, also battling with Zimmer. As I can now in 6th place. We'll probably reach K-Poe in 5th. But back in 11th, there is also the battle here. Oh, there is a car off actually. It's Ian Russell losing a position on Max in the Aston Martin, although I don't think it's over. There was a cut in Lecombe. The Bentley goes into the inside, brakes very lately. No contact between the two after the Aston Martin takes a bit of a wider line to avoid any collision. That makes gaining the place for Alpha Racing Team number 11 on Ian Russell after he goes wide, or rather he cuts Lecombe. The number 84 has 50 seconds to gain, actually 50 nearly, to get behind Basti Winkler in 10th place. But the race is still long. We saw how much can change in how little time. Aspo here, 5th place for Simotech Automation, and Jan Zimmer for B-Alien in the green Porsche 911992. Flashing lights there for Poe. Maybe going on the inside, maybe the outside. Will it be the inside? It's going to be the inside line. That's going to be the overtake into the bus stop. It's like tap between doors for Poe and Zimmer, but that's 4th place now for Poe. And the Aston Martin, you can see behind for Simotech Automation that, and Zimmer just follows, doesn't try another attack on Poe, as the German driver, has 20 seconds in front of him before getting to Valentin Barrier, who is now 3 seconds behind Schneckenburger in second. Actually, I think this is far from over. I really think that Zimmer has a good chance into the Camel. Can he make it in front of Poe? No, he doesn't actually. He lifts off. He lifts off. Doesn't go for a pass. So the Porsche remains here in 5th place at the moment. Probably they are happy with it. They know that it's still early compared to the length of the race to go for rushed moves. As Russell made a mistake, I think. Because he lost a lot of time in the last lap. And he's lost another 2 seconds just a few seconds ago. In the meantime, Conrad here for Team Nitro, still behind Ponferov. In 7th place at the moment. As 2 cars around the investigation on 256 Lowfield Motorsport and 992 for an incident in turn number 1. 256, which is in you have to find them in 23rd place at the moment. Speaking of 23rd, let's have a look at 25th place. A dynamic motorsport by Kalinic, as Moritz here is just behind Meckenberg. Lapping into the 16th. So Moritz is actually getting the hand of it. And oh, this is a very nice livery. I am already in love with this livery. It's a Buster Sullivan livery. I love it. Oh, Wimods are here. Look at this. As he goes into the inside of Schwarzbach in the BMW number 47, side by side into the comb. And the Porsche has the better line out of the comb. And Speed Racing is now 28th place. So the car number 911 just gained the place in the comb. And Marvin Moritz against I wonder if the name is the same. No, it isn't. No, the Buster Sullivan car number 3, or rather the HWR Racing, trying to defend against Moritz just on the outside, and that's Sven Mackenberg losing the position on Marvin Moritz into the bus stop with the dynamic motorsport mechanic gaining the place. Number 24. Yeah, honestly, good job on the Buster Sullivan livery. It's a very cool one to make it. I think 1-on-1. It's not the latest livery, maybe. Okay, yes, I think it is actually. It will be perfect if the mirrors are also colored. 10-second penalty for the car number 992 for an incident with the 256. Yeah, it's the green colored mirrors. Yeah, it's GTD then. Okay, it makes sense. So for who doesn't know, this is one of the cars that literally runs in IMSA, in GTT, or Buster Sullivan. It's pretty obvious by the name. And yeah, it's a real life livery, but it's not from ACC, because the team runs in IMSA with the Lexus, and it's all made from their members. It's a very cool one. It's also one of my favorite teams in IMSA, so reason more to like it. Especially because they are using a card that comes from 2016. Somehow, after 9 years, that car still wins. Although, okay, yes, for BOP and etc. That's pretty obvious, but it works. So why not? I'm surprised I didn't see any Rexy livery then. There is a vast Sullivan, but there isn't any Rexy or Roxy livery. That will be peak. That will absolutely be peak. Yeah, Russia just lost another position, but that's because they are in the pits. In the 888. So possibly there was a problem with the 888. Let's see if there is anything in the race control. There was a drive-through for the 253 and the car number 22 and 41. A couple of drive-throughs for track limits. Trying to see where the drive-throughs have happened. The Irish is back in 23rd, just behind Mackenberg. So it was Danish Shops, the 257, getting a drive-through for track limits in 44th place. Last strategy 17.7 in the Bentley compared to Pocopian 17.9 in the last lap. Although you can see that it was actually their best lap in the last 3, with the high 18s in the other 2. As the Bentley behind last strategy is in silver class, so they are not battling for class position, but they are battling for overall position. This will be for 12th. To the Camel straight. The Aston is good, but the Bentley is better. In a straight line, can they make the overtake on the outside? Yes, they do. Very, very narrow window there for Strage. He makes the overtake on Pocopian. And 12th place for the silver team. 2nd place in class. An entire minute behind their opponent. In the 9th place, Christian Bosch for Firefly Racing, still leading in class. And as of now, 1 hour and a half really flew. Didn't even notice it was already 90 minutes. Oh, there is a yellow flag. Oh, there is someone not having a good time. That's car number 253. Stefano Di Nardo for DC Racing. Lenti ma costanti. And car number 253. So this was the reason for the yellow flag. As there was some blue flag action happening up front. And there was a contact with, oh yeah, there was a contact with a Porsche. Couldn't see which one it was, but I wonder if there's going to be a penalty. It's possible. I mean, from that camera, I couldn't really say on 100% chances. Let's go here. Jan Zimmer now 2 seconds behind Poe. At this point, I don't think the battle is on for 4th. Valentin Bauer, on the other hand, gained a 2nd on Schneckenburger in the last laps. And this could mean that Bauer is actually saving the tires compared to Schneckenburger, who's maybe going full in. .9 last lap, 17.3 for Schneckenburger up there in 2nd. So possibly the tables are turning again. It won't be the first time, obviously. As Jan Ruscher, the Bentley is very close to Sven Meckenberg in the Lexus. Dixie Motorsport, which just went into the pits. As Meckenberg is slowing down for a car up in front of them. That was a Nissan. I think that was Winkler. The 697. Yeah, it was Winkler in 697. As nighttime is fully on. 10:30 p.m. both in game and in real life. And reminder that this event, maybe you don't know it, but it also happens in real life with the 24-hour of Spa-Francorchamps happening at the very end of June. I think tickets are still on if you are Belgian. And this event is part of the International GT Championship. Same with the 24-hour of the New York Life happening. Is it next? Wait, I have a bit of brain fog. Is it next week or in 2 weeks? I can't remember which one is when. Because then there is also Le Mans. But that's on the 14th, around there. Meanwhile, Rochelle into the inside line, into Pouhon. That's the overtake down for the 888, but I'm fairly sure that was also helped a bit by the Lexus, giving the Pro category team a bit of help, considering that they are in 2 different races. As Winkler in 10th place is not really helping in this regard. Flashing light to the Bentley. Possibly that's the car in 10th place. Giving the way into the bus stop. As a 5-second penalty for the car number 258. There are contact with the 888. So something clearly happened there between Dixie Motorsport and LFM Esports. As 777 can't really click on them. What happened to the 777? I mean, I can simply go here and have a look, because this is what happened to the 777 just seconds ago. That's the car in 32nd place, Mark Nussler for Kite Racing Team. Into Lecombe. Everything seems normal. Oh, yeah, never mind, it's not normal anymore! Oh, into the barriers, full sand into the barriers. So that's front end damage for the Huracan. So Moritz is now behind in 21st place, Boris Schalk in the 256 LFM Mustang. This could be Moritz. Time to shine into the inside line as there is a cut off into Pouhon. Showing yellow flags. Can't see which car it is. What is it? David Tepper? Probably. In the car number 199. We'll see what happened later on. Last lap for Moritz was 17.0. Schalk did a 19.3, and this is the overtake. Oh, that's very critical action for Moritz. Bit too nervous maybe on the throttle. Nearly colliding with Schalk. The DNMC Motorsport to the first place for them. Nearly collided in Stavel with the 256 LFM car. Into the bus stop, and nothing changes. Or maybe now it changed. Oh, there was a bit of a slow exit for the Mustang. Look at this as Moritz goes on the outside. Can this be the overtake for 20th place? As Schalke still thinks about a counter-attack on the inside. But into the source, both cars are out, and Marvin Moritz has the upper hand on board Schalke. Now, next car on track is Max Bischoff, number 23, 6 seconds up front. But remember, the Mustang is a very fast car in a straight line, and this, the Kemmel Straight, is a straight line. So this could be the counter-attack that Schalke was waiting for. As already you can see the Aston defending the inside, already knowing what's about to happen, waving a bit. But apparently there isn't the gap available for Schalke, so Moritz remains in 20th place. Now, what happened to the car number 199 early on in Pujon? So this was the incident. Apparently it wasn't the 199. Okay, I thought it was the 199. I think it was the 199. I'm pretty sure it was. Okay, yeah, that's my mistake then. Apologies. I'm pretty sure it was though. Maybe it was, but the race control didn't pick it up. Not sure. I'm not sure. Sometimes the race control tool doesn't really help. But again, remember that right now there are more than 70 teams, so it's also possible that there is contact there between 888 and the Mustang. So Rushfeld gains the place 21, place number 21 on Schalke. He's trying to gain as much time as possible. In the wait, there were two cars going slightly wide. Oh, there is a car on the grass. There's a car on the grass there. There is a car spinning in the bus stop. There are too many cars and I can't physically click on them. I don't think anybody got heavily involved. Max Bischoff is into the pits. And same goes for Basti Winkler. 9th place. Askikis and Widinsky battling for 29th place. The BMW defending against car number 32, the Gold Huracan. They're going on the outside line. You can possibly see the BMW on the outside of Blanchimont and losing the position on Higgis. So now car number 79 is 29th place. The battle up fronted. Slightly faded away. So Valentin Bae in 3rd place. In the car number 39 is now 3 seconds behind Schneckenburger. Basti Winkler is not sure where. I lost him. Sure he was there somewhere. Ah, okay, no, he's 12th place. I was searching for my Nissan GTR. Maybe I'll see on board more often. I'm not doing it on purpose. Like, I'm not manually doing it. Usually it's the gap for... I can literally tell you. So the gaps are on for 60 seconds. And the manufacturer and the nationality are on for 10, but if you want I can put it on 15 seconds for both voices. As Winkler just lost the place on McVicky. The car number 697 on Christoph McVicky. The Aston Martin for Slow Racing Super Pro Max Esports. It's a very slightly long name. So officially now we are into an entire minute for Boothby. 1 minute on the next following car for Boothby, at least from the updated race control, although CCTV still shows 58 seconds. Theoretically, this could be and should be 1 minute at the end of the lap. As Winkler gained the position back on McVicky after the Aston Martin went into the pits, so it's pit stop time for the majority of the drivers. Shuffling around on the racing surface. You can see here there is a battle for 45th place between Philip and Julians, car number 77 for Alpha Racing Team. But in fourth position with the 666. And also there is a battle for 38th place with the CMRC Endurance battling with Nando Rosicco. To the blushing moment, can the 176 gain the position for CMRC as he goes into the outside. Tony Mahoney now onto the bus stop. Maybe gaining the place, actually gaining the place since Zico simply went into the pits. It's 697. Oh, that's Vincent Winkler. Something happened to Winkler. So yellow flare showing. So was it on their own, or was it because of someone else? As we go into Bruxelles and into No Name. Oh, they just lost the rear and put the car into the barriers. I don't think there was contact. And that will not help Winkler for Future Racing Esports. Just out of the pits, right into the next stint, and right into the barriers. After 2, maybe laps after pitting. No, not even, actually it's literally the first time lap, so yeah, it's 2 laps after the pits, already into the barriers. It's going to be a long stint for Winkler. It's going to be a very long stint for Winkler then. With the damage that will be brought for a full length of the stint. Meanwhile, Jan Russell, after pitting earlier than anybody else, now back in 15th and very likely in 14th after Hohopian went into the pits in the car number 9. That's 13th place for them at the moment. Kopian is still in the pits. I think this is position done for Rachel in front of Pokopian and Streje. So 13th place for Rachel, as Moritz also just joined the racing surface. 1.4 seconds ahead of Rachel. And Streje is just behind Max. Now Adler is driving in a Madcap Racing Bentley, the 311, only 1 second behind Max. As Conrad is now into the pits. So this is the point where the race becomes slightly more confusing because of all the pit strategies. Pascal Giraud is extremely close to Mustang. Oh, that's a bit more than close, nearly colliding with Martin Grix in the Mustang. 17th. I don't understand. I think we lost someone. So all of a sudden the position now is 17th. It was 18th early on. As Conrad is in the pits at the moment. As Busak is in the garage. Lucas, no. Okay, now it's the race controller having, as always, a moment. 5-second penalty for the car number 112 for causing a collision with the car number 24 from earlier on. So now Giro in the number 5, home of Sim Racing Esports. Could make it in 16th at the very least. Remember, the number 5 had a very nasty incident at the top of the hill at the Rouge Radillon after a collision among 4 different cars. Brought his team back into the pits. So now they are on a comeback run for the race. As Bo is now into the pits. So there was a drive-through for the car number 711. That's the car in 26th place at the moment. It's a drive-through for the Pro Class 711 here for Kyonix Racing. They received a drive-through for track limits. And now they find themselves in a very bad position compared to early on. Mattia Max here for Alfa Racing Team, 12th place at the moment, 2 seconds in front of Adler and only 1.5 behind Rochelle. Number 84 that has fresher tires compared to the Bentley up front. But I think there is actually a team that's disconnected from the race because it's not showing anymore. Well, maybe I was correct there. Not sure which one it was. Giro, last lap it was a 16.9 compared to Greek's 16.8. As the last lap was 17.0 for Greekis, 17.1 for Giro. The number 5 is following the Mustang up there. You can go from the splitter cam. You can see also the times 16.9, 17.1 in the last 2 laps, 17.7. There is an outlier in the 3rd lap there. That's lap 140. Rode now exits the pits. 8th place for Lucas Rode, and in a bit of a middle of nowhere for this team, because they are 30 seconds behind Frank, and about another 40 probably in front of Winkler. So go back here for 15th place. And then there is also the battle for 31st, where Tony Mahoney and the Kigis are battling for 31st, the 176 Aston Martin for CMRC Endurance, and the 79 Red Caps Racing in the BMW. Both battling for position number 31. Buffy also goes now into the pits. Same goes for Schneckenburger, same goes for Barrier. It's a bit of a, for once, a normal stint between Schneckenburger and Barrier. As Foch in 28th place is just 1 second behind Robinson. That will be for 27th place only for Foch, who is usually one of the teams, or rather one of the drivers that for one of the drivers that sits in the very front of the pack. This time he's in 28th place, just behind Robinson in number 4. As the last lap for Foch. 17.0. Robinson's last lap was a 19.3, so theoretically it could be an easy pass for one of the fan favorites. And also, as now we approach lap 147. I think Abulazzi is now driving. Yes, Abulazzi is now driving in the 255 competition by Go Setups in Pujon. Is supposed to be a switch. Now, important thing here, it's extremely important to say it, because you as the viewers have to do it yourself. The stream will be cut because of YouTube limits. So this is the first part. The second part will, or maybe it has already been, let me see. Okay, yes, it has been written in chat that this part 2 will start shortly, with Mike Nause doing the commentary from 23 to 1 AM, obviously as always CAST. And so oh, there is a McLaren off. Oh wait, there is a McLaren off. That's a car 101, huh? Yes, that's a me. What just happened here? Let's have a quick look before the switch happens, because it was just in the middle of the bus stop. Oh yeah, they just lost the rear. Oh, that was very close to the barriers. Yeah, very, very close to the barriers. Luckily, no other driver was involved. So the 101 is back on their wheels. Meanwhile, Walsingham in the car number 39 is now leading in front of Asner after a terrible pit stop. Yeah, it was a 5-second penalty. Yeah, it was probably a 5-second penalty for the 258 from early on. So now the stream will go mute for about a minute, when we will set up the switch and everything. And when the stream will end itself, the other one will start in the part 2 link that you have in chat. So, I was Cristiano Romano. Stay safe, have a good evening or good night, wherever you are in the world. And, well, switch to part 2, because that's about to happen. 1 minute, 13 seconds, just the time to set everything up.